This novel was requested by Titus of More Clan. It's sudden Isekai, but I hope to live safely for Part 1. At an office in the Taizu Castle, the king, Marito Taizu, was doing his duties as the king. The ones currently in this place are Marito, Lord Ragudo, Mix, Ilias, and me, for a total of 6 people. I am counting Ambu-kun. I explained to them about how the woman we met yesterday night called Yukari might be the Purple Demon Lord. She was doing her search with pinpoint accuracy by using my outward appearance and even my country's language. And then, her way of saying I took care of her. The one who matches the information and standing that she came from Kiwama is the Purple Demon Lord. Also, her way of speaking that I heard from the Gold Demon Lord matches that of the Purple Demon Lord extremely well. There's the possibility of a demon imitating the Demon Lord, but I have heard that the Purple Demon Lord hasn't created demons. Looks like it would be better to move on the assumption she is the Purple Demon Lord. To think she would come by herself. Marito. She apparently is here with a human merchant though. I have called Degdoik before coming here and had him stake out the place of Bansan. He will call us if there's any changes. If it is as she says, her aim is you. I didn't expect that tragic appearance to become a blessing. Marito. We coincidentally met and the physical traits she knew about have changed. Who knows what would have happened if I didn't have blonde hair and dark red eyes. The Purple Demon Lord, who has been given the nickname of Purple of Enticement, has been given the power to literally entice people by Yugura. The only ones who know the details of this power are Yugura, the Black Demon Lord, who was given everything, and the Purple Demon Lord herself. But the results of it are told by history. The Purple Demon Lord invaded the human realm with a horde of devils in tow. The people were pushed back by the dizzying numbers of devils, but showed a decent degree of resistance. But they suddenly lost the ability to resist a certain day. The leaders and brave warriors in the human army began to desert and switch to the Purple Demon Lord's side. The humans couldn't do anything against the Demon Lord army that stole their main force and turned it into even more power in their invasion, and had a large part of their land taken away from them. That tragedy continued until Yugura Naraya stood up as the hero Yugura. Yugura didn't fight anyone in the Demon Lord army and defeated the Purple Demon Lord straight on. The result was that the Demon Lord army lost their commander and fell into confusion. After that, they took a long time to drive them all the way to the Magus Nether, and the people that turned sides never returned. According to the stories, she had purple hair, eyes, and was fair-skinned. Her way of speaking is peculiar. She speaks as if she is always asking questions. It matches so much with her it is painful. Judging from her way of speaking, she must have sniffed the existence of the Earthling helping the Gold Demon Lord in the shadows, and went through the trouble of coming all the way to Taizu. I don't know if she despises me that much or has taken a liking to me. Maintain that appearance no matter what for the moment, and you should avoid making contact with that woman. Marito. Don't even need to tell me. That said, she remembers the face of Ilias now. There's no assurance she won't be the one coming to us. Lady Ratzel is a knight whose name is known in this country. Even if you have an unassuming appearance right now, there's the possibility she will arrive at you by trailing Lady Ratzel. Marito. Don't call it unassuming. If she moves, that would in itself mean that she has noticed though. What to do? I can shelter you in the castle for a while, but Lady Ratzel and the others should maintain the current status quo. There's no choice but to try to not interact with visitors as much as possible and stay absent. Marito. In the end, we can't avoid the possibility of the Purple Demon Lord making contact with Ilias. If Ilias gets enticed just like in history, I wouldn't be able to live with it. Ilias has strong resistance to spells that interfere with the mind because of her high amount of mana. Hypnotism magic and charm magic apparently doesn't work on her, but this is only limited to regular spells. The story is most likely different with the power directly transmitted by Yugura, which managed to entice even past outstanding warriors. As long as we can't grasp the full picture yet, we can't move carelessly here. However, we can't throw away our advantage of having met her by coincidence. What's your analysis? Marito. I haven't tried to comprehend her after meeting her personally. Only my memories of the time when I saw the monsters that the Purple Demon Lord created. What I understand at present are only fragments of her emotions that I analyzed from the monsters that she created. The normal monsters don't have too much information, and the monsters in question had deranged desires of self-mutilation and sadism. The information is too weak to predict the actions of the Purple Demon Lord. If I had begun my comprehension yesterday, I might have gotten something, but I have my promise with Ilias. No, if I tried to analyze the Demon Lord brazenly in her presence, she would have suspected me even with a different appearance. With such deranged fetishes like hers, there's no doubt I would go all the way into switching to me. By the way, even though she is such a beauty, she is a pervert that likes pain and likes to inflict pain. Huh. That's high level. If we knew more about the power the Purple Demon Lord has, it might have been possible to make countermeasures though. Marito, Your Majesty, I can answer that. A voice resonated. It is the voice of Anbu-kun, who is a descendant of Yugara and also the bodyguard of Marito. He speaks at my back as always. You should stay by the side of Marito. You know about it, Anbu-kun? Is that the way you call me? Well, I haven't told you my name, so it can't be helped. I have a bit of knowledge about the Purple Demon Lord. The reason why I don't introduce myself is in part in order to resist the enticement of the Purple Demon Lord. Anbu-kun. So the Purple Demon Lord has a power that uses your name. That's right. The Purple Demon Lord can control someone by calling their name. There's no correlation with the amount of mana. Anbu-kun. Wait a moment. Does that mean you are done for with just your name being known? Yes. Your resistance through mana has nothing to do here. There's the need for the person themselves to say their name in front of her, so she apparently can't control you through word of mouth though. Anbu-kun. Even if that's the case, it is still a power that defies common sense. It is like the notebook that can kill you with just your name. This power might be related to why the Demon Lords call themselves by colors. The hierarchy of the Purple Demon Lord is low, but the Black Demon Lord who has the same power is at the top of the hierarchy. In other words, Yugara gave this enticement power to the first Demon Lord he created. He most likely made the Demon Lords call themselves by colors in order to maintain a certain degree of standing within them. I am seriously glad I didn't answer by reflex yesterday when she asked my name, like, really. But what we have learned here is that we can't let Ilias make contact with the Purple Demon Lord. I doubt I won't be affected by her enticement just because I don't have mana. But wait, if that's the case, I have a great idea. Hey, what would happen if the name of Ilias were to be changed to something like Gorillus? Gorillus. Ilias. It will most likely be pointless. A name is given and it denotes the true name of the person that has been etched in their souls. Even if you were to change your name now, it would still be Ilias Ratzel. Anbu-kun. So that won't work, huh? No, in that case. Marito. Anbu-kun, lend me your ears for a moment. I move towards the side of Marito and tell him a certain idea of mine in a volume that only he can hear. Anbu-kun must be listening nearby anyways, and I feel the sensation of a hand placed on my shoulder. Hearing this, Marito couldn't hide his surprise and shouted loudly, "Is that true?" Marito. Well, it makes sense you would react like that. Even I am surprised by this. But if that's the case, we can fight back against the power of the Purple Demon Lord. Anbu-kun. But even if this weakling can fight back, he would still lose in pure power though. True. Marito. Man, even if so, I have been allowed to listen to an even more shocking revelation than that. For now, I have learned that there's a high chance my idea can be used. But I am missing a decisive move. I'm the only one who can use this method. Ilias is making a really bothered expression. Should I tell her? Wait, it is better to not tell the others about this. You may be bothered by it, Lady Ratzel, but I forbid you from asking him about this matter until this is over. Marito. Understood. Ilias. Don't get so visibly dejected. What my friend told me about just now was related to his world. That certainly was a blind spot though. Marito. Ah really? Ilias. I will allow you to condemn him when things are over. Marito. Understood. Ilias. I think I heard a horrible agreement just now. Ilias sensed a variety of things here and looked at me with cold eyes and a face saying, "This guy again." This is the safe action for me. But I feel like she will most likely get mad at me. Marito crossed his arms and took a pensive posture. Marito would take this posture from time to time when he is thinking about complicated stuff. He must be forming a variety of plans inside his head. But in that case, what will you do? Become bait? Marito. This is vexing. Why, Your Majesty? What are you saying all of a sudden? Ilias. We have found a way to make contact with the Purple Demon Lord while opposing the unique power she has. Meaning that my friend can investigate the objective and intentions of the Purple Demon Lord. The thing that must be avoided the most is battling inside the country. If that happens, we will without doubt be enveloped in the flames of war. The need to gather information directly is high, and we will need someone to take the duty of luring the Purple Demon Lord out if we intend to battle her. Marito. The method might be unexpectedly easy. She said she had an interest in the Black Wolfkin village. The objective of the merchant she is with is also that. I see. That's the best moment to challenge her. The request will be coming to the nation by today or tomorrow. In order to give permission for this, we have to send a messenger to the Black Wolfkin village, get their permission, then issue a permit. Around 3 days, I would say. There may be no issues if it is just 1 day. But if we were to make it faster or slower than that, the merchant will notice something is off. Marito. We will have to see through the cards of the Purple Demon Lord until then and make preparations. The perfect one for the job would be the Otherworlder who has a countermeasure for the enticement of the Purple Demon Lord. But his battle power is non-existent. It is way too dangerous. Ilias. Of course, I won't let him make contact with the Purple Demon Lord alone. We will prohibit contact with her alone, and we will place the people who have named themselves in constant surveillance. Marito. That's good enough. The people who have fallen into the control of the Purple Demon Lord's enticement can be controlled freely by her as if they were monsters. Moreover, while still maintaining the will of the other party. In other words, they betray their allies while still aware that they are allies. For example, in the case Ilias is controlled, the information regarding the Taizu King and the Earthling will be completely exposed to the Purple Demon Lord. The strength of Ilias herself moving to the enemy would be dangerous too. Moreover, there's a limit to the amount of people that can take countermeasures for it. Don't worry about that, Ilias. I have confidence in being the most cowardly out of anyone here. I won't exert myself more than anyone. That may be true, but... Ilias. Speaking of which, according to the Gold Demon Lord who has experienced her simulated worlds, Lord Ragudo is above the Purple Demon Lord if it is in pure battle power. It means that, if we set the field properly, she is an opponent we can win against. Meaning that Gradona has a chance too. It should be safe to assume Ilias can put up a good fight as well. Looks like Lord Ragudo is getting somewhat motivated here. An enemy that I could win against if we were to fight properly. The issue would be to make it a proper battle. Ragudo. Right. But she obviously knows the name of Lord Ragudo at least, so if we were to make them clash carelessly, Lord Ragudo might end up in the hands of the enemy at worst. Marito. That would be the worst. But I think Anbu-kun would be able to fight her without worrying about that. My apologies, but because of certain circumstances, I can't fight the Demon Lords. If His Majesty is exposed to danger, I will bring him with me and escape. Anbu-kun. I did faintly feel that was the case because of how unmotivated you were, but I don't want to know the reason, so it is okay to not tell me. Honestly speaking, if I were to fight seriously, the Green Demon Lord would move. Anbu-kun. Even more dangerous talk. Alright, don't fight. I don't know the logic, but it seems like it brings some sort of effect on the Green Demon Lord. We are already having trouble with one Demon Lord, so I would like to avoid actions that would stimulate the present strongest Demon Lord sleeping right by the side of the country. In the end, I have no choice but to lead the Purple Demon Lord skillfully. By the way, is it possible to tell the difference between people who have been enticed? I wonder. I won't know until I investigate. Anbu-kun. It should be safe to assume the merchant she brought with her is under her control. If we can investigate that person somehow, we might be able to set some defining points. First, I will make contact with the merchant, investigate the enticement power, and form an even safer countermeasure. I have to distinguish between whether I should get her to trust me and negotiate with her or eliminate her the next time I make contact with the Purple Demon Lord. In the case of a negotiation, I will have to find a good point of compromise. In the case we have to eliminate her, I will lead her all the way to the Black Wolfkin forest, and battle her on our way there or our way back. Of course, I have to make sure this plan is not discovered by her in that time frame. In the case the Purple Demon Lord moves herself, there's a high chance she will approach Ilias or someone close to her. That would mean she would approach Knights, or even Maya-san or Sarah depending on the information she gets. In that case, We have to make contact with the Purple Demon Lord quickly to narrow her avenues. Are you going to reveal to her that you are a resident of the same planet as Yugura? Marito. No, that would be after having investigated her further. It would be unbearable if she were to throw her resentment at me, no questions asked. However, it is a possible choice if she is someone who moves carefully. I won't make contact with her as an earthling, but as someone from Taizu, and draw her attention. Leading her won't be difficult if I can make her think I will be able to gain information from this guy. If the Purple Demon Lord is the type that moves carefully, I can bring my hair and eye color back and appeal to her, and I will naturally get her complete attention. They might actually be the ones making a move on the way to the Black Wolfkin Forest. If we get them by surprise there, we might instead have a high chance of winning. Now then, in that case. Yeah. It would take this form. I will have Egdoik as my bodyguard when I make contact with the Purple Demon Lord. His face and name are not known, so the risks can be lowered. What? Ilias. Don't make that reaction. The days other than that are more dangerous, you know. Really? Ilias. Obviously. When facing the Purple Demon Lord directly, the only danger is right in front. But on other days, there's the chance she will use her devils instead. The latter would be more dangerous since she can get us by surprise. The former, we can just run away if the atmosphere gets dicey. You may be superior when it comes to a fight, Ilias. But when it comes to running away, it is easier with Egdoik, who excels in stealth magic. The opponent has the power of enticement. She will most likely try to use that instead of aiming recklessly for my life. However, if she were to throw devils at us, that changes the rules. It isn't a great situation. But in that scenario, Ilias would be more suitable as a bodyguard for her pure battle power. Got it. That certainly is true. This is not an issue of me being able to fight better after all. Ilias. The merchant in question should be going to Ban-san's place since yesterday. The planned location for the construction of his store should have progressed, and will most likely propose heading to the Black Wolfkin village soon. We will be the ticket for that. We have enough information about the Black Wolfkin village, so we should be able to manage somehow. I trust you on that front, but is it okay to ask you about the thing that bothers me the most? Ilias. What? You will require a certain degree of trust before you can obtain information from the Purple Demon Lord. You had such a function? Ilias. Yeah, I do. It is a standard for an earthling. I feel like my perception of earthlings is going to change. Ilias. I sat at a bench in one of the plazas in Taizu and silently observed the cityscape. This is troubling. With my shoe broken, I can't walk in a satisfying manner, right? I am currently wearing shoes that have one heel broken. It is not like it is impossible to walk with, but walking in a vast country with bad balance would be burdensome. And so, I ordered the pawn to request brand new shoes. It will be on the way back from his business meeting, so I have no choice but to kill most of my time in this plaza. But it is not that boring. I haven't lived in a manner that would make something of this degree feel painful. What should I do tomorrow? Should I go to the company together with the pawn for now? I was remembering the little bit of information that I was told by Scarlet on my way to this country. I was thinking of that person. The information I gained from the few soldiers of Ghani before coming here through enticement is that a young man with black hair and black eyes came to Ghani to inspect. Moreover, he was apparently staying for a long time in the residence at the side of Gold's castle. It is most definitely the resident of Yugura's planet that was in Taizu. And then, with him giving Gold his knowledge, the plan I prepared turned into foam. I already know that he has returned to Taizu. I have already surrounded this country. A report will be given to me immediately if he were to move. I wonder what kind of person he is. If he was something like Yugura, I wouldn't really like it. There's no way I wouldn't be interested in someone who understood me. How should I play with him once I entice him? I still only have a few devils infiltrated in this country, but there's no need to hurry. They have the Mauler of everything and Archbishop of the Yugura Church, Maya. I might get noticed if we move carelessly. I just have to take my time searching for him. I have obtained a different entertainment from that after all. That sensation still remains. Yesterday, I wandered around the city without any real objective in mind and not really gathering information, but I couldn't find the resident of Yugura's planet. A shoe broke, and I had to continue walking through the city all lost in an unbalanced posture. I then sat down with a bit of fatigue and annoyance. At that moment, there was a man that spoke to me. A man that didn't really have any remarkable traits. It is hard for me to remember him even if I tried. The woman by his side was pretty skilled, but that doesn't matter. I ended up saying a random name on the fly, but now that I think about it, that it was a weird name. It must be because of the useless miscellaneous knowledge Yugara taught me. He carried a complete stranger like me and guided me around. Now that I think about it, how long has it been since someone has helped me out themselves? Most likely before I became a demon lord. Things would always go my way with the pawns I have enticed. That's why I have no inconveniences or hardships. However, I couldn't bring too many human pawns with me and an inconvenience happened. Because of that fresh and trivial sensation, I unconsciously tried to entice him, and asked him his name. But he didn't introduce himself and just smiled kindly as he left. He not only helped me out, he didn't ask for a reward either. It was just pure kindness. Bringing back just one person is fine, but I'm beginning to want him too. The Purple Demon Lord has the fearsome power of being able to entice any being and control them. But because of that power, she hasn't been able to form a proper human relationship. She is also a maiden with heavy prejudices. How did things turn out like this? That's what I muttered in my heart. I made contact with the Purple Demon Lord the other day, and decided to gain her trust to gather information. She is the demon lord that left the most scars in the world. If we were to provoke her carelessly, we might even end up changing this Taiza into a battlefield. That's how serious it felt. I made Ilias feel uneasy despite having decided to protect her, and I have also lost my main weapon for battle. It is not like I am facing this with half-assed emotions. That's not the case, but oh my, what's the matter? Is there something on my face? No, you are beautiful. My, I am happy to hear that. I am currently facing that Purple Demon Lord and having lunch. This happened the next morning of our strategy meeting. The merchant that came from Kiwama requested permission through Ban-san to inspect the Black Wolfkin village and said he wanted to make use of the specialty products of Taiza in the store he is going to open. The trades of the Black Wolfkin village are currently being intermediated at present by Ban-san's company, but it is not like he is monopolizing it all. Even if the place of Ban-san is enough as the company of Taizu, an opportunity to make trades with the products of Kiwama would be beneficial for the Black Wolfkins too. In the eyes of the Taizu country, the Black Wolfkins are within their territory and are compatriots, as long as it doesn't affect the commerce inside the country negatively too much. They want to provide a certain degree of freedom, and so, they readily consented as a country. And they quickly contacted the Black Wolfkin village and made an appointment. By the way, the one who was chosen as the intermediary was me, the otherworlder. It was a decision after thinking of a way to get acquainted with the merchant first in order to make contact with the Purple Demon Lord and bring her along with us when heading to the Black Wolfkin forest. But to think the Purple Demon Lord would be accompanying him. She went, oh my, we reunited pretty fast? And was surprised. I am the one that's surprised. There was the possibility for her to show up in the business meetings, but I thought it would be when the negotiations were not going well or when things had shaped up a bit more. Looks like I judged wrongly. By the way, the name of the merchant is Tort-san. He is apparently a friend of affluent families. Tort-san doesn't look like a puppet at a glance. He gave me the impression that he is a man that's dedicated to his trade. But there were also strange points. He began the business discussion politely at first, but the Purple Demon Lord suddenly interjected. Hey Tort. It would be troubling if we put too much work on them, so how about compiling what your plans are in a file? Things like that are normally made when both sides have conversed and have confirmed points of compromise. But Tort-san agreed immediately to this. He said he would make them immediately and left, leaving the Purple Demon Lord alone. It could look like a gullible merchant, but I could only see this as him being a puppet of hers, and it was pretty scary. If we managed to create a situation where it is only me, my bodyguard, and the Purple Demon Lord, that would be nice, but I managed that on the very first day. As for the Purple Demon Lord that was left there, she seemed to be strangely interested in me and invited me to lunch. And so, that brings us to the present. Ekdoik doesn't have much of a presence, but he is by my side. Speaking of which, the lady that was by your side the other day, I thought she was your bodyguard, but she is not with you today? Yukari. Yeah, I normally ask Ekdo to be my bodyguard. Her skills with the sword are better, but there's a limit to the places I can go to if it is not a guy, you see. Ekdoik bows lightly. He is not leaking out hostility or wariness. Nice. Just in case, I decided to call Ekdoik with the nickname Ekdo. With this, the danger of his name being known decreases, and even if I am on the verge of calling him by his real name, I can endure it. In the middle, I have already contacted Bansan, Wolf, and the others to call him as such. I couldn't hide my name here, so I have told her. According to the information we got from Ekdoik, Ray 8 doesn't know my name, and we have countermeasures, so I want to believe it is fine. If I were to suddenly tell her to call me by a nickname, she would get wary. And if I were to give her a false name and she has the ability to see through lies like the clergy of the Yugara Church, it would be fatal. You two were giving off the faint smell of alcohol, so I thought you were close. Yukari. I would say we are close. I acknowledge her as a reliable bodyguard after all. By the way, dear, are you married? Yukari. No, I am a bachelor. I don't have a girlfriend either. Oh my, even though you are a wonderful gentleman. Yukari. She asked me a variety of questions, but they were all personal questions like my hobbies and my standing. It doesn't feel like she is trying to figure out whether I am the Earthling. Also, she hasn't called my name. The Purple Demon Lord's enticement requires her to call the name of the person in front of the person themselves. So, regardless of whether it succeeds or not, I told Ekdoik to be careful. Could it be that she has formed habits to not use her ability carelessly, just like how I don't use common first-person pronouns like or and watashi? The only name she has called is the one of Tort-san. Even when referring to Ban-san just a few moments ago, she said the landlord of the manor, even though she knows the name of Ban-san. How about accompanying us, bodyguard? Yukari. I am fine. Please act as if I am not present. Ekdoik. Really? I kind of feel bad for the bodyguard. Yukari. It is his job after all. Even though she could call him Ekdo-san, she doesn't. Is she really avoiding it purposely? But most of all, the gaze of the Purple Demon Lord is burning me. She is staring intently at what I do. When our eyes make contact, she would smile extremely gently. This has quite the destructive power. I can feel pure adult charm from her compared to the precocious Gold Demon Lord. Are you free later? I would like you to guide me around the city if possible. Yukari. Yeah, I don't mind. But what about Tort-san? It is okay. He is my friend and married, you know. There's no issues with whatever happens between you and me. Yukari. She really does like me here, right? Even if I was kind to her the other day, would you really get this much of a favorable impression? I normally excel in gauging my distance with others, but that is messing me up here instead. If the affection meter was at around 10 when we met, it is currently at around 90 now. But I still have barely any info on her. Maybe she digested my kindness afterwards and her affection increased? No, it went up way too much. I should judge this as some sort of scheme. Maybe she has already progressed in her information gathering and has reached to my identity by trailing Ilias. I'm beginning to get trust issues here. Right, my shoe broke, so I had spare shoes prepared. But we have the chance here for me to choose them myself, right? Yukari. That's true. If you are going to be staying in Taizu for a while, you will have a lot of opportunities to do shopping, so I will guide you around. And so, we walk around the city together, but she is hugging my arm for some reason. Her eyes are directed at me. Excuse me, Yukari-san? Oh, what's the matter? Yukari. You see, I was thinking you were awfully close to me. Is that so? Yukari. This is way beyond scary. I can't even enjoy the sensation. Are all demon lords so easily infatuated? There's no way that's the case. She doesn't show such skinship with Tort-san and Ekdoik. It is fine if you don't mind, Yukari-san. Yeah, I don't. I would even say this is desirable. Yukari. Mix or Ilias are probably observing this from somewhere. They might be worried that I am already under her control. Isn't he being controlled already? Mr. Friend is so popular. It seems like he is flustered here, so I think he is still fine though. Mix. That's true. If he were controlled, there would be no reason to resist. No wait, he is not resisting. Ilias. I thought he accepted to become the bait and make contact with the Purple Demon Lord after a lot of resolve. But then I am hit with this development. They are getting along to a shocking degree. The only times when I have seen him walking so close to someone is when he is dealing with a drunk Rakura. He is walking together with her despite their arms being linked. There's slight awkwardness from him, but he doesn't look like he dislikes it. By the way, I am currently following them with Mix-sama. We had Egdoik cast presence erasure and invisibility on us, and we acted in a way that won't draw attention to us. My usual sword has a magic seal stone embedded in it, so I am currently walking around with a sword around the same size. It is so light, it is a bit unreliable. The so-called decorum of an earthling is impressive. To think that, after the gold demon lord, he would charm the purple demon lord too. I don't think that's the same here, but maybe his face is attractive to demon lords. Charm in his outward appearance. I don't feel it that much from him. I have experienced unease and frailness from it countless times though. He would normally show an unfriendly expression to me and Rakura, and anger at times too, and yet, towards Wolf, his way of speaking turns kind, but his expression doesn't change that much. I feel like his expression was softer only when talking to Karagia and Ban. His expression was really kind the other day when he was talking about his cat in his previous world. If he made a face like that on the regular, he would have become a more likable young man though. The refreshing smile of Mr. Friend packed quite the punch, but he hasn't shown such signs yet. What's with that? I have seen him smile often, but they are all evil-looking ones. I can think of a few instances where he has smiled normally, but I have not seen any to that degree. I am curious about this. But this is not the time for that. I pay attention to the surroundings, things like the shadows, the openings of buildings, and the windows, seeing whether there's any third parties observing them. According to Egdoik, low-rank devils have no will, and there are cases when they would always be by the side of their ruler to fulfill their role. If it is the purple demon lord who rules over all the devils in the Magus Nether, it wouldn't be strange for her to hide one or two devils around. I don't see anything off as of now aside from him and the purple demon lord. So it seems. But it is a situation where they might end up alone at any moment. Let's stay on our toes here. The location the two headed to was a shoe store. They chose shoes there all amicably and she bought a pair after making him choose. After that, it was a clothing store, accessory store, general store. They went to a whole variety of stores. By the way, Egdoik could be considered present, but he has pretty much melted into the background. This is like a tryst. The purple demon lord certainly does seem to be in a really good mood. He seems to be a lot less nervous now. It feels like he is interacting with her in his natural state. Speaking of which, I haven't spent time with him shopping around in that manner I have with Sarah though. That's nice. Even though we are on edge here following them. I would like to spend a day off with Mr. Friend like this. I think we would be able to talk for hours about Anisama. I feel like he would be the one who wouldn't last, but let's not say that. It might be a good idea to invite him to a weapons store next time. He must have finished guiding her around to most places. They were now walking around the market, and checking the street stalls. We have been casted invisibility magic, so moving around crowds is a lot of work. We have to be wary of pedestrians the whole time or we would crash into them. Mix-sama and I were busily moving left and right. By the way, Egdoik is pretty good. Even though he is inside such a crowd, he is maintaining the same distance from him the whole time. From what I can see, I feel like he has used the repelling magic around them. Wouldn't they notice that? They probably have. But it is on a small scale, and he most likely notified them that this is in order to make it easier for them to walk in a crowd. What a convenient spell. If we speak of just versatility as a bodyguard, I have no choice but to acknowledge that he is one step ahead of me. Him saying my battle power is higher than Egdoik is the only saving here, but I must improve myself without getting complacent. There are times when my eyes would make contact with Egdoik, and then he would show me a gesture of placing a hand on his ear. What does he mean by that? Right. What I took at was a part of Egdoik's chains. He said he would contact me when something happened, but I didn't know how to use it at all, so I have just left it in my pocket for now. Do I just have to push it onto my ear? What are you doing inside the crowd? Move atop buildings, Egdoik. The voice of Egdoik came through the chains and seeped into my flesh and bones. He is not moving his mouth, so he must be sending his thoughts. What a convenient spell. Lady Ratzel, is that Egdoik Donos? Yeah. He told us to move on top of the buildings because it is a better view. That sounds like a good plan. We can move at once if something happens after all. Makes. Won't it stand out? Right, we are invisible. Ilias. This is my first time doing a stealth mission like this, so I don't really know what to do. Let's listen to the instructions of Egdoik obediently. The Purple Demon Lord is interacting amicably with Comrade as of present. If I had to point out anything that bothers me, it would be that she has the tendency to avoid saying names on purpose. Egdoik. We continued observing them from on top of the buildings as I listened to the call of Egdoik together with Mix-sama by holding the ends of the chain. We can't ask questions on our side, which is a downside, but this is still convenient to a degree where it doesn't lose to the secret technique of the Yugara Church. I have used repelling magic to a degree where they instinctively avoid us and it is harder for others to perceive us. I am using it with the acknowledgement of the two. Told them that it was in order to walk more easily in this crowd. It would be troubling if he were to meet someone close to him and they end up blowing it after all. If you pay attention as you chase after us, there won't be any issues, but there's the possibility that you will lose sight of us if you let your eyes wander for too long, so stay attentive. Egdoik. Egdoik Dono is being pretty careful here, too. Makes. True. If he were to meet Sarah here, there's the possibility she would point out the color of his hair. Ilias. We will be heading to the North Plaza to take a break. Egdoik. It seems like they have begun moving. Let's follow them too. We bought a decent amount of things by the time I noticed. I don't know if it is because she is being considerate with me or she doesn't want to occupy both of my hands, but it is fortunate that it is an amount that I can carry with one hand. I sat at a bench and took a break. The Purple Demon Lord saw that state of mine and giggled. Foo-foo, sorry about that. You must be tired of me dragging you around, right? Yukari. Rather than the walking, it was more the nervousness and fatigue from being together with you though. Oh my, did you dislike being with me? Yukari. It has simply been a while since I have treated a woman as a woman. Ilias and the others are friends, so there aren't many instances where I would have to be aware of each other as the opposite gender as I act. I am of course being careful in the bathroom and when changing at the house, but that's for self-preservation. As for the people who interact with me while being conscious that I am a man, they would be Makura, Mix, and the Gold Demon Lord. Mix gives that boyish vibe, and I can't take away that feeling of precocious from the Gold Demon Lord. You could say Rakura is the most feminine out of them, but I can't let go of the feeling that she is a useless friend, so it is hard to be conscious of it. There's barely any opportunities for me to be seen as a man, and for me to be conscious of someone as a woman and interacting with her as such. While I was thinking this, the Purple Demon Lord tilted her body and entrusted her body onto my shoulder. Hey, dear. Are you hiding something from me? Yukari. What are you talking about? I can tell that your emotions are shaking just like my feelings towards you. But I feel like yours is from something else. I am curious about those feelings. Yukari. This is a bit bad. I certainly do feel like I have been thinking an unnecessary amount. It would be great if I could say it is purely from being nervous, but I have been distrusting her this whole time that maybe there's something behind all this. Of course she would notice after feeling like that the whole day. I have a habit of falling in thought about a variety of things. It is nothing. I see. Are you someone who lies to me? Yukari. Yes, if necessary. Do you hate lies? I don't mind being deceived if it is by your lies. Yukari. I can't get a grasp of the distance. This is pretty rough on me. But she is seeing me favorably even if it is on the outside. In that case, it should be okay to get a bit closer to her. Excuse the question, but can you tell me the reason why you have opened up to me this much? Oh my, you want to know about such a small thing? Yukari. This is the first time I have been liked this much without anything in return, you see. Really? You helped me out when I was troubled, didn't introduce yourself, and didn't ask for a reward. Isn't that enough? Yukari. For me, it was just a brief instant though. Everything I have wanted to do, what I wished for, I had others fulfill them for me. No one can refuse my requests. That's why there's actually really few people who would provide me with things regardless of my will. Yukari. She must be talking about her enticement power. She is speaking about a pretty deep part of herself. It is true that the will of the Purple Demon Lord will always go through since she can control others. That would end up becoming the regular. If she speaks to someone, they will end up helping her out just as she wishes. It certainly would be rare for people to provide a helping hand on their own will with that preamble. That would mean she has never formed a proper relationship with others until now. I don't even have to switch my consciousness to understand. She is similar. That would look like the colors of life are faded. Yes, it is really lonely. No matter how much I obtain, it doesn't fulfill me, you know? Yukari. She must also be someone who is fed up by life. A normal human would happily utilize the power of freely controlling others. They would grant their desires without end. That's because they know just how difficult it is to form a relationship with others, just how much trouble it would save if they could control them freely. But she has no such awareness. She has barely any interaction with people and their emotions. I see, so that's why she goes as far as seeking the displeasing sensation of the hierarchy curse. Her heart doesn't resonate unless you stimulate it heavily. That's how faded her world is. Her life before becoming a demon lord must have been an isolated one where she didn't have any opportunity to make contact with others. And then, once she became a demon lord, she got into the overwhelming easy mode. The only ones that could affect her were other demon lords and Yugara. That's why she continued seeking things and getting them. The result of that must have been the creation of the biggest nether in the world. Let's stop my thoughts there. More than this and I will end up trying to overlap with her. How was your day today? Right. You were reflected clearly in my eyes. I think I enjoyed it. Is it okay for me to ask for your help more? Yukari. Of course. I will also arrange it so I can head together with you to the Black Wolfkin village. I think the messenger that headed to the village will be returning today or tomorrow. I see. I am looking forward to it. Yukari. That's how I parted ways with Yukari-san for today. The first place I headed to was a certain room in the castle. The place Marito told me to come to when things end today. They will be checking whether me and Dekdoik are under the effects of the enticement. The check took more than 1 hour. The first thing was a confirmation of our internal mana, and we were questioned about a variety of things. This strict inspection reminds me that the girl that was smiling gleefully just a few moments ago was one of the most fearsome demon lords in the world. She is an heretical being in this world. I felt that was really sad. I separated from him and returned to the lodging. Tort was immersing himself in his work just as ordered. It would be troubling if he were to collapse from lack of sleep. So I gave him detailed instructions which served in part as a break. I sunk down in the bathtub and reminisced about my day. I didn't expect to reunite with him this soon. I also managed to ask for his name, and managed to stay with him for a day. He said that my life must look like it is faded. Those words really clicked with me. Even when thinking of the past, I would barely feel any color in the scenery. The only scenes I could remember clearly were when I tasted pain or made others taste it. As for my memories of before becoming a demon lord, everything is hazy. It is like an old book that has been soaked in water. He managed to see through a general picture of my upbringing just from a single utterance of mine. Foo. Just how much did he comprehend me there? I am faintly convinced here. He is hiding something. This is not through my power as a demon lord. This is most likely the natural instinct of when I was a human which I haven't used in a long time. It might be easy to reach a conclusion if I were to make use of it. No, even if I didn't do that, this would be settled with a single word of mine if I used my enticement. But that's such a waste. As if I would allow that. If he were to fall into being my loyal puppet, I am sure that will be the end. I would be able to feel the satisfaction of drawing him into my side. I might be able to admire him after that. However, the emotions I am enjoying right now, the feelings I desire from him, would surely end right then and there. If it were the usual, I would have made others into my puppets the moment I heard their name. But I endured using it this time around. How irritating, roundabout. But that's what makes it good. His reactions being cold are to be praised. Everything is fun. But I ended up thinking, for how long will this relationship last? He was the person that was introduced to Tort by the nation to become the bridge between him and the Black Wolfkin village. In other words, once the negotiations with the Black Wolfkins are over, our connection will wane. It may be possible to meet him afterwards, but he might stop trying to meet me. I don't want that. The shadows around begin to stir the moment the purple demon lord spoke with emotion in her voice. Are they trying to improve the mood of the demon lord, or are they resonating with the rise in her emotions? The purple demon lord doesn't understand those intricacies there and has no intention to. They are simply beings that move loyally at her every order after all. Right. Let's give you guys work too. I grant you permission to rampage. It is okay to wave about that power of yours as you please. Got it? The shadows moved again and eventually returned to being shadows. Within the silence where the devils had disappeared and not even their presence could be felt anymore, the purple demon lord stared at the ceiling with a blank face. I don't see anything off with Mr. Friend. Same with Ekdoik. Marito sighed for now at the report of Anbu-kun, who I can't see. The others also sighed in relief. Ekdoik is here instead of Lord Ragudo today. And then there's the two who were tailing me. In the end, she simply asked for the name of Comrade, but didn't say his name once. I will write down what Comrade and the purple demon lord talked about. Wait for a bit. Ekdoik. Saying this, Ekdoik controlled the chains and made them hold several pens. And then, they began to write on several papers at the same time. Are you a typewriter? No, what's outstanding here is that he memorized all the conversations until now, and is able to output them all at the same time. I read what was written down just in case. There's not a single mistake in any word. On top of that, there's annotations pointing out what kind of movements were there at that time. The results of the observations from Ilias and Mix were also included in this. Scary. Hey, Ekdoik, how about aspiring to be an Anbu of Taizu? It is true that I might want someone as skilled as him. Marito. I have my ambition of increasing the reputation of Rakurasulf. I have no intention of being under someone until I achieve this. Ekdoik. There's no choice but to have my friend work hard on that front. Marito. Dear Akurasulf, there's a talented man who is wasting his techniques and potential for your sake. I won't ask you to become someone else, but can't you become a bit more decent for his sake? By the way, what Rakura is doing today is making her own fruit wine at home. What is she doing? But well, a certain someone was the one who gave her the knowledge, so I can't really scold her too strongly. Her bills in the eateries are always over the realm of reasonable. So I propose to her, if you want to drink booze that much, how about making it yourself at home? She is quite the self-interested girl, immediately moving to action the moment I gave her an instruction manual. Phew, she has taken more of a liking to you than I thought. It is as if Yugura has instilled in the demon lords to take a liking to earthlings. Marito. I thought that, but the gold demon lord hates Yugura, so I don't think that's the case. Please tell me your blunt opinion about this. Marito. I tell him a variety of things I realized when interacting with the purple demon lord. The point of notice should be the fact that she is bad at forming human relationships. Because of how big the power Yugura gave her, there's barely any effort and experience in that front. It is the same as how the gold demon lord can do high efficiency planning by using the simulated worlds, but her perception towards the events of reality are diluted. And what the person herself wants is a variety of sensations. She is doing many things for the sake of this, but because she relied on the big power that is enticement, a tragedy must have happened to her in the past. This is my deduction. You have diagnosed her pretty in depth. Ilias. Don't worry, Ilias. I have not used the usual yet. This much is simply a deduction from the information in front of me. On the contrary, if I had used the usual, I could have spoken with almost absolute certainty, but this time around it doesn't leave the realm of speculation. I see, that's fine then. So your brain can turn even without having to use it. Ilias. Obviously, it is just a difference of completely absorbing myself into overlapping with their emotions and standing, but my information analysis is still the same. Even if a powerful knight using outside measures were to fight in a proper manner instead, it is not like they would suddenly get drastically weak. Without the action of overlapping with the other party to understand them, there's the possibility that this deduction is wrong. The more the other side excels in wits, the higher the chance of this being taken advantage of instead. Right now the actions of the purple demon lord have consistency. It doesn't feel like she has several cards, but this is pretty demotivating. With how things are going, it should be easy to have the purple demon lord accompany you to the Black Wolfkin village. What remains is how to settle this. Marito. I will leave that to the members that can do battle. That's out of my expertise. The messenger sent to the Black Wolfkin village will be returning tonight. An official appointment was made, but this will most likely fall through afterwards. If Tortsam returns to normal, we could have him continue the trade as it is, but it is most likely gonna be difficult. Should I say out loud what I am thinking? But, not looking too into it. Did she hit you in the feelings? Marito. A bit. If it were to the degree of the Gold Demon Lord, I would even go as far as asking whether we can let her go, but Considering the damage in the past, it is a bit. It seems like Marito has seen through my thoughts. Of course he would. He read our exchanges of the day. Marito would be able to notice the changes in my emotions. The offense of the Gold Demon Lord was simply making a small nether. She was murdered by Yugura afterwards. Compared to that, the Purple Demon Lord stole more human territory than any Demon Lord, and has given birth to a nether that still brings about harm to many. She enticed the brave warriors that the people resisting were relying on, and made them betray them. Even if Yugura brought retribution to her and lost her life once, there's barely any who would forgive those sins of hers. Your prejudice towards the Purple Demon Lord must be low since you weren't born in this world. In that case, it can't be helped that you would get attached to her by imagining her empty life. Marito. When I am doing excessive overlapping comprehension, I try to make a clear separation. If I didn't, I wouldn't be able to return once I am dyed by the thoughts of a villain or a lunatic. But I have sealed that this time around. I am feeling her environment with my pure state. Because of how rich my imagination is in my natural state, her lonely life showed up in my eyes and it was painful. I don't know if I could have held out if I didn't have the previous experience with Wolf. If it is someone who we can reach an understanding with, I would like to, but she has already infiltrated Taizu, so we have to solve this with the most effective method. As long as it is going well, we have no choice but to go with this. There's no assurance I haven't fallen under the power of enticement even if I am not aware of it. Please use me and Ekdoik as pawns since we have made contact with her. Got it. Please concentrate on your role as a pawn. I will direct the killing intent. Marito. I shouldn't get too deeply involved in this. I thought that, but the situation developed in an unexpected manner. The messenger didn't return from the Black Wolfkin village even after the next day. You need to go through a cave in a mountain in order to reach the forest where the Black Wolfkins live. I heard the trees in the forest that were on the way there were lumbered by the knights after it was discovered, and a road has been made, wide enough for a small wagon to cross. If it were a pack horse, it could take time, but a warhorse should be able to come and go in one day. The messenger traveled by warhorse. Marito swiftly ordered 5 knights to head to the Black Wolfkin village, but they were not returning even past noon. I can only think something has happened here. It is about time I have to meet Tort-san. We have already told them that we will be bringing the documents that have the signature of Grandma from the Black Wolfkins, but at this rate, that won't be possible. I am back. Ekdoik showed up. I had him follow the 5 knights after they were sent off just in case. Ekdoik. What happened to the messenger and the investigation team? They are okay. However, there's a bit of trouble. Ekdoik. Trouble? Devils? Ekdoik. According to Ekdoik, several devils have been confirmed in a cave of a certain mountain in Taizu. The 5 managed to head to the village without issues. When they did, they found the messenger staying at the village. When the 5 and the messenger headed back to the cave, a dizzying amount of devils blocked the path out of the darkness and attacked them. They were pushed back by the way to abnormal numbers, and when they retreated to the village of the Black Wolfkins, the devils didn't pursue. The knights are apparently still in the village. How did you get back, Ekdoik? I flew. Ekdoik. Right, you can do that. After Ekdoik grasped the situation, he soared into the sky, went up the mountain, and returned to Taizu. He really is beyond human. I could have brought a few people back with me, but I was simply tasked with secretly tailing them, so I returned alone. Ekdoik. That's fine. But devils, huh? How were their numbers and the quality? They were all lesser devils that aren't worth attention. But their numbers were abnormal. There were more than 1,000 with just a cursory check of the presences. Ekdoik. How do you hide so many in a narrow cave like that? Devils can normally melt their form into the darkness. That must be why they didn't notice on their way in. Ekdoik. I'm impressed. You could follow them without the devils noticing you. The quality of our blending in magic is just different. They can only hide in the shadows, but I can hide even in the shadows of other people. Ekdoik. There's no devil types within the monsters that show up in Taizu. There's no doubt this is the handiwork of the Purple Demon Lord. What's the reason? Did she notice our intention? But her actions are weird for that to be the case. Let's think of the reason for this action and predict what will happen. So that's how it is. The Purple Demon Lord wants to buy time, huh? If the messenger doesn't come back, I can't bring Tort-san with me to the Black Wolfkin village. That's the natural conclusion, but she has gone for quite the bold method. As for the reason to delay it, Could it be that she wants to prolong the time she can be with you? Marito. If Tort-san were to go to the village, have a business discussion with them, and make a store, he would end up having to return to Kyoama. The Purple Demon Lord would naturally have to go back with him. If she wants to be together with me, there's plenty of methods like becoming the shop manager though. No, she most likely wants me to be the one coming to meet her. To think I would be this liked. But this is a grave situation. The cave leading to the village of the Black Wolfkins has been occupied. We will need to organize a night expedition at once. Marito. If it is devil subjugation, it is the time for Maya-san to shine as a cleric and also Rakura. Ekdoik's expression turned brighter when he heard it is the turn of Rakura. Even with this, he hates Rakura, you know. Can you believe that? Ooh, a precious opportunity for Rakura Sulf then. Ekdoik. But won't she run away if she hears it is against more than 1,000 devils? She won't. The devil den of mine father Begligged had over 10,000 devils. There were mid-rank and high-rank, and even the great devil that was mine father. Ekdoik. Rakura is impressive for being able to wipe that out. The Lino division was called at once and the cleric unit with Maya-san as the lead was formed. Rakura was complaining about how she hadn't finished pickling her fruit wine, but she was dragged by Maya-san forcefully. After that, I had a talk with Tort-san again at the residence of Ban-san. Of course, together with the Purple Demon Lord. There's no change in the state of the two. Actually, the messenger that headed to the Black Wolfkins village is taking a while to return. It seems like it will take a bit of time before we can head to the village. Well, did an issue happen over there? Tort. There might be having issues with the negotiations. My deepest apologies for making you wait. You don't really mind, right? Tort? We would like to negotiate with the Black Wolfkins, but there's the advantage that we can make your branch store here. Yukari. Right. Even without the special products, this can serve as a bridge for trades between Taizu and Kyoama. Of course, I would like to continue trying to negotiate with them though. Tort. But we would like constant reports about the progress, right? Can we request this of you, dear? Yukari. I am fine with that. There's also the making of the branch store, so I will most likely be associating with you two for a good while, but please take care of me. So there's no mistake she did that for the sake of maintaining her connection with me. After the consultation of the documents Tort-san prepared, he retreated quickly, and I once again ended up alone with the Purple Demon Lord. It is actually 3 people, but Ekdoik is incredible at melting into the background. He is within my peripheral, but his presence must be erased. When my eyes move away from him, I don't feel as if he is there. He has completely moved to the backstage, and it seems like the Purple Demon Lord likes that. It might simply be that she doesn't have any interest in Ekdoik though. We walked around the city again. We went to the places that we didn't manage to go to the other day. I also brought out topics related to the messenger, but she switched the topic, not showing much interest in it. I didn't see any unrest at all on those occasions. I don't know if she is just careful or bold, or both. Her actions towards me are also graceful and aggressive. I can tell that she purely wants to enjoy her time with me. Her actions in order to achieve her objectives may look like they are inconsistent, but she must be earnest here. Whenever I see that smile of hers, my guilt of interacting with her just to set her up was burning me. Now, where next? How about there? Yukari. That's a library. How about borrowing a number of books to stave off boredom? Right. It is not like you will be by my side the whole time after all. Yukari. It is the library I normally use. I haven't entered this place with someone before. There's no one in the house that doesn't read, but there's only one person who buys books. Wolves are mostly all borrowed books. There's a variety of books here. Do you have a recommendation? Yukari. If you want to do something, I recommend you buy that manual there. You will be able to grasp a clear image of what you want to do. I don't really have any noteworthy hobbies. Can you help me find one too? Yukari. Then, let's get a look around. Please check freely as well and see if there's any book that catches your attention. Yukari-san. Yeah, I will do that, okay? Yukari. As someone whose hobby was air charm on Earth, I can be satisfied with just a guide for hobbies. TLN. Air charm refers to a mail-order site for pet supplies for aquarists nationwide. It is a game where you put all the items you want in the cart and get satisfaction from the total amount without actually buying. Greater than. It was difficult to make Wolf understand the greatness of this, so I am having her raise vegetables though. But a hobby the Purple Demon Lord would like, Honestly speaking, if I were to recommend her romance novels in a bookshop in Japan, I feel like she would get hooked by them. Gardening doesn't really suit her that much. Even if pretty flowers would look good on her, she doesn't feel like the type who would raise them. She gives off the vibe of a princess that would show up in stories. A hobby that would make her sweat too much would be a bit. I observe the titles and imagine the purple demon lord getting engrossed in that hobby, and then search for the next book. After repeating that process, I found a single book that might fit the bill. I also found a book of trivia that might serve to kill time. I searched for Yukari-san for a bit, and found her observing a book at the corner. Looks like she grabbed a book and is observing it. What book? A book about the history of mages. I have read that book before. It is a decently popular one, and it was used when teaching Wolf 2. The damage caused by the Magus Nether was written there. Obviously, also about the Purple Demon Lord. Is she reading for the first time about how humans treat her in history? I can't read what she is feeling with just her expression alone though. Sorry for the wait. A history book of Magus. Yes, I was living around Magus a long time ago, so I just got curious, you see? Yukari. Want to buy it? Right, can I ask this of you? Yukari. We finished our shopping and relax at the plaza again. Today she isn't leaning her body onto me, but reading the books she bought. The history book of Magus is obviously not something you get excited about like a novel. It is a learning process of simply reading about the history that's written there. A person with rich imagination would be able to imagine that scenery, but I wonder how it would be for Yukari-san. Hey, do you know about the history of Magus? Yukari. Yes. To a certain extent. I have Yugara church clerics among my acquaintances. I see. Do you know about the Purple Demon Lord too? What do you think about that Demon Lord? Yukari. The Demon Lord that created the biggest nether in the world, the Magus Nether. I am not from Magus, so I have not really thought about it too much. My family has not suffered from harm by monsters, so I have no hate towards monsters, nethers, and demon lords. But Yukari. What kind of reason did the demon lords have to invade the human realm? It is a question I've had. Oh, are demon lords not all beings that bring harm to humans? Yukari. The demon lords that are said to have been defeated by hero Yugara, they all created nethers at varying locations. There were demon lords who invaded the territory where humans lived, but there were others that simply took their spot in a remote place. The purple demon lord is said to have prioritized increasing her camp, but the Black Demon Lord was constantly murdering people. Seeing those individual differences, I end up thinking that maybe the Demon Lords had their respective objectives. Hatred, strife, peace. Objectives are varied. The Gold Demon Lord's reason was something stupid like everyone else was doing it. She told me that the objective of Yukari-san was a desire for absolute control. But was it really the case? It is true that the expansion of the Purple Demon Lord's camp was abnormal compared to the other Demon Lords. This is natural since she didn't fight and was dropping her enticement at each location. It wouldn't be strange to assume she wanted a larger camp and to control many people. What do you think was the reason why the Purple Demon Lord tried to destroy the world? Yukari. At the very least, I don't feel like she hated people. No, rather than saying she hated them or not, it is more like she didn't have much interest in them. Oh, why is that? Yukari. The same as how humans live. There are people who would try to have vast but shallow relationships, and those who try to have deep but compact relationships. Having vast and deep relationships is pretty difficult, so that all depends on the skills of the person themselves. The Purple Demon Lord concentrated on increasing her territory, but I have also learned that the casualties to humans were low on those occasions compared to other demon lords. I think she didn't have much interest in humans. That might be the case. Yukari. Back to the objective. She most likely didn't have one, I guess. Are you saying she left a big scar on the world without a reason? Yukari. Yes, I think she just did so because she could. She could control many monsters and even people, that's why she controlled. It is not that she sought something, but moved because she thought she might be able to gain something from this. That's my current analysis. Will she react? Yukari-san flipped the pages as she silently nodded. Yeah, I am sure that's the case. But what did the Purple Demon Lord gain? Yukari. I feel like she gained a whole lot of pent-up resentment, but I don't think she herself gained anything. The power of the Demon Lord was massive and could easily do many things. Because she gained them, she couldn't find worth in them. Even so, she thought she might be able to gain something from it. Judging from her reaction, I must be mostly right here. Yukari-san is silently listening to me. The purple demon lord you speak of sounds just like me? Yukari. The scale is different though. But with your hair and eyes, I might be able to believe it if you were to tell me that. Purple hair and eyes that remind me of amethyst. Purple hair is not that rare in this world. Even Egdoik has dark purple hair. However, Yukari-san is the only one I know who has purple that shines endlessly bright. With how bewitching she is, if she had introduced herself as the Purple Demon Lord, I would have believed it even if it had been on our first meeting. She must have been satisfied with this conversation somehow. Yukari-san returned to her lodging. I was once again inspected and was deemed safe. This is just a possibility, but Yukari-san is purposely trying to not rely on the power of enticement. Maybe she wants to enjoy her relationship with me without relying on that. If she turns me into a puppet, I would just be the same as a doll that responds just as she wants. So, Marito, what was the state of the cave? Can't say much good about it. A call came from Maya through the communication crystal. The devils reacted to the purification magic and began fighting back. They judged it would be impossible to have a drawn-out battle inside the cave and retreated. They continue to battle even now, to a degree where the devils won't overflow excessively. There's no deaths thanks to Lord Lino's abilities as a commander, but they are decently exhausted. Marito. They really can't bring out proper strength in such a cramped cave. Who knows how even Rakura is managing there. But for the Lino division to be getting exhausted despite them not falling behind even against undead, their numbers really must be abnormal. How's the state of Rakura? She is so good. The mouth of Lord Lino has been constantly wide open. Most of the devils that entered his vision would be defeated by the time the knights raised and swung down their weapons. Marito. Wow, lesser devils are just a bit above wild animals. In that case, the strength of a cleric who can deal with many of them at the same time would be more pronounced than the knights who can overwhelm them one by one. Also, battling is the only technique that Rakura seriously polished in her life. That quality doesn't fall behind the Tivilius. This might be solved quickly if we leave it to Rakura. No. That Rakura apparently retreated soon after and went to Maya. She said that the total number of devils in that cave is not just 1,000. Marito. According to Egdoik's estimation, there were more than 1,000, but it seems like Rakura can tell their total numbers as a specialist. How many are there? There's 10,000 with just the ones Rakura has confirmed. They have already made several cracks inside the cave and their numbers apparently continue increasing. Marito. The cave that leads to the village of the Black Wolfkins that's in a hidden forest. That's the place that Councillor Sama and the merchant Bansan found together. The messenger and the investigation team apparently passed through this cave. But when I tested detection magic and purification magic, an endless amount of devils popped out from the shadows of the cave. They are not that resilient, so it is possible to wipe them out with the application of the barrier magic's slicing technique, but they are popping out one after the other, and there's no end to them. There's a lot of cases where the corpses of the devils become mana and disperse, but that mana becomes food for the other devils, and if we go about it in this fashion, there's the possibility the remaining devils will grow. If we were to do mana purifications often as a countermeasure, the mana wouldn't be used as feed and disperse. But the mana consumption of purification magic is more intense than other spells, so I don't want to use it on anything aside from big ones. The unit of clerics that Maya-sama brought can attack the devils one-sidedly, but there's a limit to each one's stamina and mana. Maya-sama alone is on a level of her own, but it would be difficult to maintain continuous battles for a long period of time. Also, the physical strength of a cleric isn't that high aside from Maya-sama. Leaving the people of the Lino division to guard the perimeter and having the clerics wipe the enemies out with long-distance attacks is most likely the best move we can do as of present. Councillor Sama is most likely flirting with the Purple Demon Lord right now. I'm so jealous. I would rather be shopping with Councillor Sama, eating delicious food and drinking booze, instead of doing battle here. But Egdoik-san is his bodyguard right now. I can't deal with that person. I feel like it is hard to go against him because of our standings. It is somewhat similar to Councillor Sama, but Councillor Sama doesn't really coerce me to do things, so it is comfortable being with him. I am tired. Rakura. I immediately entered one of the tents and sit on one of the blankets spread out. We continued doing this for around 3 hours, but there was still no end in sight. At this rate, I feel like I will easily surpass the total number of devils I have defeated until now. Thanks for your hard work. The Lino division has set a camp over there, so go ahead and rest there. Maya-sama has been fighting for around the same amount of time as me, and should be exhausted, and yet, she is working industriously. I don't think I would be able to imitate that. I relaxed for a while and Lord Lino entered the tent. Good work out there. We have readied water and food. Replenish yourself if you feel the need to. Lino. Thank you very much, Lord Lino. That said, this is really rough work. I would like to move to the back too and serve as support instead. Rakura. Don't complain. You are the number one when it comes to plain devil extermination speed. I will have you know. Maya. Don't be like that, Maya Dono. Just the fact that we need a lady at the harsh vanguard already makes us feel bad. Lino. Lord Lino is said to be one of the leading knights that hate Ilias-san. According to Counselor Sama, he is simply a straight-laced man who follows Taizu's old tradition of women should act like women. I actually welcome that treatment, so I like him for that. So, Maya-sama, has there been a response from Counselor Sama? Rakura. There was. He said prioritize your lives without getting too absorbed into wiping them out, and investigate their actions. Also that Rakura should have grasped some sort of trend already. Maya. A trend? Well, you could say that. Rakura. I shared to the two what I discovered after fighting the devils. I hope this makes things a bit easier on me. The condition for devils to attack humans is when you try to interfere with the devils using some sort of means inside the cave or when you try to go back. The increase of the devils is intense when it comes to the latter, and if progressed in a half-baked manner, it is to the point where you would have no choice but to run to the Black Wolfkin village. The next thing would be that there's no coordination. I couldn't feel order in the attacks of the devils, most likely because there's no mid-rank or high-rank devils. It was a blind attack that aimed to crush their target to death with numbers. A situation like that was impossible to begin with in the Magus Never. If they were just lesser devils, there would be those who would run away when their brethren are killed in one sweep, but I didn't see a single one escaping this time around. This is basically proof that they are being ordered by someone above them. But there's most likely no one leading them, there's no coordination between them. What can be surmised from this is that the one who gave them the order gave that same order to all the devils. And most of all, the devils who only see humans as food hold no killing intent towards us, which is the creepiest part. Drive away the ones who interfere, don't reject the ones who enter, but don't let the ones trying to come out escape no matter what. Something like that, I guess. I don't feel much killing intent from them after all. Rakura. Right, my analysis was close to that too. So, do you have a good idea? Maya. They have an overwhelming strength in numbers, so there's nothing we can do. There will be barely any injured with the coordination of the knights, but that's only in the time the devils are staying put in the cave. If the orders change in the middle, we might be forced to retreat. Rakura. The devils are currently just on the defensive. They are beasts with no wills that are simply obeying the orders of their master faithfully. I doubt the master won't make a move before those numbers run out. The people of the Black Wolfkin village can self-sustain themselves inside the forest. Even if it were to be prolonged for a bit, I don't think it will affect the lives of the people there. It still makes me uneasy though. They are horrible people who mistreated Wolf-chan as something they called a blight child because of her white hair, so the closing of the entrance might be taken as a sinister omen of sorts. Counselor Sama is the one who thinks at scenarios like this one, so let's rely on him. There's no choice but to wait for the orders of Counselor Sama and King Marito. How about we eliminate the devils within range to a degree where it isn't a burden on us? Rakura. Fume. His Majesty and him. That certainly would be for the best. Lino. So you view Counselor Sama highly, Lord Lino? Rakura. Of course. He is the man that has been acknowledged by His Majesty. A knight captain should be the last person to not view him highly. Lino. If only he directed a bit of that open-heartedness on Ilias-san. But this isn't the time to be talking about that. There's one more thing the boy has told me to tell you. Reinforcements will be coming tonight, so cooperate well with them. Maya. Reinforcements? Rakura. That's right, it is me, Rakura-self. He showed up. Rakura. The one who popped out from the shadow of someone else was Ekdoik-san. He is bad for the heart. I was on the verge of retaliating by reflex. That was close. Is there no one else? Like maybe Gradona-san. I think it would be reassuring if he were to come. Rakura. They apparently don't want the existence of Gradona to be known. There's only lesser devils popping out, but higher rank devils might appear eventually, is the opinion of Comrade Ekdoik. I can agree heavily to that. Someone who can prepare this many lesser devils probably can control mid and high devils. They are not showing themselves even once, so it can't be helped that they are on guard for that. Fuma, if I remember correctly. You are the bodyguard of that man, right? If someone appeared, I would be the very first one to be contacted about it though. Lino. Name's Ekdoik. Infiltrating when the knights have their attention directed at the devils is simple. Ekdoik. How about coming in normally? Rakura. I am sure it is because this person thinks such an action is cool. Lord Lino seems to be impressed instead though. What's with this? But there's nothing we can do against that number of devils, you know. They pop out from the places we defeat them in. Rakura. Do you only know how to defeat them with just one method? Right, that was the case. Then, let me show you my technique. Ekdoik. He insulted me all casually there. But if he is going to work hard instead of me, I welcome it with open arms. Let's let him do as he pleases. And so, we headed to the entrance of the cave once more. The devils are hiding right now and there's not even their presence. There's only faint traces of battle left. They pop out from inside the cave. You either do something to them or move from the other side, and they will show up, right? Ekdoik. I think that's the case. Rakura. Ekdoik-san hung his arms down. When he did, a massive amount of chain spilled to the ground. Is it not heavy to carry around that many on you on the regular? In other words, we would be able to go to the other side without issues if we don't touch them. Ekdoik. And then, he controlled the ends of the chains as if they were snakes, and made them advance deeper into the cave. It seems like he is increasing the amount of chains as he moved them, so they were stretching without end. The movements of the chains stopped after a while. Did it move to the opposite side? This length is a bit taxing, but, well, there should be no issues. Ha! Ekdoik. I could tell a large amount of mana was being poured the moment he shouted. The chains trembled and visibly became bigger and thicker. The chains that were only as thick as a thin rope increased to a degree where they could fill up the cave. He might even be able to tie up a dragon with this. But hasn't he made them way too big? I can hear creaking sounds inside the cave. The devils are not popping out. They don't react to physical interference, so you could say that's natural. Maya, pour purification magic on these chains. Ekdoik. I see, that it was your intention. Everyone else, help me out here too. Maya-sama and the other clerics cast purification magic on the chains. When they did, the chains began to visibly shine white. That shine entered the cave and the devils began to show up because there was interference, but because of the purification chains filling up the cave completely, the devils were perishing one with just a touch as they screamed in agony. Then, incredibly ear-piercing sounds began to echo in the cave where the devils should be popping out one after the other. There's a number of uses for purification magic. One of them is to use it directly on the devils and ghost-type monsters. This has a wide range, but if the number of enemies is high, the amount of times you have to use it increases, and the mana cost is also heavy. The other one is to cast purification magic on a tool and grant the weapon with the holy element. In order to manifest the effects of weapons with exceptional mana efficiency, there's the need to attack with a weapon, making the burden on the body high when there's a lot of enemies. Ekdoik. So that's why you went for this method. Rakura. There's a decent degree of burden in casting purification magic on these chains, but it creates the most efficient method to lure devils and purify them. Ekdoik. It is like the saying of Counselor Sama, moths to the flames. The devils react to the purification power of the chains, show up, touch the chains that fill up the cave, and get purified. That chain reaction is happening inside of it. Now then, if we just leave it like this, the lesser devils will be reduced one-sidedly. I leave the recast of purification magic to the clerics, Rakura Sulf and the knights. The real deal is going to be coming soon. Ekdoik. The real deal? Rakura. If devils perish at this speed, it is only natural for the other side to notice that an effective method has been employed. Basically, that's what it means. Ekdoik-san looked up. I was drawn by this and paid attention to the sky, and something fell from the sky with a thunderous sound. The knights all take fighting stances. What trained were devils? They are a bit bigger than the devils inside the cave. Also, I feel like they have somewhat more mana. I think the devils that were on standby outside the cave. From what I can see, it is full of mid-rank devils. No, there's also a good amount of high ranks too. There aren't many. We are engaging them. Ekdoik. Even so, I feel like they are covering the sky though. Rakura. If it is an open space, it should be your stage, right? I will have you shine, Rakura-self. Ekdoik. You, so strict. Rakura. I stare at the ceiling while soaking in the bathtub. There's mutual contact between my subordinate devils inside my mind. The lesser devils that I set in the cave are perishing at an abnormal rate. The high devils that went to check the situation found a group of humans doing some sort of scheme around the cave, and engaged them. As expected of the Night Nation of the Wise King, Taizu, they managed to cook up a countermeasure this effective in just one day. It is very different from Kurama. Compared to that, the shallowness of the lesser devil's prudence is so baffling it makes me sigh. Trying to do something for them is a pointless gesture to begin with. I should just think of this sight as being for the sake of him. It wasn't my intention to escalate things to this degree, but I really did cram too many lesser devils inside the cave. It might have been more efficient to make high devils into gatekeepers, but it seems like me using the cheap ones first came back to bite me. I echo the names of the people that stood out within the reports inside my brain. The Crimson Knight and one of the Knight Captains of this country, Lord Lino. The two priestesses that have had experience in defeating great devils, Maya and Rakura. And then, the mysterious chain user. I remember his bodyguard called Ecto. There's a good possibility of this. That man was always nearby, but erased his presence, and was outside the range of perception. I evaluated him as a great bodyguard that didn't pour cold water into my time with him, but in hindsight, his skills were praiseworthy. In that case, doesn't he know about this situation too? I don't really want to worry him too much. But if I let the messenger go back, he won't come meet me anymore. I should be prioritizing the latter. How about just killing the messenger? That would only make a different messenger show up, right? There's no need to think of a groundbreaking method. I just have to extend this as much as possible with the resources I have. I have lost some lesser devils, but there's no issues. I am gathering more Imkurama and Mages even now. Just higher devils won't be enough. They may have a bit of intelligence, but they don't understand the core of anything. It is to a degree where it is comparable to being able to seek benefits from animals. They must have thought it was fine to just fight there, but if they had contacted me at least once, this could have wrapped up with just me changing the orders. From the lesser devils, their vision was clouded by the desire for promotion and challenged them, and not only that, they are having difficulties and are pleading for help. That's just annoying. The idiots that showed themselves can just fight as they please and die. The others, stay on standby. Okay, I will give a different order to the lesser devils in the cave. Got it? Higher devils with intelligence can ignore my orders and escape, but I have casted enticement on all the high devils. If I tell them to die, they will cry and beg for forgiveness while charging into the enemy lines. I will be losing around 10 high devils. But if you ask me whether it will be a huge loss, the answer would be not that much. There's the conflict with the Book of Blue, and there's the resident of Yugura's planet who can read it, so they must already know that the demon lords have resurrected. If they learn that there's an army of monsters consisting mainly of devils, it wouldn't be too difficult to associate it with me, the purple demon lord. Speaking of which, this country has the resident of Yugura's planet. I completely forgot. Even though I came here with interest in that, I ended up finding someone who drew even more interest in me. Should I search for him too? No, that's fine right now. I would like to treasure my time with him. I thought about the option of searching together with him, but it might sour his mood if the objective is to find another man. He might have massive power like Yugura, but he hasn't shown up in battle yet. If he is solely a tactician, I don't even need to count him as a threat. Rather than underestimating him, it is more like there's already the outstanding Wise King, so there should not be that much of a difference. They will most likely think up a different countermeasure tomorrow. Even if I can't obstruct the return of the messenger, as long as I make the presence of devils known, Maybe I can keep it in a stalemate where they won't be giving permission to head to the Black Wolfkin village. In that case, I will need decently strong devils. Just mere high devils would be too weak. How about I move? If I show myself there, release the true form of the devils, and battle, the tides will change in one go. I should be able to hide myself by masking myself as a devil. But if I do that, the time I have to think back on the time I spent with him will be shaved away. Even though I set those devils there because I desired more time with him, me heading there and wasting my time would be defeating the purpose of it. If I use the enticement and controlled the strong people of this country, it would be effective. But I don't want to use my power when with him. There's a part of me that thinks it is fine as long as I don't use it directly on him. But once I open the lid, it will just leak out afterwards. He said that it is because I relied on my power that I couldn't find worth in the things I obtained. As long as I feel worth in my time with him, I would like to avoid doing something that might make me lose it. In that case, I have no choice but to bring out what other thing I can, right? The power to rule monsters was granted by Yugara to the demon lords. This is what makes a demon lord a demon lord. The power to freely control the living creatures that were born in this world. The effects that this power brings about are strong. But there's one downside. It is that the monsters that have high mana can escape from these constraints. The ones that match this condition are the ones called unique. The unique beings in the Magus Nether are the great devils, and a number of fantastical monstrosities. I guess they have sentience and their own will, but it doesn't change the fact that they were originally loyal slaves. There's a lot of cases where many uniques obeyed the demon lords. However, after being defeated by Yugara and because I hid myself in Kurama, the great devils in the Magus Nether were freed from my control and are acting as their own camp, so I don't think I will be able to move them easily. They have pointlessly evolved into more sly beings, and are more selfish like humans now. It will most likely be difficult to control them without using enticement. Even if I were to ask them to come here, it is a place where more than 2 great devils have perished. They are most likely all cowards who wouldn't want to share their fate. That said, it is not like my things can go against me though. I sent my first order to the beings who are above higher ranks since the time I was killed by Yugara and resurrected. Now, I will just call you 3 times. Come to this land to become my pawns, okay? This feeling. Could it possibly be one of the great devils residing in the Magus Nether, Gyuga, one of the higher devils that survived at the time when Hero Yugara defeated the Purple Demon Lord? One of the devils with the most seniority. An order of his creator which hasn't come once in centuries. It wasn't his imagination. The Demon Lord is calling him. He had noticed that the devils under his ruling were showing strange movements, but it all made sense now. Gyuga falls into thought. He felt strong binding power from this order, but he could oppose it as he is now. He has continued eating humans and other devils, increased his power, and he finds pride in the idea that he might have surpassed the power of the Purple Demon Lord already. The order was to gather under her and become her pawns. Is there a need to listen to an order like that at this point in time? There may be those who would be happy at the return of the Demon Lord and run to her side, but Gyuga is satisfied with his current position. It is not on the degree of Biglegged, but he rules a vast territory, and his subordinates are increasing to a satisfying degree. This place is his kingdom. And yet, he is being told to become the pawn of a demon lord that resurrected at this late point in time. Don't joke around. Serving under a foolish woman who got outdone by a mere hero is just impossible. The same order rang in his mind 1 hour later. Most likely almost no great devil responded. It is the obvious choice. An annoying being that is ordering a king like himself. She was telling him twice to gather under her. HMPH. She must be pretty desperate here. How pathetic. 1 more hour after that, the words, 3rd time, gather under me and become my pawns. Her tone didn't change. It was a disinterested one. If she had a bit of a desperate tone, it could have entertained him, but this was souring his mood. So persistent, using such an annoying power. Looks like I really have to show her her place. Not only once but thrice. Gyuga can easily go against the orders of the Demon Lord, but being ordered itself was unbearably displeasing. As someone who has not been ordered around for centuries and has only continued ruling, This was an unbearable insult. He dug out his past memories and remembered the Purple Demon Lord. The Purple Demon Lord that only gave orders and didn't fight herself. She relied on devils to protect herself and he didn't feel almost any power from her. Everyone felt how bewitching she was, but what about her strength? She was easily defeated by a human. He didn't feel like he would lose as he is now. He even felt the desire to behead the other demon lords to raise his fame. Now that he had decided this, that made things easier. He waited for the next order to declare war and aim for her head boldly. He could imagine the flustered expression of the Purple Demon Lord. Just how much confusion will that emotionless Demon Lord show? 1 hour after that, an order didn't come. What? Did she give up already? But Gustav noticed what was off soon after. Gustav had detected that someone had entered his territory. There's no way it would be the person herself. Did she send a servant of hers? In that case, it wouldn't be a bad idea to present her the corpse of that servant. She might even show more respect to him and serve him, is what Gustav thought as he laughed. The intruder brazenly moved onward. He sent an order to his subordinates to not put a hand on them and let them reach the throne. The one that showed up was a single devil. Judging from their appearance, it must be a high devil. Its defining feature is that it is wearing a creepy expressionless mask on its face. Something given by the Purple Demon Lord as a subordinate of hers? This place is my territory, the territory of Gustav. You must have invaded while fully aware of this. State your business. Gustav, master. Calls. Bring you. Fu. Fu ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Are you telling me you have come to drag me there? Just who does the Purple Demon Lord think I am? Gustav. Considering that she was brought a devil that can speak in order to plead, Gustav didn't expect she would use that single devil to force him with power and fell into a fit of laughter. Fine. I can tell that you only have intelligence on the level of a high devil. 2. Let's bring your head to the Purple Demon Lord as a present. Gustav stretched out his left arm. At the same time as he did, that arm expanded, and swiftly lashed at the devil servant. His tough claws that are said to be more expensive than jewels were directing their tips at the devil as if stating they are going to pierce its body. The victor was decided in less than a second. I was reading a book in my bedroom. The book he searched for my sake and said it would suit me. I don't know if this will become a hobby that will suit me. But if he thinks it does, it might not be bad to die in that fashion. This is different from the history book I read at first. The more I read, the happier I felt. I felt as if I were fulfilling his wish and was getting more excited. My lord, the one in question has arrived. Can you not interrupt someone while they are reading? I was brought back to reality by the voice that rang in the shadows, and it felt displeasing, as if my happiness had been crushed. The owner of the voice was Deuvilieri, the only great devil that showed up at the first call. I shall forgive him this time to honor his loyalty. My apologies. It looked like you had finished reading, so I just assumed. Deuvilieri, you have to enjoy the aftertaste in all of the entertainment, too. You know. Do you want to make me into an animal that only knows how to enjoy what's right in front of me? No. I am honored by your teaching. The other ones are already at that room. Deuvilieri, I would like to resume reading, but I should finish what I have to do first. I slowly stand up and move to a different room. There's no light in the room and only the light of the moon was illuminating it. What was awaiting me? There were 11 great devils including Deuvilieri kneeling and receiving her. All great devils from the Magus Nether have gathered with the one loyal to my lord, Deuvilieri, at the forefront. Deuvilieri, I see. I am impressed. I guess it is a bit dark, so can you light it up? As you will. Deuvilieri lit up the candles in the room with magic. What showed up were the other 10 great devils. There were unsightly cuts in all of them, eyes gouged out, faces torn, arms and legs cut off, claws broken, and others who were barely capable of kneeling. There were the same number of higher devils behind those great devils, and they were all wearing my masks. All of those great devils have many higher devils serving them, and have made a name for themselves by displaying their strength. And yet, they have all lost in strength and their lives were barely lit as they kneeled with their knees trembling. How pathetic. I am truly impressed. You managed to bring everyone here without killing anyone. After all, you are just mere beasts that returned to the wild. But you have made a name for yourselves, you know. However, it seems like you lack the awareness that you are living in my world. Purple. Even I can't create devils on the unique level that have evolved to have their own name and will. It is not easy to grant will and conscience to a living being after all. Thus, it takes my all just to create high devils who only have meager intelligence. That's exactly why I called the uniques. The uniques are exemplar, but there's no way a mere unique would be able to surpass the greatness of a demon lord. What the higher devils were wearing was the pawn mask that was created from the powers given to me by Yuga to create nevers, create monsters, and the power to control. It is an artifact that shares my own power to them in order to control even tougher soldiers. It requires a large amount of mana and time to make it, so I haven't prepared enough to grant them to all the high devils. However, with this, I can expect an increase of around 2 stages in strength from all the monsters that are within my control. If I equip it to a high devil, they become 1 stage higher than that of great devils. I myself am not a demon lord that excels in battle. However, as long as I am prepared, I am confident that I wouldn't lose to the hero and the other demon lords. I normally wouldn't have minded making these 10 into food to thin them out since they didn't respond after calling them 3 times, but the situation requires swiftness. I have to compromise with just this much. Now then, I will have you people become my pawns, okay? If you do well, make great contributions, and manage to survive, I will allow you to continue being kings in your own little garden. Got it? Purple. The next morning, I listened to the report from Ekdoik. After performing the devil wiping method, mid and high devils appeared, and battle started. The result was our complete victory. It became a battle where the high level of the knights stood out. The strength of the knights in the Lino division is on the level where they would have a hard time against a higher devil 1 against 1. As for mid-ranks, they wouldn't have a hard time even if many were to appear. Also, with powerhouses like Ekdoik, Wakura, Maya-san, and Lord Lino, the devils were defeated completely. There were apparently more than tens of thousands of lesser devils, but there weren't even 1,000 mid and high ranks even when adding up their numbers. Their numbers were still quite the thing, but you could say this is what you can expect from an expert in large-scale destruction. Ekdoik was reporting pretty happily about the contributions of Rakura. As for Rakura herself, she went to rest the moment she returned home with Ekdoik. Even if her battle power is top tier, her endurance isn't that high, so fatigue must have accumulated from the drawn battles. The actions of the lesser devils apparently changed in the middle of them dealing with the reinforcements. She must have switched to even more detailed orders. The current pattern is mainly interfere with the people who try to pass through the side of the Black Wolfkin village. In other words, the Purple Demon Lord can tell the situation even from afar, and can freely change her orders. They stopped attacking for now, judging that any actions to wipe them out will have their methods dealt with. Ekdoik can come and go with his stealth skills, so I left him with the job of communication on their side. If her objective is buying time, as long as we don't make any careless moves to provoke her, it will be easy to maintain a stalemate. That said, it would trouble the people in the Black Wolfkin village. But I currently have no excuse to bring the Purple Demon Lord out of the country. At present, there's the choice of bringing her to the forest with the excuse of it being a date, but it is hard to invite her with the current state of things where the forest that should be comparatively safe and connects to the Black Wolfkin village has devils. I don't know what will happen if I were to lose her trust as things currently stand. It is not like the devils have been completely defeated. The Lino division will most likely be occupied for the foreseeable future. I can also be of use if it is against devils, but it would be better for me to be your bodyguard when you are confronting the Purple Demon Lord, right? Ekdoik. Yeah. The Purple Demon Lord is taking forceful means here. There's no knowing when she will take off her restriction on the enticement. Ilias seemed to be displeased by this. She only has her training with Lord Agudo aside from tailing us, but she probably isn't motivated with the current state of things. There's no choice but to have you endure not having anything to do for now, Ilias. Because of the number of devils being so high, there's no choice but to employ the Lino division that has the numbers. I feel like there would be quarrels breaking out even if we were to send you to the forest. I am fine though. Ilias. I understand your growth and it is not like Lord Lino doesn't understand it either. But considering the other members, you won't be able to coordinate with them, right? That's Ilias. Your turn will come when monsters that are a bit stronger appear. Make sure to solve issues like not being able to draw your sword by that time. Rakura and Ekdoik are only on the level of being able to overwhelm high devils, especially for Rakura. Mid and high ranks are the same for her. She can instantly kill them. I think Ilias is above Rakura in terms of pure battle power, but she is not that suitable for extermination battles. She has her wide area attack that stems from condensing her mana with her stupidly strong gorilla-like strength, but that's definitely a waste of mana. Rakura can deal with 10 times more devils with the same amount of mana. The turn of Ilias would be when someone of great devil level appears. Well, Rakura apparently doesn't have much issues against someone of that level either though. We head to the castle in order to confirm the return of the messenger. Of course, the messenger is still locked in the Black Wolfkin village. Marito was troubled about what to do at his office too. I want to avoid battle inside the country, but I can't think of a way to get through this. Marito. The other side uses devils as if they were water after all. They mobilized a decent amount of high devils, but considering the fact that it was easily dealt with, they most likely still have more forces. There was contact from Magus. The state of the Magus Nether is apparently weird. Said the presence of monsters has dropped sharply. Marito. That most likely means they have flowed here. Yeah. The devils that were hiding in Kiwama have most likely come here too. Marito. What a badly guarded nation. It is easy to say, but it is impossible to block devils that can hide in the shadows and infiltrate unless you have a barrier covering your whole territory. Marito. Devils are gathering one after the other to this country. There's even the possibility the great devils that are called unique have been called here too. Marito has already explained the situation to Pope Uparo, and Magus has dispatched a team of clerics to Taizu. That's not bad reinforcements to deal with devils, but it is far from being a solution to the root of the problem. We might be peaceful while the Purple Demon Lord is giving us time to prepare, but who knows how long that will last. Also, there's the possibility troubles will happen if we keep the Black Wolfkins canned for too long. We have currently only told them that monsters have shown up inside the cave. We have kept silent about the scale of it, but we have asked them to let them stay in the village for a while in order to investigate the monsters that have infiltrated. But the Black Wolfkins that are already in the capital will be bringing back new information when they return to the village. Right now it is easy for our side to move to the village. They would find that strange if they were to learn this. They will then understand completely how off this is once they try to head back outside. What should be praised here is how skillfully the first messenger acted. The first time he was attacked by devils, he returned to the village and found this strange, so he stayed for a night there and acted alone in order to get through this situation. After that, he met up with the investigation team, and they also tried to not drop too much information in the village. They have simply told them that monsters have shown up, so the country will be dealing with them. If it is just clearing away the threat in Taizu, there's the option of me heading to Kiwama together with the Purple Demon Lord though. Don't joke around, my friend. What's the point of losing you for a temporary solution? Marito. Well, that's true. If I were to propose to the Purple Demon Lord to go together with her to Kiwama, it might wrap things up in Taizu without anything happening. But the threat of the Purple Demon Lord would remain. Sacrificing myself for the sake of temporary respite would be stupid. Risking my life in order to defeat a Demon Lord would still look cool, but I don't want a lifestyle like that. Can't be helped. I will try to test out a variety of things within reason. A business meeting with Tortsan along with Egdoik as my bodyguard, and after that, it is time together with the Purple Demon Lord. We buy things and talk to each other peacefully in the plaza. It is almost the same flow of events as the other day. There's no noteworthy approach. Is she satisfied with the current status quo, or is she waiting for me to act? Yukari-san is talking to me with a gentle expression. I observe that state of her and, no, this is not the lifestyle I wished for. Fearfully checking the state of the other party, being extremely wary of them, and stressing myself. Even if I were to successfully lead her, what will the result be? Can I be satisfied with it? No, I wouldn't. This way of doing things doesn't suit me. Just who do I think I am? You are making quite the complicated face there. Is something the matter? Yukari. Egdo, there's something I would like to ask of you. What? Egdoik. You can undo the mana that is gathered in my eyes and hair, right? Egdoik showed a surprised face, but he eventually asked me with a serious face. I doubt he thinks I am joking here. You are fine with that, right? Egdoik. Yeah, please do. What's happening here? Yukari. Egdoik placed a hand on my head, poured his own mana into me, and retrieved it. The mana poured into me by Nora also flowed out. The color of my hair and eyes that I had changed the colors of until now returned with this. The purple demon lord saw this change and opened her eyes in surprise. You are Yukari. As you can see, I am the earthling of the same planet as Yugara that you have been searching for, Yukari-san. No, purple demon lord. I am sorry for Marito who is worrying about my safety, but I will be going my way from here on. It took a while for my thoughts to catch up with what happened. His black hair and black eyes match the report of Scarlet without doubt. Most of all, he said he is from the same planet as Yugara and called me Purple Demon Lord. In other words, he is the one I came to this country for. The man that helped out Gold and destroyed my plan. I was surprised, but at the same time it made sense. It felt off that he, someone who understood me and gave me something, was just a normal human being. But this makes sense. I feel fate at work here. But since when did he notice? I came to this country on a whim. This is information that's not known by any demon lord. And yet, the color of his eyes and hair were changed from the very first meeting I had with him. Since when did you notice? Purple. Since the moment you asked me those questions. It narrowed the choices to the ones who know my appearance and I have taken care of. After all, as for the color of my hair and eyes, it simply changed because of a tiny magic experiment. It was plain luck. I see. So I was the only one who was done in from sharing that information. Also, he luckily changed his appearance and got the chance meeting with me in that state. If he knew I was searching for him, he would obviously get wary. Thus, he hid his identity. When he interacted with me, he must have planned on making contact with Tort in order to investigate me. But I was unluckily together with him and reunited with him. I see, the pieces fit. But there's something that doesn't make sense. Why did you reveal your identity here? Purple. But revealing his identity here is just suicidal, a blunder. The reason why they still haven't attacked me inside the country is because they haven't been able to get a read of my power yet. Also, they want to avoid battles inside the capital. Even if this is the moment to attack me, there's no need to reveal himself. He has thrown away the chance to set an ambush on his own accord. If his objective is to eliminate me as an enemy, he should have used the opportunity when he is guiding me to the Black Wolfkin village. There was that possibility. He certainly did invite me the very first day. But I crushed that method myself because I began to get in the way of the messenger in order to lengthen my time with him. Since he knew about my identity, he must also know that I set devils in the mountain. There's no doubt he has also noticed that this was for the sake of buying time. There's the possibility that he hated the stalemate, but he is ignoring the premise of wanting to avoid battle inside the capital. We wouldn't be able to have a proper talk if both of us were hiding our identities. After all, he entrusts his body to the back of the bench. He is full of openings, even though his bodyguard Ekido is showing clear wariness after he revealed his identity. There's no such thing from him. Is he strong? No, I can barely feel any mana at all. This is not in the realm of hiding it. He most likely really doesn't have mana. Oh my. Did you want to talk to me? Purple. No, I didn't want to talk to you. I was wary of you because I thought you came here for revenge, so I was thinking about how to get rid of you. So you changed your mind? Purple. Something like that. Why? Purple. The first reason being because I learned that your objective is me no matter how you roll it. The second one is because I didn't want to drag the people of this country and the Black Wolfkins into this. The third, because I didn't want to use your goodwill any more than this. Are you telling me he threw away his own advantage for a reason like that? How naive. Lukewarm. This action in itself could drag many others if it turned into a fight. You were deceiving me. So didn't you think it would be possible that this could turn into a battle right here and now? Purple. I didn't. Oh, are you telling me I wouldn't attack you because of my feelings towards you? Purple. No, I was prepared for that possibility. But that's all. I have no intention of fighting back, so it won't turn into a fight. Are you offering your life to me to repent for betraying me? Purple. It is a no for that too. I was planning on running away from this country with all I had if you were to attack me. I don't want to die after all. He is looking straight at me with those black eyes. I can't feel any lies from them. What should I do? I have already prepared the pieces to maintain my time with him. However, the meaning of those has been lost thanks to his action just now. No, I can use them if I want to. He deceived me. He betrayed me. Or is that really the case? Is what he did just now considered a betrayal? I don't know. Looks like I am confused right now. I am troubled about what to do with you. Purple. Just return to your original objective. Purple Demon Lord, what did you come to this country to do? My objective. Right. You, native of Ugara's planet. I was interested in you as someone who destroyed my plans, and I came to this country because I wanted you. Purple. What about now? Now. It hasn't changed. I still want you. Purple. And yet, you are not going to use enticement? Just how much does he know about my power? At the very least, Gold shouldn't know the details of it. But he is sure that I haven't used the power. That's the fault of your own words, I guess. It may be simple if I use this powerful ability, but I am unsure about whether I will be able to feel any worth from the things I have earned from that, you know? Purple. So you tried to make me yours by your own strength. That's right. But that spells the end here, isn't it? Purple. Now that he has revealed his identity, there will already be no peaceful days with him. He ended it. I can't continue this on my own. No, if you are not going to rely on your enticement, I will face you. What do you mean by that? Purple. A simple competition. You want me. If you can make me yours with your own strength, you win. But if you rely on enticement, you lose. This is that kind of competition, right? Ah, are you telling me he will continue giving me things? The chances, the possibilities, and his own heart. I don't mind if this is a scheme of his. A human has provided me a demon lord a match on equal grounds. He is bravely facing me, the purple of enticement, telling me to try and entice him. It may easily end if I use my power, but it feels extremely compelling. I seek worth from him. I want to obtain him as something that has worth, even though his eyes are black. They look more vibrant than any color I have seen. Great. You are extremely great, you know? Purple. And so, you challenged the Purple Demon Lord? Man, sorry about that. I couldn't endure it. Everyone else was making really sour faces. Marito listened to my report too and held his head, but I could see that he was grinning. Marito is in a position that has to reprimand me for this, but he must have wanted a development like this too. Did you not think about the possibility of being killed then and there? Marito. I trusted in Ekdoik. Ekdoik. Everyone ignored Ekdoik, who laughed proudly at the back and confirmed the current situation again. I separated from the Purple Demon Lord at that time. She left, saying that she was going back to her lodging. I said the bare minimum rules at that time, and one of them was obviously that it is prohibited to use enticement. Also, it is prohibited to attack unrelated third parties. This includes us. Even if I manage to make the Purple Demon Lord withdraw the devils that she set in the mountain, the devils are apparently still hiding inside the unclaimed forests of the Taizu territory. There's no doubt a war between humans and demon lords will begin if I break the rules. The rules that she presented were that I accept the demands of the Purple Demon Lord. Of course, it is not direct things like become mine, but to comply with the plans for the sake of achieving this. I consented to this, leading us to the present. The Purple Demon Lord was into the idea, and the threat to the citizens of Taizu has been erased as of present. Isn't that something to be happy for? Does that mean you will continue receiving the romantic approaches of the Purple Demon Lord? Marito. That won't be happening. Oh, why is that? Marito. I doubt the Purple Demon Lord has had a proper romance. She is probably aware that, even if an amateur like her were to do something, it wouldn't move my heart. What she will be demanding are games with equal conditions. The actions the Purple Demon Lord could take are not imitations of enticement that people would use. She will propose matches that I will most likely accept, and will tell me to bet myself as the prize. It is a method to make me lose without relying on the power of enticement, and prove her own strength. With this, she has a chance of winning since she has lived for a long time as an immortal demon lord. There's no unreasonableness to this, because unreasonableness would lower my worth after all. Even if she were to add disadvantageous conditions, it will mostly be a fair match. As for the prize she can provide for winning, well, it must be her stockpile of devils. That's not bad for the country considering where the situation is headed to. But you are leaving us behind, the people who are worried about you. Marito. Sorry about that. I would like to refrain from a lifestyle where I am treated as a prize and the people around me have to accept me suffering from it. Are you saying it is okay for you yourself to live a harsh life as long as your surroundings live safely? Marito. No, I will make my own life peaceful as well at the end of it. How selfish. Marito. If you want to let me go, now's the chance. As if. Do you think I would do something as wasteful as that? Marito. The one that appeared the next day in the company was just the purple demon lord. There's already no need to use the cover that is Tort-san. We will simply be meeting by our own wills. That said, Tort-san still worries me though. He is fine, you know? He is still doing the things he has been doing as a merchant of Kurama. Leaving him alone will allow him to live a more proper life, you know? Purple. I see. That's fine then. So, who is that one? At the corner of the purple demon lord, there's a man in gentlemanly clothes. He is wearing an expressionless mask and looks like a proper butler, but he gives off an ominous atmosphere. Egdoik must have recognized him as an enemy he must not lower his guard against. He has already visibly readied his chains to move at a moment's notice. You are always bringing around a bodyguard, so I was thinking about showing you one of mine at least. You see, I give you permission to introduce yourself, okay? Purple. I am honored. My name is Duvalieri, a loyal servant of my lord. Duvalieri. Duvalieri. Could it be that you are that great devil, Duvalieri? Egdoik. So it seems that the human bodyguard that knows me. Duvalieri. I have not given you permission to do anything else aside from introducing yourself though? Purple. My apologies. Duvalieri. Duvalieri lowered his head at the purple demon lord and moved a few steps back. She is showing the great devils she has been hiding until now without restraint. This will be a display of power now. The purple demon lord said you would be showing at least one. This means that other great devils are present in Taizu. She is saying here that we are in a situation where great devils could rampage inside the capital at any moment. Now that I have challenged her, we have to fight fair and square, or this country will be wrapped in the flames of war. The self-assertion of devils is truly intense. It is vile, isn't it? But Duvalieri is one of the better ones, you know? He is a loyal retainer that answered my call on the first try. Purple. Does that mean other great devils have come from Megis too? Yes, I brought everyone. I have 11 great devils in my hands right now. Purple. The face of Egdoik turned even more stern at those words. Great devils on the same level as the father he thought was great, Bigligged, have gathered in this land, so that reaction can't be helped. You revealed your hand pretty easily there. I thought about playing around with these children as pawns since the opportunity arose. I am going to be betting these great devils, you know? Purple. Let's hear the details of the bet. I will have you participate in the competitions that I propose with you yourself as the betting chip. If I win, you are mine. If you win, I will let you fight the great devils fair and square. Purple. So we would finally get the right to challenge them if we win? If you get rid of the great devils ruling the Megis Nether, this would be beneficial for Megis, right? I am granting you this understanding, you know? Purple. A competition where she is betting 11 great devils. So this will be the lives of the purple demon lord. It is true that the existence of the great devils is what makes the Megis Nether the biggest in the world even now. It exists as the most dangerous nether for humanity. In order for the clerics to face the great devils, they have to advance through the nether, defeat many devils, and head to their respective bases. The only ones who can achieve this are people like Rakura who luckily arrived at the den. If the great devils are dealt with, the Megis Nether will turn into a zone with just small fries that have no uniques and no order. It would be quite beneficial for humanity. In comparison, we are just betting one person here. You could say these are extraordinary conditions, but there's no next time if I lose once. How do I put this? I feel like you would get the anger of the great devils if they are used as betting chips just for the sake of getting one person. You are a native of the same planet as the hero Yugura. Society would see you as having the same worth as a hero, you know? As for me, your worth is incomparable to that of just mere street devils though. Purple. Everything can sound nice with the right words. There will be a 3-day preparation period once the details of the match are decided. Let's have a competition at that time, okay? Purple. I have no issues here. By the way, is there a right to refuse after hearing the details of the match? I normally wouldn't allow you to refuse, but if you can argue the unfairness of the match, I can allow the change of rules or the addition of some, you know? In the case I deem it impossible for it to be a match, I could allow the rejection of it, okay? Purple. By the way, am I allowed to choose who to fight the great devils? I don't have any battle power. I don't mind if that person agrees, you know? Purple. So, What's the first match? The purple demon lord begins to line up cards with geometrical patterns drawn on it that I don't know where she took them out from. There's 11 in total. Now, you can go ahead and choose the destiny you desire, you know? Purple. So we are leaving this to fate. Huh. I feel like there will be some nasty competitions within those. I hope I get one that will be easy for me to bring about victory. I flip a card, leaving it to my instincts. This is what was written in the language of this world. Cooking showdown. I will explain the details, okay? Both of us will use the same core ingredients to cook, and the one which tastes the best wins. The judges will be me, you, and one great devil, okay? Purple. I was baffled for a moment there, but this is really bad. You having two on your side and me having one feels unfair though. It is okay. I will give an honest evaluation, and I will order the great devil to not tell any lies, you know? Purple. This. Before even talking about the match, it is more of an issue with the trust towards the purple demon lord. I can't trust a great devil to begin with. But this is a match I can't accept unless I trust the words of the purple demon lord that she will be judging honestly. If I were to complain here, I would most likely be able to change the rules, but this would also force me to carelessly declare that I can't trust you. My resolve as the one who challenged her would be tested here then. Got it. I accept. Really? I am happy. You and I will be the only ones cooking. Help is prohibited, okay? The ingredients that will be used. Diuvuliri. Show him that. Purple. She said this and Diuvuliri moved to the front and placed ingredients on top of the table. Tubers. Tubers you can get decently often from Megis and the taste is close to that of potatoes. These are the tubers that were used for the French fries and chips that were at the beginning in Dog's Bone. I was wondering what to do if she were to bring out an ingredient from the nether, but it looks like I don't have to worry about that. It would be difficult for you if we were to use way too extravagant ingredients. So I chose a simple ingredient to maintain the fairness, you know? Purple. This certainly is used often in many places. But can devils eat this? Who knows? I don't know what devils like to eat, you know? I haven't thought about learning them. Purple. Who knows? She says. You plan on bringing out something that a judge can't eat? It is in cases like this that it is really troublesome that I can't read the expression of Diuvuliri. What is he thinking internally? But you will make one a judge, right? Yeah, I will make them eat it. I will make them eat it even if it is raw, you know? Purple. So cruel. Looks like devils have no human rights. With how things are looking here, is she seriously planning on bringing this to a pure cooking showdown? Maybe her cooking skills are actually abnormally high. It does feel uncharacteristic, but the story changes if she has spent her boring life in cooking. It would be way too difficult if I am pit against a cooking pro. By the way, what's your cooking experience? None. But I bought a cooking guide from the bookstore this morning, so it is okay though? Purple. Looks like she is a beginner. I must not lose this one in a lot of meanings. As the one bringing color to the dining table of the Ilias household, I must not lose to a beginner. So the match was decided and it will be taking place in 3 days from now. At any rate, let's go shopping today? There's still places you can guide me to in this city, right? Purple. Yeah, I have challenged her, but as if saying that's that and this is this, the purple demon lord hugged my arm and pestered me to guide her. Looks like she still doesn't hate me. I don't know if I should feel happy about this. This is complicated. The point that bothers me is that Diuvuliri is accompanying us. His stealth skills are on the level of Ekdoik. His presence is completely gone. But I get my mind drained with him appearing every now and then within my line of vision. Right. It would be troubling if you were to run away in the middle of it, so maybe I should add the condition of showing yourself every day? Purple. You can just tell a devil to keep an eye on me, as long as you won't harm the people of this nation. I am fine with that. Don't wanna. You can't trust the surveillance of a devil, right? I want to watch you with my own eyes. Purple. Is that so? That said, since there's no need to hide each other's identity when interacting, it makes it easier for both of us to be more comfortable. When people open up, they can act more upfront. It doesn't change the fact that the seductions of the purple demon lord are rough on me though. She is being truly honest about wanting me though. When I think of it like that, I have no reason to hate the purple demon lord. Even if I continue winning the matches, I might end up getting seduced by her charms if this gets dragged out for too long. Yeah, I don't really have a reason to hate her to begin with. For the people of this world, There's no doubt she is a hateful demon lord that created many casualties. But that has nothing to do with me, an earthling. You could say there's barely any actual harm on me since coming to this world. Of course, she can become the reason for conflict at this rate. It might be easier on everyone if I just accept the purple demon lord and let it be the end of it. No good. It has only begun and I am already on the verge of being enticed. I shake my head and drive away the wicked thoughts. Seeing that state of mine, the purple demon lord peeked at me in wonder. Oh? What's the matter? Purple. Nothing. My eyes were simply on the verge of being dazzled by you. Foo-foo. You can be dazzled as much as you want, you know? Purple. The purple demon lord laughed kindly. To think a carefree smile could be this much of a troublesome thing. Once I go back home, I have to get a look at the unsightly Rakura to return to reality. 3 days of preparation time is a short span of time, and the day of the competition came in the blink of an eye. By the way, the days leading to this moment were a repeat of spending time with the purple demon lord. Since the opportunity was there, we even went to buy cooking tools. The purple demon lord was happy about this in those 3 days. But whenever I returned home, Ilias would complain to me about what the hell I was doing. My resolve was being shaken by her seductions in those days, but I gave Rakura booze, and by watching her unsightly self, I successfully managed to endure. To think Rakura had a use like this. Let's make use of her for a while. There was a simple venue constructed outside the ramparts for this occasion. Was this the doing of the devils? I decided not to pry on this. Egdoik checked the tools and facilities beforehand, and after judging there's no abnormalities, the match finally began. We freely chose the tubers and ingredients that were gathered on the big table that's between both kitchens, and began the cooking. Now, let's do my best. I promptly placed the tubers in a pot and filled it with water, and lit up a fire with a kindle stone. I haven't been making food on our dining table for show. My working speed doesn't lose to that of Gozu, the purple demon lord, and cooking. Beginners shouldn't be able to achieve this speed. First is fire, right? This should do, right? Purple isn't using magic cheating? Oh my, it is free to use the powers that I personally have, you know? Purple. On the other hand, the purple demon lord lit it up with magic, and she was preparing the ingredients at astounding speed with wind magic. She hasn't even held a kitchen knife. How terrible. But no matter how convenient magic is, the ins and outs of cooking are a different story. I must not lose. Now, it has finally begun. The cooking showdown between Mr. Friend and the purple demon lord. It looks as if the purple demon lord is at an advantage here with her flexibility of using magic to finish up the preparations efficiently. But what do you think, Ekdodono? Mix. Let's see. The work speed of Comrade isn't bad, but the handicap is big with just the fact that he is a cook that can't use magic. Ekdoik. The spectators began to do commentary. By the way, the ones in the spectator seats from our side are Egdoik, Mix, Wolf, Rakura, and Gradona. Ilias, Lord Ragudo, and Marito are absent as a precaution for the enticement. They apparently have to be careful until they have made clear the reason why a joke of a showdown like this one is taking place. Placing Gradona here just in case is good. He has been drinking booze the whole time and doesn't seem motivated though. The dish of Councillor Sama uses meat, right? Will he be using the tubers as relish for the meat? It bothers me that I barely see any other ingredients though. Rakura. Compared to that, the purple demon lord's got a nice body. The Tilda. I would like to be enticed by a beauty like that Tilda. Gradona. Gradona-sensei, I will forbid you from drinking. Wolf. Young Wool, please spare me from that. Gradona. This should be a tense situation, and yet, because of Egdoik and Mix getting so into the mood here, the others from my side have no tension at all. On the other hand, I can see two people in the spectator seats of the purple demon lord's side. One of them is Deuvuliri and the other one I haven't seen before. They are transformed into a human, but have a giant body over 2 meters tall. I can see inhuman parts here and there. Must like a great devil. Must be the judge. This time around, I directed my gaze at them, and they must have noticed my gaze. They glared back at me. There's only bloodlust in that, no matter how you see it. Of course they would be like that if they are made to tag along with this farce. Duvalieri apparently obediently came to the call of the Purple Demon Lord, but it seems like the other great devils were pretty much forced to come. Do they have a constraint similar to the hierarchy curse in the power to rule the monsters that was taught to them by Ugara? The Purple Demon Lord in an apron looks so innocent. It is nice. Wait, that's not it. Judging from her preparations, does she plan on making soup? She normally directs a heated gaze at me, but she is currently concentrating on cooking. It must mean she is serious here. Then, I shall take up that challenge. Now, I have finished on my end, I guess. How about you? Purple. Yeah, I am done here too. It is broiled, so can I bring it out first? I don't mind. Purple. We both put a cloche on top of our dishes and placed it on top of the judge table. And then, we sat on the judge chairs, but Rakura raised her hand. Here, Counselor Sarmatilda. I want to eat the cooking of Counselor Sarmatilda. Rakura. Listen here. If it is just your dish, there's no problem though. Purple. That's true. I have taste tested my own dish, so there's no need for me to eat it. The ones who will be eating my dish are the Purple Demon Lord and the Great Devil. The rest can be eaten by other people. If you are going to do that, then maybe I should have Duvalieri eat it too. Aside from just Gugustaff, I am honored. Duvalieri. And so, the first ones to sit on the judge seats were the Purple Demon Lord, a great devil by the name of Gugustaff, and Rakura. Rakura looks so out of place, but she has the track record of having defeated a great devil. You could say they are equals in a sense. I lifted the cloche and a sizzling sound rose from there along with steam. This dish here is a hamburger of minced meat mixed with vegetables, and puree of tubers. Puree, it is a dish often seen in France where you mash tubers. Basically, a side dish. But nowadays it is being made by famous restaurant chefs as one of the main dishes. It is simple, but has a lot of depth. It is a simple dish that uses milk, salt, and butter, but they are not being produced in this country, so I used goat milk. As for the butter, at the time when we were trying to make a container that you can adjust the temperature in my magic research with Nora, I tried to make some. Puree matches well with strong flavor dishes. When I asked the taste of the devils, he responded straight on with meat, so I decided on this. I thought steak was fine too, but Taiza is abundant in spices, so I chose a hamburger. I have already investigated that the Purple Demon Lord can eat meat dishes. Don't know about Rakura. Who? Gugustaff. Gugustaff must have been drawn by the smell. He held his hand above the hamburger. When he did, the hamburger was sliced in six. A large amount of meat juice and a strong scent spread around. Gugustaff didn't say anything and grabbed a fork, stabbed a slice of hamburger, and brought it to his mouth. The meat itself is really soft. The sweetness of the vegetables inside and the scent of spices died away the peculiar stench and oiliness of the meat and changed it into a strength. The overflowing meat juice is also bringing all of those together into one flavor. What's bringing this about even more clearly is the salt. The meat that holds a gigantic power here is getting the help of the vegetables and spices, and the salt was clad in the aura of the meat juice, singing their epics in my tongue. Gugustaff. What's with this guy? This was the same at the time with Ekdoik, but are all devils reviewers? Seeing Rakura eating happily at the side without saying anything, I feel like we are losing in the judge department. The tubers are next. Gugustaff. I could feel his motivation is slightly lower compared to the time with the hamburger, as he scooped a bit of the tuber puree and brought it to his mouth. This is tuber. But is it? If the dish of before were warriors singing their epics, this one would be a maiden that is welcoming her fleeting last moments. The tragedy of departure from this world was being left mournfully in my mouth along with a gentle and supple taste. No, wait, if I put both in my mouth, how can this be? It is as if a stormy epic and a tragedy were intertwining and creating a single story. Gugustaff. Seriously, what's with this guy? On the other hand, there's Rakura eating happily. You could say points are increasing with Rakura eating happily here though. How about you give your opinion too, Rakura? It is tasty. Why don't you make it the whole time? Rakura. To think you would complain instead. Making a hamburger is a lot of work. Even the butter is for trial use, and we have only made a low amount of it. By the way, the Purple Demon Lord is eating silently. They all ate everything after a while, It was really tasty. Purple. Thanks. HMPH, decent for a damn human, I guess. But you are no opponent for the Demon Lord Sama. Gyugustaff, seriously? Even after giving a review like that, he can still say something like that? Just what kind of explanation will he give for the dish of the Demon Lord? For now, I had Rakura stand up and I sat down. The purple Demon Lord also stood up and Diuvuliri sat on it. Counselor Sama, I want to eat too. Rakura, just go back to your seat. This is my dish, okay? Purple. When she lifted the cloche, what was there was soup, just as I suspect. What's this? Putting it in simple words. What's this? This scent is slightly astringent. Is this? Could it possibly be poison? Now, go ahead. Purple. I glanced at Rakura, who I should be sacrificing here. She had already taken refuge at the spectator seats. Unforgivable. Just you remember, once we get back. I directed my gaze at the other two great devils. They were obviously looking bewildered here. She was being so smug before. They must have thought a delicious dish would come out, and yet, this is what they got. No. The appearance may be bad, but the taste could be good. Right, if she went as far as challenging me to a cooking showdown. Gyugustaff has taken a bite. Now, what verbose food review are you going to? Go. Gyugustaff. He collapsed. So it really is as appearance dictates. Moreover, his face is on the plate. Is he dead? Gyugustaff. Such rudeness towards the food that the Demon Lord Sama made. Just you watch. This is how you eat it. Diuvuliri brings the mystery soup into his mouth with vigor. He is not vomiting it. He is trembling so much. No, he is convulsing. He stopped moving. Diuvuliri was silent while watching the blue of the sky. His posture is definitely better than that of Gyugustaff. Are you not going to eat? Purple. I was making a big misunderstanding here. This is not a cooking showdown. This is a ploy to force me into the judge's stand and make me eat whatever food. If I were made to eat food that can make even great devils end this way, there's no assurance I will come out alive. But if I refuse this, I would be forfeiting the match. She poked at the hole in the rules. This tactician. You are not going to eat it? Purple. Is what I thought. But it seems like that's not the case judging from her expression. Could it be that she made it normally and still managed to create this tragedy? No, even so. I want to ask something, but have you tested it? Test? Purple. After you finish seasoning it, you try out a bit of it to see if it is good. There's that way of cooking too, huh? Purple. This is no good. It is not a matter of what is not good, it is red flags all around. In other words, this is complete amateur cooking without even testing it, and she ended up creating a dangerous dish. No, this is not cooking, it is more of a concoction. No one knows what she has concocted here, but now that I have accepted the challenge, I have to eat it. Whatever happens happens. I grab the spoon, and my arm trembles. I scoop one spoon of this liquid and, finally, onto my mouth. Right, I should try a bit myself, I guess. Purple. The purple Demon Lord brought out a spoon from somewhere and took a spoonful of the soup Diuvuliri left. And then, elegantly moved to the shadows of the kitchen. She is back. I am fine with this being my defeat. Purple. I am fine with this being my defeat. Purple, she said with a fearsomely serious look. Now that I look closely, there's tears in the corner of her eyes. So it was so bad you had to vomit at the back. It is scary how she seriously thought about competing at cooking. Sorry, I wanted you to eat my handmade cooking, but this was just too much. Purple. The purple Demon Lord looked dejected. Are you telling me the objective of this match was to have me eat her handmade cooking? How reckless. But the story is different if that's the case. I will dispose of this food, okay? Purple. No, a match is a match. I will eat at least one bite. You don't need to worry about that though. Purple. The great devils at my side ate it too. Also, I wouldn't be able to have a sound sleep if I don't eat even one bite of the dish that someone cooked for my sake. I said this, closed my eyes, and threw the soup into my mouth. My consciousness flew for a moment there. The inside of my mouth has gone numb. My chin is trembling faintly. My mouth is most likely paralyzed here. She is using good ingredients, so there's no poison though. Or at least that's what I want to believe. Even so, this is bad. This is worse than the time I ate charcoal. Sorry, I couldn't discern the taste there, so I will go for another bite. Hey? Purple. Second bite. Yup, my whole body is acting weird. Third bite. My arms feel like lead. Fourth bite. My stomach is causing a revolt. Fifth bite. Sixth. Seventh. I don't feel like I am eating anymore. This is training for stoicness. That must be the case. No matter how many bites I take, I only get more and more status ailments but no taste. And then, by the time I noticed, I had finished eating with my body palpitating heavily, asserting its bad state. Thanks for the meal. Are you insane? Purple. A match is a match. And it goes without saying, but my dish was tastier. With this, I have 2 votes. I win. I will accept a challenge if they have the pure intention to. Also, I will properly follow the rules. The purple demon lord tasted both dishes and declared the winner. In that case, I should also do the same. Also, there's no way I can refuse if she seriously told me she wanted me to eat it. With this, I have 1 win. Complete victory. But the moment I was certain of my victory, I lost consciousness. Taste testing really is important. Yup. My consciousness faded into existence. What entered my vision were 2 big mountains. Oh my, you are up now? Grasped my current situation. Looks like my consciousness flew away after eating and I fainted. And so, I am now lying down on a bench and the purple demon lord is giving me a lap pillow. I would like to jump up, but I feel like my head would get buried, and I can't move. How long was I out for? Around 10 or so minutes, I guess? Purple. I got up, matching the timing when the purple demon lord raised her head. It brushed, but let's not think about unnecessary stuff. In front of me there was Mix, Ekdoik, and Wolf looking at me silently, seemingly relieved. I saw Akira and Gradona drinking booze in the kitchen far behind, but ignore that. Looks like I worried a number of people. Man, I was sweating bullets when you lost consciousness, Mr. Friend. Mix. Shizu, that wasn't food. Wolf is trembling. Did she taste it? I pitied her and faced the purple demon lord again, and there were 2 great devils behind her at some point in time. Now then, with this, we can finally announce the results of the match, right? Purple. Q. For my lord's cooking to lose. Devilery. Say that after you managed to eat it all? Purple. In the first place, Gyugergudastaff, it is because you hadn't given your vote first. If you had done so, there would have still been a chance of victory if my lord were to vote too. Devilery. No, there's no chance of that. Devilery, you also lost consciousness, so you can't talk all big here, you know? I don't remember accepting opinions about the results of this charade. Purple Demon Lord, I am free with this, right? Gyugergudastaff approached the Purple Demon Lord as if trying to intimidate her. The Purple Demon Lord didn't change her expression at all and answered in a low voice. Yeah, that's right. You will be fulfilling your duty as my pawn. You will fight them, and regardless of the result, you will be free with the power you have obtained. I will promise you that I won't interfere with your way of living from here on, okay? Purple. So that's the reason why the great devils are obeying despite being pretty much forced here, huh? The Purple Demon Lord gave them power in some sort of way, and ordered them to become pawns in this competition. Every time the Purple Demon Lord loses, one great devil has to take the front and fight. But regardless of the win or defeat, their duty ends with this. They can go back while gaining new power. It is not a bad trade aside from the fact that they are treated like slaves. Fine. Then, humans, choose the human that will challenge me. I don't mind all you coming at me though. Gyugergudastaff. Oh my, acting tough? But since you guys said we would be fighting fair and square here, of course you will be sending only one, right? Purple. I honestly wanted to have everyone fight, but it seems like it won't be that soft. At the very least, their strength should be the real deal with him being a great devil. Considering the people who have had experience subjugating a unique, Rakura and Gradona would be the safe choices. I don't know the true strength of Mix that much, and I can't tell just how much Wolf has grown. Ekdoik is someone who was trained by a great devil, so it will most likely be slightly rough for him. Just when I was thinking this, Ekdoik stepped forward. Comrade, can you leave this fight to me? I have a bit of a connection with Gyugergudastaff. Ekdoik. Ekdo. You had something like that? Yeah, Gyuga staff is one of the unforgivable people that mocked mine father's Bigligt's death. Egdoik, the great devil and foster parent of Egdoik, Bigligt, ruled a large amount of territory, and had the attention of the other great devils, but after he was subjugated by Rakura, his reputation was in tatters. Being defeated by Rakura, who was known at that time, was a reason for this, but it was most likely also because the other great devils were slandering him the whole time. Bigligt, could you possibly be the human brat that he was raising for fun? I heard you disappeared from the Magus Nether, but to think you were at a place like this. You think the dredges of a great devil that was defeated by the mere underling of a cleric can stand in the way of this Gyuga staff? Gyuga staff. By the way, that underling is drinking booze. We are entering a serious point here, so I would like you to be proper already though. But it can't be helped if that's how it is. Egdoik should also have a chance for victory here, so let's leave it to him. It should be safe to assume that the great devils have been given some sort of power. It most likely has to do with the mask they are wearing. Great devils wearing the same mask stands out after all. I would like to end the match if our side says we lost though. Right. I plan on leaving those arrangements to you and the great devils, but I don't mind that much though. Did you hear that, Gyuga staff? Purple. HMPH. Fine. But I'm not listening to any complaints if you are late in saying it. Gyuga staff. It certainly would be difficult considering the speed of the great devils in battle. Let's ask Mix and such people who can react fast for this. We moved locations and the match between Egdoik and Gyuga staff began with the ramparts as background. Duvalieri will be giving the start signal. Both sides, ready yourselves. Duvalieri. Egdoik lowered both arms and spread the chains onto the ground. On the other hand, Gyuga staff changed his body into that of a bizarre great devil. That's most likely his original appearance. I can feel eeriness from it. What we should be wary of is most likely those ominous claws on his left hand. Begin. Duvalieri gave the signal and Egdoik's figure disappeared. I then hear an explosive sound from the rampart at the back. When I moved my gaze, I finally understood what this meant. Gyuga staff's arm was stretched to an unnatural degree. It is a length that reaches all the way to the ramparts even from where he is standing. It was so fast I couldn't follow it with my eyes. Even the sound came in late. In other words, Egdoik was hit by that left arm with a speed that was faster than the speed of sound. HMPH, what a boring opponent. Gyuga staff. I understand that you want to finish the battle quickly, but that's something you do against enemies below you. Gyuga staff. Who? Gyuga staff. Egdoik landed on top of the stretched arm of Gyuga staff. From what I can see, he is uninjured. Did he avoid at a moment's notice? The gouging left arm. Gyuga staff. I have at least heard about your left arm. It is not something that would hit me if I am just cautious of it. Egdoik. No, I don't think you can normally avoid an attack at the speed of light though. Broken pieces of chains that must be from Egdoik were scattered about. Rather than calling it a perfect evasion, it is more like he used the chains as a shield and deviated it. Then, how about this? Gyuga staff. The left arm of Gyuga staff shrunk to just 10 meters or so and he began to swing it around himself as if it were a whip. That speed makes it look like his left arm is gone. But judging from the ground bursting every now and then, it should be safe to assume that it is being swung at the surroundings. In other words, this is like a barrier of sorts. Egdoik extended his chains and attacked Gyuga staff. But the chains were crushed on their way as if they had been smashed by a giant hammer. Phew, ha 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 ha. Don't think you can break my claw whip that can even smash yours with your wimpy claws. Gyuga staff. The toughness is certainly top tier. But the arm swinging those claws doesn't seem to share that same trait. Egdoik. What are you, R? Gyuga staff. The arm of Gyuga staff suddenly shrunk and returned to a length that fits in my vision. There's something similar to smoke being spewed out here and there, and on the spots that there's smoke coming out from, there's fragments of the chain that were broken, piercing those areas. Gyuga staff. I have made the chains in a way that they turn into sharp fragments to begin with. It must have been easy to break, right? If you swing that arm around while the fragments are flying around, I'm pretty sure they would stab pretty nicely. How's the sensation of purification magic seeping right into that arm of yours? Egdoik. He is politely explaining to him. It is true that it is not only his claws he is swinging around at the speed of sound. The arm composed of skin and flesh is also part of that. Since he is swinging it around like a whip, there's a limit to how tough you can make it. Ekdoik poked at that vulnerability with expertise. Something like this is no obstacle, Gyuga-Gyudastaff. Then, I'll be having that left arm. Ekdoik. At the same time as Ekdoik casually tapped on the ground with one leg, the fragment stabbed on the arm of Gyuga-Gyudastaff exploded. Gyuga-Gyudastaff's body bent at the impact of the explosion, and then, his left arm turned into pieces of flesh, and only the claws were pierced on the ground. Remote detonation. It is normally something you wouldn't be able to do unless there's a mana connection, but Ekdoik has an extremely rare talent for mana control. A mana wave was most likely sent out the moment he tapped one leg on the ground, wedging in the explosion magic onto the chain fragments. Practical magic construction. A tricky move that, while not impossible, it is something that would be really hard for the Knights of Taizu to replicate. You bastard! How dare you! Gyuga-Gyudastaff. It is because you were distracted by the pain of the purification magic and neglected to notice the existence of the other spell set in the chains. Now then, Gyuga-Gyudastaff, the arm you were so proud of is gone. I am impressed that you could insult my father when you are this far below. Ekdoik. Ekdoik is not faltering at all even against a great devil. Even a great devil is only to this extent, or is Ekdoik just that strong? Gyuga-Gyudastaff was groaning begrudgingly, but he eventually regained his calm. HMPH, I underestimated you as just a weakling unworthy of notice, but you seem to be able to pull your weight. But with those petty tricks, you won't be able to defeat me, a great devil. No, me who has surpassed even that. Gyuga-Gyudastaff. A purple mist suddenly began coming out from the mask Gyuga-Gyudastaff was wearing. It must be a massive amount of mana that even a novice like me can see. That mist was sliding down towards his whole body. I don't know what you are planning on doing, but what can you even do now that you have lost your left arm? Ekdoik. Left arm? Which one are you referring to? Gyuga-Gyudastaff. The meat of the torn-off part began to protrude and expand without restraint. It eventually formed a giant arm. Moreover, it branched out like a tree, creating several more arms. All the newly grown arms had sharp claws that were making solid sounds. Devils imitate the human form, but this figure is already beyond human. It is a creature that's only using the shape of a human. That's your new power, huh? Ekdoik. That's right. By using the pawn mask that was given to me by the purple demon lord and pouring the pure mana of my creator, it can increase my rank as a monster, an artifact. With this, any monsters can go up by 1 rank, no, 2 ranks of power. Gyuga-Gyudastaff. Thanks for the thorough explanation. But that makes sense. She most likely had hired devils wear those masks and made the great devils obey by force. 2 ranks up when a great devil that is a unique class wears it. That means he has gone up to a being that hasn't even been given a name yet. Any further battle would be bad. Even if it is Ekdoik, this is a bad match. Forfeiting here would mean letting him go, but I can't have him die pointlessly. Ekdo, don't be hasty, comrade. It is true that his internal mana has increased to an incomparable degree. The speed and destructive power of his left arm has most likely gone up in kind too. Just as he says, it seems like he is stronger than any great devil that has existed in the past. Ekdoik. Ekdoik analyzed to that extent, and sighed heavily. And then, he spoke this clearly so everyone could hear. But you are a weakling. Ekdoik. Phew. Phew, ha 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 ha. So you can only bark now in the face of overwhelming strength. Ha, brat. Gyuga-Gyudastaff. Gyuga-Gyudastaff raised his left arm up high, and then, that arm expanded in an instant, stealing away the light of the sun. A mountain made out of its many arms had shown up. Diuvilliri, cast the barrier on everyone, okay? Purple. Yes. Diuvilliri. The moment I thought a faint purple mist appeared on the mask of Diuvilliri, a half-transparent film appeared around the people spectating. It is similar to the barriers Rakura and the others cast, but I feel a certain degree of eeriness from it. With this, it will be okay even if you get caught in the attack. That damn Gyuga-Gyudastaff, to think he would even drag my lord in this. I will eliminate him later. Diuvilliri. No need. It is just a soft breeze anyways, so let it go, okay? Purple. As you will. Diuvilliri. It seems like we will be fine on our side, but wouldn't Ekdoik be in trouble here? Ah, I remember seeing those eyes before. Be crushed like an insect and die. Gyuga was about to swing down its gigantic left arm, pushing his chest forward with vigor. And then, an unavoidable attack towards Egdoik was impossible. You. Just what in the world? Gyuga not swung down. Gyuga stopped moving. Gyuga struggled, but it seems like his movements have been sealed completely. Egdoik's eyes have gotten cold. Those eyes are the same as when he saw the uselessness of Rokura eyes looking down on others. Let me explain it to you in a way so that you can understand just how much of a weakling you are. Even though I went out of my way to show you I excel in magic, you took no effort to be wary about it. You even forgot the specialty of mine father, Beglugt. Egdoik, Beglugts. Could it be? Gyuga. The shape of Egdoik's pupils changed. They are normally round, but they are currently stretched to the sides. They are like the eyes of a goat that's normally used to describe a devil. That's right, Beglugt's eye of blindness. The eyes of mine father can blind the eyes of others. I have been granted that same power. Egdoik held his hand aloft. When he did, chains began to appear at that place. The chains that were showing up spread endlessly and showed itself completely. 6 towers made of chains stood tall around Gyuga. And then, the several stretched out chains wrapped around Gyuga. Even the left arms that were raised high up like a mountain had most of its surface covered by chains. There, 6 towers of binding, that can restrain even a dragon. Towers that have gravity magic, force field magic, barrier magic, defensive magic, sealing magic, and regeneration magic weaved onto them. No matter the mass, power, magic, sharpness, and even specialty, it will restrain it. It will even continue to regenerate from external impacts and continue restraining the target. A special technique of mine. The weak point of this special technique is that it takes an extremely long time to set it up. Moreover, I have to maintain the target in a specific location, which is a fatal defect. Egdoik. Well, anyone would avoid it if towers of this scale were to be made. Gyuga didn't move a single step though. Once the signal to start was given, I used the blind eye so that you wouldn't be able to feel my mana. At that same time as I did, I utilized invisibility magic as I formed the 6 towers of binding. After that, it is exactly as you have experienced. If you had a working brain, you would have noticed I was buying time and would have at least moved from your place. This is proof that you are a weakling. Egdoik. Chains like this. I am a being that has surpassed even great devils, you know? Gyuga. I see, so you are an existence that hasn't even been given a title. You are nothing. Egdoik. Grasped his chains tightly. When he did, the restraints of the chains were empowered even further as if the 6 towers reacted to this. Gyuga was enduring the constriction while foaming, but the pressure around his left shoulder was strong, tearing apart its giant arms from his body. Gyuga. You are understandably sturdy. It is a chore to squeeze your body to death. In that case, since this is such a rare occasion, I will borrow your hand. Egdoik. What are you? Gyuga was made to lay upside down on the ground by the chains. It is a posture like that of being sentenced to death on a guillotine. New chains were being wrapped around the severed left arm. Chains dyed white, chains imbued with purification magic for the sake of defeating devils. After the chains intertwined in a complicated manner, and changed into a shape like that of a pointed drill. That much mass should be enough to bore through you. Be pierced by your own left arm and die. Egdoik. The moment he said this, the restraints on the left arms that were floating in the air softened. He must have reduced its overwhelming mass using gravity magic. That thing received the gravity of the planet and free-falled. At the tip of it, there's the purification magic drill, and what was ahead of it was the head of Gyuga. Top. I forfeit. Gyuga. I see, I am fine with this being my victory, but that's beside the point. Die. Egdoik. Gyuga. The left arm fell and made a thunderous sound. Just when I thought the stabbed left arm moved, it began to visibly shrink. The only thing remaining was a giant crater along with black and white chains. The remaining arm let out smoke and disappeared. Looks like Gyuga disappeared completely. Egdoik retrieved the chains remaining around, returned them to a size that can wrap around his arms, and came back to us. With this, One of my stomach sours decreased. I am grateful for providing me this opportunity, comrade. Ekdoik. Why yeah. But you were strong, huh? I could tell just how strong Gustav was, but now that it is over, I can see this was a stomp. In terms of specs, that side was above him, but Ekdoik's skill in battle was far beyond his. Why did this guy lose to Rakura? Compatibility really is important. What are you saying? I was using an even deadlier special technique than this one when fighting Rakura-self, you know? Ekdoik. Please stop calling me by my full name while pointing at me. Rakura. The highest sturdiness. He said that it melted the meat and bones of the one that touched it, and would pour curses and deadly poison into their bodies, right? Well, there's no point if it doesn't hit, huh? Rakura was always protecting herself with a barrier, so there was no room for carelessness or anything. But you weren't using those eyes just now. I did, but it was nullified. She didn't lower her guard in battle once, you know? Ekdoik. HMHM, of course. Rakura. How fearsome. Now that I think about it calmly, she defeated Biglight, who had his eye of blindness in the same way as the other devils, so it wouldn't be strange for her to have countermeasures for it. I can't believe this is the same person that was bawling her eyes out when I put bugs on top of her. I ignored Rakura, who was puffing her chest out proudly, and began talking to the Purple Demon Lord. That settles the first match. Let's decide on the next one. Yeah, that's right, I guess. Purple. The Purple Demon Lord placed a hand on the ground and a part of her clothes moved, separating from her body, and becoming a small chair. Is this also a devil? Meaning that all of her clothes are. Is she wearing devils on top of her naked body? That's impressive when you think about it. The Purple Demon Lord lined up the cards she used before. There's 10 this time. I didn't hesitate much here and chose one. Find the fake. What's this? Oh, you have pulled that one? Fokadulgura. It is your turn, you know? Purple. A single man showed up from the shadow of the Purple Demon Lord. He is wearing a pawn mask, but his human appearance is the opposite of the gigantic Gustav. He is small. Back of misperception, Fokadulgura is here. Explain your power first, okay? Purple. As you will. Fokadulgura. The figure of Fokadulgura blurred for a moment there, and then he had changed into his devil form at some point in time. But he is small. It is similar to that of a mid-devil. Comrade, don't be deceived by his appearance. The back of misperception, Fokadulgura is said to have low mana and physical capabilities compared to other great devils, but he is intelligent. It is one of the great devils that my father told me to be careful of. Ekdoik. Biglight evaluated me that highly. Huh. That's great to hear. Then, I shall show you my power. Fokadulgura turned his back towards me. When that back entered my vision, I understood how abnormal it was. There was a mirror the same size as his back with a sinister frame stuck behind him. And then, when that mirror was directed at Ekdoik, it released a dazzling light. If it is going to get bright, tell us beforehand. That instant flash dazed me and I got flustered there, but my vision returned to normal soon after. But there's clearly something different from before. There's 2 Ekdoiks. Is this the power to become the person that is shown in the mirror? Yeah, Fokadulgura has the ability to imitate the appearance of the target completely, you know? Their voice, their smell, even the wavelength of their mana. Impressive, right? Purple. The Ekdoiks were looking at each other silently. If I didn't remember their positions just now, I wouldn't be able to identify them. How is it, Ekdo? Can you feel the difference after seeing it yourself? You are speaking to the wrong one, human. The appearance of the person I thought was Ekdoik blurred and changed into Fokadulgura. No, there's no way. The real Ekdoik was at that place just now. Did they switch places? Mind power not only imitates my appearance, but it can also switch positions. How was it? Fokadulgura. It is impressive. But Ekdo, if you switched spots, you should have at least made a reaction. Ekdoik is standing without saying anything. He is still looking at Fokadulgura silently. No, he is not moving. Sorry about that. It would be troubling if he were to react immediately once Fokadulgura used his power, so I stopped his movements. Diuvilieri said this and snapped his fingers. When he did, Ekdoik began moving as if he had regained his bearings. He immediately glared at Diuvilieri. You bastard, how dare you, Ekdoik. As I said, sorry. Gustav was so pathetic I just had to show a bit of the actual power of a great devil. Duvalieri. He managed to seal the movements of Egdoik, who had a smashing victory against the great devil Gugurgudastaf in that one instant. I don't think Egdoik is the type of person who would lower his guard. In other words, this would be proof of how high the ability of Duvalieri is. I was surprised by the existence of the great devils strengthened by the pawn mask, but was relieved by the performance of Egdoik, and yet, that relief has been wiped out. It really won't go that easily. 3 days from now, Fokadubara will be impersonating someone you know, okay? You have to find him. However, you only get one try, okay? For the time limit, it will begin at noon and until sunset, I guess? Purple. He will be disguising as an acquaintance, so find them. So that's what they mean by finding the fake. But changing into someone and imitating their appearance and even voice is troublesome. I am not a resident of this world, so I can't detect mana. These 3 days won't only be a time of preparation for you, but also for Fokajulbara, you know. I think he will be observing the movements of several people in order to imitate them well, but you must not interfere with it, okay? Purple. As long as he doesn't interfere with our daily lives, I won't complain. This is how the second match was decided, and we headed to Marito's place. So that's how you managed to defeat the first great devil. Huh. I will need to contact Meges. I personally would like to try eating the food you made though. Marito was happy about our first victory. Wolf, Rakura, and Gradona returned for now. Ilias was apparently in the middle of training with Lord Ragudo, so she isn't with us. I took a peek at it and Ilias was pretty exhausted. It must be pretty scary training if it can manage to exhaust that Ilias. I don't want to think about it. And so, the ones here and Marito, Egdoik, and Mix. What we should be wary of really is the pawn mask. An artifact that allows you to raise the rank of monsters by 2? That's just cheating. Monsters have higher mana compared to an animal to begin with. Devils are even higher, and the great devils that are the highest have far more than that. If we are talking about 2 ranks higher than a unique, it might even be in the realm of a demon. Lord Marito. If it is purely in physical strength, that might be the case. My comparison target is the gold and purple demon lord, so I can't really say for sure though. Egdoik, did you understand what Duvalieri did to you? I have an idea. Duvalieri of the tongue of control. It is said that his words can tie down the actions of others. I heard him say don't move at that instant. Egdoik, a power that lets you control others with your words. Huh. There's a high chance you can resist it, but if your actions are hampered in the middle of battle with that, he would be a pretty troublesome opponent. It seems like great devils have a specialty in a part of their body. We need to be careful about the parts that have a nickname, huh? And so, do you have a chance for victory in the next one? Marito. I will do my best on that one. The issue is the one-on-one against the great devil afterwards. It is fine if we win, but if we lose, the great devil will be escaping after having earned massive power. A whimsical one could bring harm to Taizu too. If we get assistance from Meges, we can make countermeasures for that. That said, it will most likely take 4 more days. Marito. If Comrade can win, I just have to defeat all the remaining great devils. Egdoik. Listen here, your fighting style relies on technique. If you show your cards to the remaining 10, they will make countermeasures. Everyone understood that pushing by force won't work against you when you defeated Gugurgudastaf. Then, I guess we leave everything to Rakurasolf, huh? Egdoik. I think a few of them will be fine, but if there are several, she might end up running away on us. True. Egdoik. The specs of the great devils are high. If they were to fight the same human, there's the chance they will make countermeasures for them. Even if we are to use Ilias and Rakura, I need to confirm the strength of the other members. The work in that regard increased, and so I began to consult with Marito. We progressed the talk for a while and a single soldier appeared, a lookout inside the castle. It is a knight, but they are not affiliated to any division. What was their name? I forgot. Excuse my intrusion. There's someone in front of the castle gates that said they want to meet His Majesty. Do they not have a signed note? I don't have plans on meeting anyone today though. Marito. About that, she is saying she is the king of Ghani, a golden demi-human. I thought this was impossible as we let that person to the office of Marito. And then, the one who appeared was a golden fox girl with a fluffy tail, the Ghani king and gold demon lord. That's an impressive tale as always. Ooh, you were here as well. You must have come to welcome this one after coming such a far way. What a nice guy. Gold. Marito, you need to restructure the defense in your country. Right. Marito, if I had to make a list of the people I knows that must not be invited to this country, it would be the Anbus of other countries, adventurers of the underground, the dog of the demon lords, the more than 10 great devils, and the 2 demon lords. The gatekeepers in this nation went as far as throwing another worlder in a cell. Did they not? And so, Gold Demon Lord, what is a person that must not be invited here in my Taizu? We are busy, so I would like you to return at once though. Marito, what's with that attitude towards a guest? Is the heart of Taizu's wise king diminutive? Gold. I see, you want to establish the superiority here. I shall answer then, Gold Demon Lord. Marito, that's just what I wanted. Gold. Shut up. Leave it for later. Here? Gold. I grabbed the base of the Gold Demon Lord's tail. By the way, this point is extremely sensitive, so this is a spot she dislikes being stroked at. Even the weak strength of another worlder would bring a lot of pain. Yeah, there's things that can and can't be done, ya know? At least grab it gently. Gold. I didn't want you making a weird noise after all. So, what did you come here to do? Mew. There's actually a citizen of mine that got in contact with the devil and had their information extracted from them. Ya see. It seems like you've been noticed by the Purple Demon Lord, so I came here to warn ya. Gold. Too late. We have already made contact with her a long time ago and we are having a competition with her. What did ya say? Gold. I explain what has happened until now to the Gold Demon Lord, who has a shocked face. I am sitting at the sofa for guests, but she didn't sit by my side, but instead sat on my lap. Phew, to think such a thing happened with that Purple Demon Lord. That means she is a maiden just like this one. Gold. She is several times more seductive than you though. HMPH. Gold. Don't smack me with your tail, or more like, you came alone? Couldn't you have come together with Ludfane-san at least? I thought about that at first, but that Ludfane, she said there's no way that's okay and didn't give me the okay. Gold. Yeah, of course she wouldn't. But there's a limit to how careless you can be. You can't use your automatic defense if you are not in the Gani castle, right? Nfu, so ya would think, right? Egdoik, attack this one lightly. Gold. Fine. Egdoik. Saying this, Egdoik shot his chains at the Gold Demon Lord haphazardly, but the chains stopped just before touching the Gold Demon Lord. This is the same as the one I saw in the Gani castle. In other words, her defense barrier is working even from so far away. What was that setting about only being able to use it in the Gani castle? That's how it works in Foundation. But I tinkered with it and managed to make it so it can output a barrier of the same strength even from afar. Gold. Is it something that can be so easily tinkered with? It is the power of love. Of course. There's restrictions too. I am always staying in the Gani castle, so the barrier can be set almost infinitely thanks to the saved mana of this one. But in this country, my own mana is consumed. It means it is finite. Gold. So you would eventually die if Ilias were to punch you over and over. Huh. I can't deny that, but can ya stop mercilessly thinking of ways to kill this one? Gold. I won't do that. Killing you right now would only cause chaos on Gani and you would resurrect anyways. I would like ya to say that ya don't want to kill the precious me on that part at the very least. Gold. There's a lot of people who want to kill the Gold Demon Lord immediately, but the one that would be troubled if she were to be gone is Gani. Gani has already seized success by taking political measures that go beyond the era, but if they were to lose the Gold Demon Lord here, they wouldn't be able to progress, and they also can't regress what they have already grown into. They would turn into an extremely unstable nation. We are technically taking hostage the country that has the most population in the world. But what's this about ya being the prize for the match? If I could obtain ya, this one would also want to challenge ya to a match. Gold. We already settled that. Or do you plan on going back on your promise? That's an option. No, I won't do it. Stop those eyes. They are plain scary. Gold. I show no mercy towards traitors after all. Heh. Gold. The Purple Demon Lord doesn't feel color in her life. The Gold Demon Lord doesn't feel reality in her life. Because of their respective rough lives and the power that Yugura gave them, the sensation in those areas must have been numbed. There's the need to gain a bit more information about the Purple Demon Lord. Well then, I have heard your information, so you can go back now. I plan on staying in this country for a while since I am here already, ya know? Gold. Where do you plan on living? Our house is already full, so we can't let you stay there. As for Marito, I can't show hospitality towards someone who went against the will of Garni. If I were to shelter her in secret, it would turn into a diplomatic issue. Marito. So he says. Of course, Mix has no intention to accept. The Gold Demon Lord began sweating, thinking for a while, and looked at me with an upturned gaze. Hey, yeah, no. This one is really huggable. Gold. Unfortunately, in order to surpass the temptation of wolf's fur, you would have to breach through my desire to sleep peacefully alone. Right. How about the cave of Egdoik? It is full of animals. I don't need any more animals. How about staying in the lodging of the Purple Demon Lord? Egdoik. This one's life would be in jeopardy. Gold. I see. A past acquaintance of mine lived below a bridge, but I think it is open right now. How about it? I am going to cry. This one will cry pathetically, ya know? Gold. In the end, we settled with her staying in the room of Wolf as a shared room. Wolf was troubled at first, but it seems like she lost to the allure of the Gold Demon Lord's tail. I think that tail would be a nice pillow when taking a nap. The 3-day preparation began. Is Fokadugura observing someone right now to switch with them? I have already explained the situation to Ilias and Lord Ragudo. I don't think they will accidentally kill him, but it most likely doesn't feel too good. We had a promise that I would meet the Purple Demon Lord at least once in the daytime, so I headed to the residence of Ban-san. But why are you here? Where this one is my own business. Aside from the bodyguards Zekdoik and Diuviliri, there's also one more companion, the Gold Demon Lord. The mood of both of them is extremely dicey. One is the culprit that tried to invade her country, and the other one threatened her to stop this, making the monsters that she prepared for a long period of time become food. Right now it is my alone time with him though. Can the unrelated fox back off? Purple. It is true that this one is completely unrelated. In other words, I don't care about your own convenience. Gold. I see, you want to die? Purple. Who? You're going to kill an unrelated third party? Meaning that you're gonna throw away this competition? Gold. Okay, leave it at that. If it is just greetings, I will keep silent, but I will step in if you are going to fight. I will die in an instant, so prepare yourselves. Why did you bring this with you? Purple. I didn't bring her with me. Not only is she staying in someone else's house, she also follows in the outings of someone else. I have gotten the permission of both the landlord and the owner of the room. Gold. Leaving aside Wolf, I was actually surprised that Ilias gave the okay. The magic of the tail is truly fearsome. His house, you say? No way. What a greedy beast. Purple. It is not only this one, ya know. There's already 3 women living under the same roof as him. Gold. One is the landlord, the other one I am the guardian of, and the last one is the same as this one. I can prepare you a big place to sleep in, you know? Purple. I am fine with anywhere as long as it is silent, with a bed, and I can sleep alone. Since I have the opportunity here, I will be keeping an eye on ya so that ya don't pull any dirty tricks. Purple. Gold. You think I would do something like that? You think I will permit earning him in such a manner? Purple. Who knows? If ya can't win no matter how much ya try and can't obtain him, the eyes of the weak-hearted can get clouded, ya know? And so, what was the match this time? Gold. Why is this Gold Demon Lord always so confrontational? But a Demon Lord cooperating and keeping an eye is something I am grateful for. I explained the details of this time's match to the Gold Demon Lord. Fuma, I see. For now, it seems to be fair. If anything, I would say you're the one that's on the advantage here. Gold. Oh my, I wonder about that. Seeing through the transformation of Fokadugura is not easy, you know? Him not being able to increase his max mana is a downside of his, but I know that he doesn't have the ability to feel those kinds of things though. Purple. Not only that, his basic strength is to the degree where even this one as the weakest can kill him. I'm impressed you ended up desiring a twig of a man like this one. Purple. Gold. Oh my, comparing him to a twig, it seems like it is you who doesn't understand him. Gold. Purple. Don't joke around. This one has already lost to him after having used the power Yugura gave me. He is also the one who saw the warped elements of your monsters. Gold. Oh my, so that really was the case. I did think it would be impossible with your brain, you know? Purple. I am glad that you are praising me, but please don't lead that to a fight. In the end, Every time there was something, it would immediately turn into a dispute and I would have to calm them down. Purple promptly left in a bad mood. The Gold Demon Lord looked proud for some reason. What's with this girl? But sir, it is not like Purple is fighting for the sake of losing. Sneaking a drop of poison inside an advantageous battle is the nature of Purple. Don't lower your guard, okay? Gold. What? You are worrying about me? Of course. Just imagine you're becoming hers when you're not becoming mine. This one standing would crumble. Gold. True. I have no intention of losing. That's the spirit. And so, guide me around this city. Let's have a tryst. Gold. Listen here. What do you plan on doing with your duties in Ghani if you stay here for long? No issues there. See, I'm using this. Gold. She made a small Gold Demon Lord appear in her palm. The ruling power of the Gold Demon Lord allows her to run simulations in her simulated worlds. She uses this small one as a navigator and for support. I do this. Gold. The small Gold Demon Lord spun on top of her hand and jumped down, and then, the one who landed was a Gold Demon Lord of the same size as the original. This woman. She created a copy with her same proportions. She must have left a clone of herself like a substitution jutsu. I can contact the other side anytime I want and can give orders too. I can govern even while on a trip, ya know? Gold. That's a demon lord who specializes in ruling. I guess it is a spell that Marito would want. I tried touching her tail as a test, but the sensation is a bit different. It must be a difference with how little she is reacting. If you're too embarrassed to throw your animalistic passions on this one, I can lend you one for the night. I recommend myself the most though. Gold. Right. I have wanted to tear off all the fur in this tail once. Let's count the strands tonight. Stop that. Gold. In the end, the clone became the body pillow of Rakura. The next morning, Rakura was speaking of how comfortable of a hug it was with a refreshed face. And then, 3 days later, due to the interference of the Gold Demon Lord, there wasn't much progress in my exchanges with the Purple Demon Lord, and we reached the day of the match. It is just before noon. We have once again borrowed an area outside the ramparts to have our match. The last time there were fancy kitchens readied, but this time around it is only a single chair. There's only the Gold Demon Lord in the spectator seats this time, each other's bodyguards, and Fokajulgura. I will be blindfolding you now, okay? I will undo your blindfold once it is noon, got it? Purple. So Fokajulgura will have switched with a friend of mine by that time? I have made it so that the person is staying at the usual place until you arrive, okay? The match will last until the sun has sunk down. I will allow you to borrow the help of someone else to transport yourself, alright? Purple. I am grateful for that. Moving around the whole capital alone would exhaust me to an unbelievable degree, and so, I sit on the chair and get blindfolded. And then, someone suddenly sat on my lap for some reason. What are you doing, Gold Demon Lord? Wow, I immediately recognized it was this one. It must be the power of love. Gold. Tail. Nfufufu. It is this one's show of consideration. It would be the end if Fokajulgura were to switch with you after all. Gold. I don't think that would be happening though. Right. The way to obtain certain victory here would be to switch with me. Run around the capital as a fake participant and declare that I forfeit. That said, it wouldn't be a competition like that. It would be nothing but cheating. We won't do something like that, you know. That's why I disappear from the top of his lap already. Purple. Here's this one's special seat. It would be boring until noon, so I shall give him the nourishment of this one's ears and tail. Nfufufu. Gold. Yeah. Even so, it is hard to brush them with a blindfold on. Are her ears around here? Squeeze. Newer. My eyes. Gold. Sorry. Looks like, when I tried to grab something, it ended up being close to her eyeballs. She smacked her tail against my face as if getting back at me. So fluffy. You can go ahead and gouge them out, you know? Or more like, can you just get through the barrier of gold? Purple. I somehow could. The blindfold was taken off after a while. The one who took it off was the Gold Demon Lord. One eye is red for some reason. Let's not worry about it. Seems like they are done. Gold. I look around, but there's no change aside from Fokajulgura being gone. I thought about the possibility of him having switched with Egdoik, but the question then would be where did the person himself go? By the way, what happened to the switched person? They are of course safe, you know. However, we have had them hide somewhere outside your vision while this match takes place, okay? Purple. Now then, How should I do this? Let's test it out just in case. Ekdo, what's your ambition? To increase the reputation of Rakura Self. Ekdoik, what do you think of Rakura? She is the biggest trial that the world has given me. Ekdoik, you are the real one. That's horrible. Gold Demon Lord, if you are the real one, you would be happy about getting the fur of your ears torn off. Let me tear them off. As if. Gold, you are the real one. Everyone would think that. Gold, did you see how Fokadura disappeared? He just melted into his shadow without anything off. He disappeared along with his shadow on the ground. It should be safe to assume he is already inside Taizu. Gold. Now, the match has already begun, you know. Is it okay to not hurry? Purple. A trap. Or not. The trap that Fokadura most likely tried to set was the copying of memories. From what I heard of Ekdo about the Great Devils, there's one Great Devil with the nickname Abdomen of Perplexion. If that guy is helping out in the shadows, he could act in a manner that isn't much different from the real one with memories of their past. I wouldn't be able to tell that apart and would be done for. It is true that it would make for an even more complex disguise. But if that's true, there would be no means to discover them. Gold. That's why I said tried. The Purple Demon Lord most likely prohibited him from using that method. Yeah, that's right, you know. As expected of you, dear. Fokadura made that proposal, but that wasn't fair, so I prohibited him from using it, you know. Purple. You didn't need to prohibit it though. Fokadura's transformation does have a fatal weak point after all. Oh my, is that so? I think the transformation of Fokadura is perfect in my eyes though. Purple. No, that's the weak point, Fokadura. I say this as I looked at Fokadura, who is taking the appearance of the Purple Demon Lord. What are you saying? Fokadura? You are Fokadura. You have transformed in the Purple Demon Lord, right? What? But Fokadura didn't show his back here, ya know? Gold. It is just as Gold said, you know? Fokadura? Something like that. They obviously switched from the very beginning. Fokadura transformed into the Purple Demon Lord before meeting us, and the Fokadura just now was most likely a clone of some sort. Come on, I used my one answer attempt, so give me your wrong or right answer, Fokadura. That's why I said, Fokadura. Ah, geez, got it. I will do as the Purple Demon Lord wants. Let's go, Ekdo. Where do you plan on going? Ekdoik. The fastest way to compare answers. I finished the talk there, and the place we arrived at was the residence of the Purple Demon Lord. The house Tort-san. No, the Purple Demon Lord rented and is using as her base. When I entered, the Purple Demon Lord welcomed me. You not only read my plan but also my intention. As expected of you? Purple. Change into me and make him come to my residence to prove it. Guess you ordered Fokadura to not admit it. How could you tell? Even though I had managed to become my lord almost perfectly with mind power. Fokadura undid his transformation and turned into his devil form. It is simple. The emotions that you were putting in your words were mismatched. Emotions, you say? Fokadura. I am good at gauging the distance between people. You see, the words you were directing at me and the Gold Demon Lord were way too weak. You must have felt apprehensive about speaking amicably towards a human, and direct strong animosity towards another Demon Lord. The first thing that felt off were the first words the Purple Demon Lord directed at me. It gave me a weird impression. And then, the words directed at the Gold Demon Lord. They were thorny, but there wasn't much hostility in it. From there, I began to wonder if it was possible, and deduced it. While at it, when I questioned the trustworthiness in the evaluation of Fokadura and his defect, his response was painted in faint anger. The Purple Demon Lord has not felt anger towards me even once. Are you telling me you saw through mind power with things that can't be seen? There's no way something much like that is, Fokadura. Speaking of which, Comrade saw through Ray 8 in his first meeting when he had moved into the body of someone else. Ekdoik. That's right. I could notice someone even when they have been possessed, and it is my first time meeting them, so there's no way I wouldn't be able to tell when it is someone I have known for a decent degree. Fokadura. The weak point of your power is that you can't transform the inside too. You won't be able to deceive me, if you don't become the Purple Demon Lord completely. Don't joke around. If I did that, myself would be gone. Fokadura. No, there's a bit of a trick for it. But you can actually return, you know. Those eyes. What's with those eyes? Fokajulgura knew. Did I switch there? So it shows up even without intending to. Keep it a secret from Ilias and the others, okay? Not good, not good. I saw some B-tier acting and my position ended up shaking me. Let's calm down. I would like to have a one-on-one against Fokajulgura as per agreement, but how about some tea before that? Purple. This was the proposal of the Purple Demon Lord, and I agreed to it. I told my close acquaintances to act as usual due to the match against Fokajulgura, so they are currently in the capital. The match is supposed to be set by evening, but it is not even the time for snacks yet. I considered the possibility of him running away, but I doubt he would be able to run away from the Purple Demon Lord, and so we are killing time here by having some tea. We are relaxing in the guest room with Egdoik and the Gold Demon Lord. Even so, yeah, I've gotten pretty bold. Having tea at the Fort of Purple, sir. Gold. It doesn't change the fact that it is a dangerous place, but she seems to be the type that follows the rules like you, Gold Demon Lord. I trust her on that front for now. Of course, contrary to humans, there's only a handful of demon lords. Breaking a promise is the same as losing your trust from all demon lords. The only ones who wouldn't suffer from this would be black and colorless. Gold. On Earth, it is easy to throw your will and words towards someone you haven't met directly. The amount of people you can get involved with is outstandingly high. Even if your relationship with one person is exacerbated, it doesn't become that much of a problem. It has actually become a world where they say and what of it? And turn it around instead. But when the setting is narrowed, like your workplace, somewhere within your jurisdiction, inside the school, inside your classroom, you become more sensitive towards maintaining your human relationships. You become more careful towards people who will be looking after you in the future or people who would be directly involved in a disadvantageous manner. Of course, there's people who don't bother about human relationships even with that, giving birth to bullying, isolation, and internal cliques. One of the biggest reasons would be that you don't think of the other party as a threat. To bring out an extreme example, there's no person who would hurl insults towards someone who is pointing a gun at you when they don't see a chance for victory. It is not like there's no precedent, but such people already had their survival instincts as living beings broken. That goes the same for the community called Demon Lords, the people who obtained special powers from Yugara and can bring about massive influence on the world. They are immortal, so it is hard to eliminate each other. Losing their trust completely would mean having an eternal enemy. Even the Purple Demon Lord who seeks stimulation tried to have a confrontation with the Gold Demon Lord, but tried not to make the other demon lords her enemies. That's how confined their relationship is and how big its influence is. However, looking at it from a different perspective, you could say the Purple Demon Lord has normal levels of danger management. The difference this makes is big. Now, sorry for the wait. I brought the tea and snacks, you know. Purple. The Purple Demon Lord came with a big tray in one hand together with Diuvileri. There's a tea set on top of the tray and a basket. Diuvileri swiftly finished preparations and the table was ready to be used. Mine and the Gold Demon Lord's share was made. Egdoik refused it beforehand. Simple sweets and tea. Sugar hasn't been used, so there's a red liquid that seems like jam at the side. But the shape is somewhat warped. I don't see many burnt spots though. Could it possibly be? I did my best making it, you know. Enjoy? Purple. Handmade. Huh. The competition from before surfaced in my mind. That said, I don't feel like it will turn into as much of a tragedy as before. I dip the baked pastry on what looks like jam and take a bite. There's barely any taste on the baked pastry, but the sweetness of the jam is pretty strong instead. But it is not a taste that can't be eaten. It is normal. It is sweet. Have it together with tea, okay? Purple. Being told this, I took a sip of the tea, and mellowed out the way too sweet jam. The Gold Demon Lord was watching my state carefully, most likely wary of this, but after judging it could be eaten normally, she began to eat just like me. How is it? I would like your opinion without any lies, okay? Purple. It is not bad. I won't say it is extremely tasty, but it does make me feel grateful to be served this at tea time. You bastard, what's with that attitude? Diuvileri, I didn't tell you it is okay for you to speak, you know? Purple. The Purple Demon Lord reprimanded Diuvileri, who bursted in indignation. It wasn't that good of an evaluation, but she seems to be pretty satisfied. But you have progressed quite a lot compared to last time. You must have worked hard. Yeah, thanks. Purple. It has been 3 days since the match. Considering that she went from a taste that would knock out great devils to an edible taste, this is impressive growth. I would like to praise her just from the fact that she doesn't consider her lack of ability to cook as a personal trait contrary to other people. Hey, isn't this one's share strangely lacking? The shape is also more warped. Gold. Be grateful that I am even bringing out any for you, okay? Or do you want me to bring out the share that I had the devils dispose of? Purple. Looks like she managed to get to this point thanks to the devils disposing of the rest. I salute the valiant efforts of the staff members inside my heart. So, who are you guys planning on choosing to fight Fokajulbura? Purple. I am a bit troubled by it. I did find a weak point to the disguise, but a battle is a different story. Their base capabilities would be lined up and the difference in mana would be increased with the pawn mask. According to the analysis of Ekdoik, the ones who currently can compete in mana with a great devil strengthened by the pawn mask are Ilias, Wolf, Lord Agudo, and Gradona. If even their techniques are equal, then it will turn into a battle of attrition with the mana being the defining factor, but I doubt Fokajulbura doesn't have countermeasures for that. Wait, if he becomes me, I can make it a battle between frail humans where you can't rely on mana. Sir, wouldn't it be fine for him to not transform in that scenario? Gold. True. I am embarrassed that I thought for a second it was a good idea. I managed to get through that with a serious face, so let's say I am safe here. I will be changing the topic here, but is the name Yugari a word that was taught to you by Yugara Naraya? Yugara can still be heard around, but it has been a while since I have heard the word Naraya, you know? If I remember correctly, it is a word in your world that denotes purple, right? Purple. Yeah. It can also be read as for though. What way of calling would you like? I hold no attachment towards the name Yugara taught me. You can call me Purple or Purple Demon Lord, you know? Purple. I see, I will do that then. Now that I think about it, using that name in a land where the resident of Yugara's planet is in was way too careless, huh? Purple. I was almost sure with that after all. Your actual name is something else, right? Yeah, but we Demon Lords don't have names. You know, we disappeared from history along with our memories of it as payment for the resurrection magic, you know? Purple. A new piece of information. Resurrection magic revives the dead and makes them demon lords. So at the same time as they become immortal, they also lose their original name. Huh. This is that, isn't it? Meaning that enticement can't be used on demon lords. Huh. That's right. But in exchange, Yugara gave me detailed knowledge about that power, you know? Purple. She must be referring to the pawn mask that can draw out the power of the monsters. Increasing the power by 2 ranks is massive, but it doesn't compare to the original ability she was given. It is still super strong though. If you become my demon, I will provide you with a pawn mask that has no restrictions, you know? Purple. What decides this will be our competition. So no restrictions means that I would be able to wear it? Yeah. The great devils are not obedient. You see? So I have adjusted the power of the pawn mask so they are at least loyal, you know? Purple. I feel like that restriction is loose on Diuvileri. Yeah, Diuvileri is an obedient great devil that immediately agreed to my call. Regardless of the emotions behind it, I evaluate him highly for his loyalty. That's why the only one who can draw out the greatest power from the pawn mask is Diuvileri, you know? Purple. So that's where I felt there was a difference in levels between the great devils. And he is currently standing here as the bodyguard of the Purple Demon Lord. His swift decision benefited him. Huh. We will end up clashing with Diuvileri at the end. We need to be prepared for that. It is past evening. We are once again outside the ramparts. The one who will be facing Fokajulbura will be Rakura. I was troubled by many things here, so I consulted with Rakura at the moment, and she gave me the light answer. That's not a big deal though. I thought, is that true? And ended up choosing Rakura. The person herself didn't want to work, so we reached an agreement with me promising her to cook earth dishes for her once. Fokajulbura is showing wariness towards her, most likely because he knows that she has defeated Biglukt. On the other hand, there's Rakura yawning. I did explain to her about the pawn mask and his special ability, but the person in question made an uncaring face. The Purple Demon Lord isn't showing much change, but I can tell that the gaze Diuvileri is directing to Rakura is that of information collecting. Then there's one who is directing burning eyes at her. It goes without saying that that's Ekdoik. You are the woman that defeated Biglukt. Huh. If I defeat you, I not only will be able to raise my reputation, but it would also be easier to control the land that Beglückt left. Let's have you die cruelly. Fokajulbura. Ha, is that so? Rakura. Now then, both sides, get ready. Start. Duvuliri. The very moment Duvuliri signaled to start, Fokajulbura took distance and directed the mirror at his back towards Rakura. A flash happened for an instant, and then, he transformed into an appearance that wasn't any different from Rakura. Your body is feeble, but the flow of your mana is fearsomely fast. The times you can use purification spells and their quality is splendid too. I see, with this, being able to defeat Beglückt is, Fokajulbura. That was as far as he spoke, as his body transformed into Rakura was sliced in two. It is the slicing technique using barriers of Rakura that she specializes in. Fokajulbura. Maybe he tried to beg for his life? But I could see lines running through his whole body before he could say anything. I averted my gaze, not wanting to see a familiar face minced. There wasn't even a scream of pain. Only the faint sound of minced meat falling on the ground. Having it die in human form is unpleasant. He returned to normal. Rakura. I hesitantly looked back after hearing this, and there was smoke coming out from the place where Fokajulbura was most likely at. The moment when some sort of remains were disappearing. Everyone was speechless. A great devil had perished in just a few seconds. Rakura came back while stretching. I am done, Counselor Sama. Now, I will have you keep your promise, okay? Rakura. Why yeah. Even so, you didn't show any hesitation despite him being transformed in you. If he is going to transform into me, I just have to defeat him swiftly with a speed I wouldn't be able to block. He turned his back towards me in a serious death match and even monologued carelessly after transforming. Rakura. Rakura then told me that she immediately set a giant barrier after Fokajulbura took distance, and after transforming, she swiftly divided him in two, and once she confirmed that he wasn't moving, she drew even more lines inside and dissected him. That's all. Because of the shock of having his body bisected, Fokajulbura lost the concentration to form magic to resist this, and died just like that without being able to do anything. She could have finished it before the transformation, but there's also the job of confirming the body after transformation, and his body defenses would lower with that, so she purposely let him transform. The strength of Rakura is not only in the speed of her magic, the quality, and the quantity. She shows absolutely no hesitation on her decisions in battle. She doesn't swing her weapon after thinking of killing. She swings her weapon while thinking about killing. Moreover, even though she defeated a great devil, she isn't too flustered or on edge. She processed it as having defeated a slightly more resilient monster. I now understand clearly how she doesn't have memories of having defeated Beglückt. If you defeat them in an instant like this, of course it wouldn't remain in your memory. She just processed it as work without observing or talking. Even if Fokajulbura had the same specs and surpasses her in mana, their realms as combatants are completely different. What's the matter, Counselor Sama? Rakura. Nothing. Do you have any requests? I want to eat that thing made of tuber. What was the name? Pu something. Rakura. Puree. I can't make that one without butter. I will make it sometime later. Rakura. Rakura also showed surprising results the other day with the cave leading to the Black Wolfkin village, to the point where even Lord Lino, who would say women should stand back, was left speechless too. She might be above even Ilias in terms of her spirit in battle. The evaluation of Rakura might have been a bit higher if she were to spare that concentration on other places too, but the person has no interest in fame and social standing, and no motivation, so it can't be helped. I will at least do my best to secretly increase her fame to a degree that's fitting of her ability. Ekdoik had his arms crossed as he nodded over and over. We have managed to show almost all the other great devils the strength of Rakura who defeated Beglückt. Her fame within the human realm will be a task for the future, but the standing of Beglückt in the Magus Nether would be that he was defeated by someone who managed to even defeat in an instant a great devil with a pawn mask equipped. At the very least, there won't be anyone who can make fun of Beglückt himself. Isn't that great, Ekdoik? There's 9 remaining cards now. I randomly select one and read it. Hide and seek. Are you going to make a great devil infiltrate this place now? No, I will be the one doing the hiding here. You know, the rules are simple. Just find me hiding somewhere in this capital from morning until dawn, okay? Purple. This capital is pretty big though. If it were just limited to buildings, it would be one thing, but searching in this whole capital would be almost impossible in just one day. This would normally be an impossible task, but we are talking about the Purple Demon Lord here. She must have thought of a measure for this. Yes, that's why, at the moment when the sun rises, I will make it so that you can find hints of my location, you know? Purple. The being hints means you won't be moving then? Rather than hide and seek, it is more like treasure hunting. I should be able to manage somehow with that. Beginning at the rise of the sun means that I will have to wake up sooner than that, which will be a bit of a pain, but this is a competition where I am gambling with my own body, so this isn't the time to be complaining about waking up too early. And so, I accepted the match without using my right to refuse, and we parted ways there. I gave pocket money to Rakura, had her head together with the Gold Demon Lord to Dog's Bone, and went with Egdoik to Marito's place. I was thinking about explaining the current situation, but it seems like Mix was stealthily observing this and already told him. Even though she has a hard time even keeping her head up with Marito, it must have been tough to even report to him. I was wondering about how she did it, but I then caught a glimpse of a piece of paper written with beautiful calligraphy. I was relieved by this and spoke to Marito. We have safely defeated 2 great devils as of present, but considering the amount remaining, there's still a long way to go. Right. The great devils are obeying right now, but if they were to continue losing one after the other in one-on-ones, they might try to pull something. We must not lower our guards even outside of the matches. Marito. Egdoik is doing a great job on that front. Actually, what we should be wary of is in the middle of the match. I can't get the help of others in the middle of the match against the Purple Demon Lord. If something is going to happen, it will be the. It is not like I don't trust her, but as long as it is a competition, there's the possibility of her having some sort of strategy. All the matches as of now have been simple. This might be a trap to lower our guards. The reinforcements of Megis will be arriving tomorrow night. Marito. But it doesn't seem like they will have their turn with the match already on its way. We could borrow their strength for the one-on-one against the Great Devils if there's a strong one though. Marito. We have managed to win without any issues in the first and second battle. I could just leave it to Egdoik and Rakura, but the Pawn Mask's special traits are giving me a sense of foreboding. Judging from the state of Gugustaff, he barely had any loyalty towards the Purple Demon Lord, so he most likely did it because he had no choice but to due to his life being in jeopardy. Fokadura looked loyal at a glance, but I felt like he had his grievances internally. If he had actual loyalty towards the Purple Demon Lord, he would have shown a more serious acting. The Purple Demon Lord is most likely choosing them in the order of loyalty. In that case, the effects of the Pawn Mask will steadily get stronger. At worst, they will only get stronger. The feebleness of Fokadura can't be helped because he transformed into a human, but a decent degree of effort was needed to defeat Gugustaff. What will be coming from here on are great devils with their full specs as devils instead of transforming, so we can't lower our guards here. It would be nice if outstanding people were to come. By the way, is there anyone in this country who can match the great devils? The members of the Ragudo division would be able to put up a fight. There's also the other captains, I guess. The knights have the skill to fight one-on-one against humans, but they have been trained to fight monsters in groups after all. Marito. Taizu has mostly monsters from the Taizu Nether show up. They would be monsters like wyverns and other big-sized ones. The knights must be training with those in mind. I think of Karagia and Boruja. They might certainly be able to rival the great devils with their seasoned techniques. But considering the specs of the great devils when they are strengthened by the Pawn Mask, I am not really sure. It might be a good idea to have Karagia accompany us in the next fight and have him see with his own eyes. In terms of skills, Mix has a chance too though. How is it, Mix? Marito. Why yes, I don't think there would be any problems. Mix. I only see problems here. Can you please face this way when you talk? I changed the direction she is facing and made it so Marito doesn't enter her vision. Right. The second great devil felt somewhat problematic, but the first one, I think I would have been able to handle it. Mix. Judging from the words of Mix, her fighting style is most likely that of catching the enemy off guard. The kind where it is more hinged on the surprise factor to increase the success rate, but flipping that around, it means that if it is known, it can be dealt with. Fokadura who can imitate their appearance and techniques must have been a natural enemy of hers because he can read her cards. In that case, I probably can only use Mix 2 times at most. Even so, The unique class Great Devils have been further strengthened, which is pretty terrible in itself, but there's a lot of them to top it off. Can you believe that I am scared of even animals who are far below lesser devils, madam? For now, I would like to ask Garaji to spectate the next battle. Ekdoik, can you tell Mix about the information you know of the Great Devils? Yeah, got it. Ekdoik, that would be a great help. Mix, as for what I am worried about, it would be Ilias. I have only seen her on the passing recently, but she always looks exhausted. It seems like the coaching of Lord Ragudo has gotten even more intense after the competition with the Purple Demon Lord began. Has Lord Ragudo told you anything about Ilias? I was told that it has been a while since he was found someone who doesn't break from his coaching, and his heart was dancing because of this. Marito, even Ilias would suffer from this. He also doesn't want to lose to Gradona. Marito, she really must be in pain there. Wolf is also getting tutored by Gradona, and there's many instances where we passed by one another, but it didn't look like fatigue was accumulating in her that much. I did call her once in the first battle to show her the Great Devils, but it seems like that pumped her up. Is it bothering you that she is not worrying about you? Marito, no. I know she must be worried about me to a certain degree. After all, she must trust Ekdoik and Rakura. I don't think it is just to a certain degree though. Marito, I thought I would be hanging out with the Purple Demon Lord the next day as usual, but Duvilieri left me a message telling me that the Purple Demon Lord will be busy thinking about the riddles for the hints, so she can't meet me. I was taken aback by this. But if that's the case, I will head to the Magic Research Lab. I have been leaving everything to Ruko and Nora lately, so I need to show myself. The Gold Demon Lord came with me for some reason. It is an important national secret, but she provoked back with even though this one showed all the internal affairs of Ghani, the wise king of this country doesn't even allow me to tour around. What a small heart. And so, she was allowed freedom to observe as a special exception. Oh, Nichan and Ekdo Nichan Nano Da. Also, there's a sparkly Nate-chan. Who is that? Nora, the Ghani king. I obviously can't tell Ruko and Nora that she is a demon lord, but it would be troubling if we were to slip up somewhere, so this is as much of a compromise I can give. Ghani king? Nora, Nfufufufu, that's right. This one is the king that rules over Ghani. Gold. That's an impressive tale. Nano Da. Nora, here? Gold. The Gold Demon Lord jolted at her tail being grabbed at the base. The mercilessness of a child is scary. Stop that. The base is sensitive. If you're going to stroke it, make it elsewhere. Gold. Sorry Nano Da. Ooh, it is so soft. Nora. Nora-chan, you shouldn't do that to a king, you know? Ruko. I don't mind. It is only when children's curiosity is satiated that they obtain the strength to rush off to the next thing to be curious about. Gold. I want this Furno Da. Can I tear it off? Nora. Stop that. So this one is Nora. What about the other one? Gold. Ruko-sama Nano Da. Nora. Who? Ruko-sama. Gold. No, please call me Ruko. Ruko. Being called Sama by a king would make a hole open in her stomach as a maid. But she blended in with them faster than I thought. So the fox ears and fluffy tail can be useful in foreign relations as well. She let Ruko touch her tail while talking. Nora, I would like to use the temperature adjustment container that we made before. Ruko-sama knows the place. She has been using it for cooking no Da. Nora, it can adjust the firepower so conveniently, I just ended up using it. Ruko. It is an apparatus used for manufacturing and cooking, so I have no intention of finding fault in your actions. I was thinking about making the butter one more time. You see, this is goat milk. I know how to make it, so I will begin the preparations now. Okay, Ana-san, please confirm the results we had while you were away with Nora-chan. Ruko. I entrust the tool to Ruko and skim through the documents given to me. It seems like they have finished replicating quite a good deal of simple principles. If we were to prepare the parts of the machine to build it, and experiment with it, it should be possible to utilize it for a variety of inventions. It is a paperwork structure of replicating each and every single process of chemicals and electrical components to put them together, but as long as we know the structure of it, we can do a variety of things, which is big. It is looking good. It is beyond what I expected. Hilda. And so, this is the prototype Nano Da. Nora. Saying this, she gave me a somewhat big box. It is a bit messy, but it has certainly recreated what I asked for. I felt like teasing here, so I ended up pointing it to the Gold Demon Lord as a test. "Oh, sir, what's that?" "Stop that creepy expression." "Wait, Noir?" Gold. Confirming the result of the experiment. A creation of Earth has been splendidly replicated. The problem would be that many people would be surprised the first time they encounter this. It really makes me think while I was getting smacked by the angered tail endlessly. Being able to progress in this fashion even with how busy we are is truly fearsome. All the great devils including myself and excluding Duvalieri were hiding in the shadows of the room and continued waiting for the order of our lord, the Purple Demon Lord. We were given the gigantic power that is the Pawn Mask, but the only one who feels pleasant when using it is Duvalieri. The one who showed a clear rebellious attitude, Gugurgudastaff, died straight away. Fokadulbura, who simply found joy in obtaining power, died cruelly too. Our Lord will most likely be sending us to the execution grounds by the order of loyalty from here on. The humans are at an absolute advantage in this competition in the eyes of us great devils. We will most likely be unable to avoid a one-on-one as long as there's no unexpected result. We were happy about having obtained the Pawn Mask at first, and even felt like tagging along in their child's play, but once the lid was opened, everything broke. The strength of the man called Dekdo surpassed all the great devils if not for the Pawn Mask. It seems like it wasn't a lie when it was said that he was the best creation of Biglicht. And then, the cleric that ended Biglicht, Rakurisov. I was looking down on her because she is unreputed, but witnessing the death of Fokajulbura, all the great devils realized that woman is dangerous. There's a high chance those two will be participating again. We might be able to cook up a way to win after analyzing a few battles as great devils, but there's no point if you are included in those few battles. All great devils aside from Duvalieri have escaped from the control of the Purple Demon Lord, and are devil kings that want to rebuild their kingdom again. Hashiryaku it is your turn next. You know, a voice echoed inside the darkness. I gulped, resolved myself, and appeared in front of my lord. Right arm of tying, Hashiryaku has received my lord's will. You won't be participating this time around. Just prepare for the one-on-one. Purple. The Purple Demon Lord told me this and returned to her room. There wasn't even a slight bit of emotion in those eyes. She was basically ordering me to get swept by the waves. After witnessing this, I couldn't endure it, so I turned into a shadow and moved to the rooftop. I look up at the stars. I feel like the stars entering my vision are a bit fewer than in the Magus Nether. The light created by the livelihood of humans is reducing the number of stars in the sky. Did mine life only amount to this much? As of present, it is unknown whether I have a chance to win against the enemy that human has readied. I have no confidence in winning against the two that participated. Even if I were to win after a grueling battle, I would end up suffering deep injuries. If I were to be freed in such a state, would I be able to survive? I was satisfied with just being a king ruling in my little closed garden. My pride was maintained by looking down on the devils that I couldn't feel any intelligence from. Even though I was satisfied with just that, that woman stole everything without hesitation. I obtained power from the Pawn Mask that I couldn't even refuse. But if we were to revolt, we would definitely be killed by Duvalieri, who has received the blessings of the Pawn Mask to its full extent. Hashiryaku, are you scared of death? Fabushasu, ha. Hashiryaku, a great devil appeared close to me. The abdomen of perplexion, Fabushasu, showed up. Fabushasu has been ruling a land connected to mine, but because we acknowledged each other's strength, we didn't fight, and enjoyed our lives in our respective closed gardens without fighting. I understand how you feel. If you die, I will most likely be the next one. Fabushasu, I can see that. We both are treated similarly. It looks like that woman has no intention of winning. Hashiryaku, she is dealing with a single human. Even if they were to have a fair competition, the details of it are way too cheap. She is most likely going to be acting in a manner that will be advantageous for that human again in the next match. She might eventually turn it around and go for the win, but it is most likely not in our turns. Fabushasu, yeah, we are not even pawns, we are sacrificial pawns. Hashiryaku, since the day we lost against the high devils that were wearing pawn masks and were brought here, our fates had already been sealed. We will be worn out as tools for that cruel demon lord's entertainment and will simply disappear without seeing a chance for victory. Hashiryaku, Do you want to join in my plan? If it goes well, we might be able to survive. Fabiushasu. What do you mean by that? Area Kudehito. Not only that, we might be able to one-up the demon lord that shamed us. But do you have the resolve to? Fabiushasu. Tell me. This life will be scattering soon anyways. If I can fight back against my current situation, I would like to hear it. Area Kudehito. We can't match them as long as Diuvilieri is present. There's most likely no point in a direct revolt against the demon lord. But, I don't know if it is a fortune or misfortune, but that demon lord has taken a liking towards an extremely brittle gem. Fabiushasu. Get to the point. Area Kudehito. I will eat that human. Help me out with that. Fabiushasu. Fabiushasu grinned. Author, this is an aside, but I as the author only remember the names of Beglid and Diuvilieri. So for everyone else, just remember the first few letters and it will be fine. Translator, dear Lord, spare me. It has been a while. I am glad to see you are doing well. Yeah, hello, Pope-sama. We welcomed the reinforcements of Megis in front of the gates of the Taizu Castle and my gaze understandably went straight to the top of the Yugara Church. Pope Uparo. Why did you come? Liliza-san and a captain of the Holy Knight Order, Yox. Archbishop Yuka doesn't seem to be here. Are you searching for Yuka? I have left him to look after Megis. He doesn't really stand out in battles against devils to begin with. Uparo. Is that so? By the way, you being here must mean that it is almost time for you to take Rakura back, right? Ha 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 ha, your jokes are good. Uparo. This old man. For now, I bring Pope Uparo, Liliza-san, and Yox to the reception room where Marito is at. The ones currently in the room are only Marito, Mix, and Lord Ragudo. Ekdoik is also added there as he is my bodyguard. There's 2 new faces. Is there a need for introductions? Uparo. No, I have heard everyone's names already. My name is Mix Taizu, a relative of Taizu's king. Mix. I have heard of an adventurer by that name. The one who reacted to that name is Yox. Speaking of which, Mix is pretty famous as an adventurer. I am currently learning a variety of things in my homeland. Mix. As for the man there, Uparo. Ekdoik. That name was within the underground people. Uparo. Yeah. I am one of the adventurer dredges that Ray 8 sent together with Pashuro. I am currently the bodyguard of my comrade. Ekdoik. That's quite the praiseworthy relationship. If the Taizu king allows it, we have nothing to say regarding this. Uparo. Yox raised his alert at this, but Pope Uparo calmed him down with a laugh. Speaking of which, Pashuro said he wanted Pope Uparo to be given to him in exchange for the hostage. Anyways, Marito proceeded with the explanation of the current situation. Uparo and the others were showing surprised expressions here and there, but were listening silently. Those are the developments as of now. The biggest result would be that we have subjugated 2 great devils. Marito. You seem to have a constitution well liked by demon lords. You must have it rough. Uparo. No. As far as we have heard, we should be aiming to resolve this as swiftly as possible. If we have ascertained the base of the purple demon lord, we should attack them today or tomorrow. Yox. Calm down, Yox. This is a foreign country. There may be times when we would have to accept necessary sacrifices in our country, but that's not for us to decide here. Or are you telling me that you have a way to defeat the demon lord, her great devils, as well as her army of devils without bringing out a single casualty? Uparo. That's Yox. The only one who is allowed to decide the sacrifice of Taizu's people is the Taizu king. Us coercing them to this would be the same as mass murdering their people. Uparo. The opinion of Yox is also correct. If the demon lord is staying in the country carefreely, there's no doubt it would be an opportunity to hit her. But Pope Uparo also holds the perspective of someone that rules a country. This is a good opportunity to defeat the great devils with certainty. While he is winning the competitions against the purple demon lord, the total number of monsters in the Megis Nether have decreased to a shocking degree. The purple demon lord must have gathered them in this country. If they are giving us the opportunity to clean them, let's just accept it bravely. Uparo. Yes. My apologies. Yox. We of the Yugara Church will be assisting on the back lines. If there's a great devil that you didn't defeat in your one-on-ones, we will prepare to target those escapes. Uparo. It will be a great help. Marito. The great devils that won the one-on-ones will be free. That can become a calamity that rains straight onto Taizu. We have been dispatching the knights around every time the one-on-ones happen, but the elites of Megis joining in on that is greatly appreciated. Resident of Yugura's planet, can you designate me for the next Great Devils one-on-one if possible? Yox nominated himself. I have no qualms with his title, but I don't know how strong he is. He is far above in terms of standing compared to Rakura and combat-oriented though. Understood. But I am a novice here. I will have you resign the moment I judge it is even a tiny bit dangerous. Instead of a disadvantageous one-on-one, it would be better to let them free for now and deal with them with numbers after all. I don't mind that arrangement. I just have to overwhelm them, right? Yox. Yes. Then, I will be counting on you in case I win the match on that day. Yox-san. You can just call me Yox. You can also speak more casually with me. I have heard about your age. It is a bit shocking that you are not that much different in age as me despite that appearance though. Yox. I thought you were in your 30s though. I am a bit younger than that. I just look old. Yox. Seriously? He is at an age that's close to Rakura and Marito. But he is a captain of the Holy Knight Order despite that. I see. I suddenly feel the weight of his strength here. And then there's Rakura. I didn't manage to say it last time, but she really helped us out in the matter of Liliza before. Allow me to extend my gratitude towards you. Yox. No, you have already thanked me for that, so it is okay. No, as someone with a personal relationship with her, I thought I had to say it. Yox. So they have that kind of relationship, huh? Now that I looked closely, Liliza-san nodded with her cheeks flushed. Are you using me as fodder for your flirting? I am kinda pissed here. What are you going to do about this atmosphere? I feel a strange presence. Foolish wise king, this one has come to hang out. Ready some tea already? The one in second place for the people in Taizu that shouldn't show up has appeared here. It is rare to see Marito seriously sighing here. I knew it. You are also here, sir. There seems to be unfamiliar faces. Gold. Taizu King. She seems to resemble the person that you reported about before. Yuparo. Yeah, she is the gold demon lord we spoke of. Marito. Yox instantly drew his sword. Liliza had a surprised face and Pope Yuparo had a face as if saying what to do here. What a dangerous looking bunch. Judging from your appearance, are you a holy knight of Megis by any chance? Gold. A holy knight captain of Megis. Yox. What in the world is a demon lord doing here? Yox. I just came here to hang out though. Gold. She jumped on top of my lap and waved her tail around, demanding me to pet her. Thinking about it calmly, there's currently the tops of 3 nations here. That's impressive. She is a harmless demon lord, so can you please sheath your sword? There's no harmless or harmful when it comes to a demon lord. Demon lords are enemies. Yox. I didn't want to say it like this because it is unfair, but demon lords were created by Yugura Naraya. Isn't it just laughable that you are blindly accepting the teachings Yugura Naraya set and bringing penance to demon lords as absolute evils? Yox. There's no actual harm in what the gold demon lord has done. On the contrary, she has greatly developed a whole nation. If you can state with conviction that this is absolute evil, then the foundation of justice would crumble. Yox. Lower your sword. Yuparo. But, Yox, there's no need to accept what he says. But if you were to swing your sword here, I won't be able to keep you by my side. Yuparo. Yox obeyed the words of Pope Yuparo and sheathed his sword. But Gold Demon Lord, showing up in front of the obstinate Yugura Church. I think there should be a limit to provocations. Yuparo. I don't give a damn about the teachings of Yugura. I have no intention to humor the people who still keep their preconceptions despite learning the truth. Gold. Regardless of the background, the scar in history left by the demon lords harming humans won't change. Even if Yugura is a sinner, it is not like all of what he said is a lie, right? Yuparo. Right. It hasn't changed at all from the time when I was discriminated against and persecuted for just being a demi-human. Gold. It has somewhat changed, but humans are creatures that find it hard to accept big changes. I think it is pretty selfish of you to stir the pot without understanding this. Yuparo. Yeah. What would you think if Yugura were to suddenly come here to have tea? That's true. Let's just say this one was the childish one on this occasion. Gold. The Gold Demon Lord accepted her fault without any objections. Just how hated is Yugura? I can't really say I admire the act of bringing out someone's religion to shame them, but I thank you for remonstrating him. Yuparo. Don't mind it. But what does the Yugura Church plan on doing regarding the matter of Yugura? I have already explained the situation to the archbishops, but the opinions were split. There's even some who say it is all lies and are not listening. Yuparo. Well, it is like saying Jesus was created by the devil to a Christian after all. Even if it was just for a brief period of time, there's no doubt it is a religion that has brought public peace. Despite that, you managed to dispatch troops once a demon lord appeared. The credibility of there being a demon lord has been questioned, but it has already been observed that many devils have moved. There's a need to ascertain the reason for this. Yuparo. Even if it is proved that the demon lords have resurrected, there will be people who won't believe Yugura was involved in this. It must be rough. It would be a lot more comforting if you were to tell me the thing about the demon lords was a lie though. Yuparo. I would rather stay silent than lie for something like that. Anyways, there's no doubt the teachings are an important foundation that are grounded on humanity. There will most likely not be any big moves in the near future. Yuparo. Aside from the fact that they see the demon lords as absolute evils, they are a mismatch of respectable points after all. The teachings Yugura left were extracted from Christianity and Buddhism, so they are easy to accept and very humane. And within those, there's a dark history of big mess-ups leaving a mark like a biography. Now that it has taken root, it is not possible to deny them completely. It is a current state where we have to accept that the demon lords have resurrected. As long as they pose a threat to humanity, it is of utmost priority to deal with them. Yuparo. The ones planning on invading the humans are the Purple Demon Lord and the Scarlet Demon Lord. But it seems like the Purple Demon Lord doesn't hold animosity. Even if she isn't, as long as there's casualties being born from her, we have no choice but to deal with her. Yuparo. That's true. However, she is currently using great devils and many monsters to have a competition. Even from the perspective of humans, we would be able to get rid of many obstacles without any casualties. Therefore, we plan on matching the movements of the Taizu King. Yuparo. Even if we were to have a complete victory, what do you plan on doing after the devils the Purple Demon Lord has are gone? They resurrected even after Yugura defeated them. We would need to think of a way to seal them rather than kill them. Yuparo. Even if I were to negotiate with her and make it so she doesn't bring harm? You are liked by the Demon Lord, so let's say you managed to bring such a result from a fair negotiation. Even if you managed to make them harmless temporarily like the current Gold Demon Lord, for how long do you think that will last? Yuparo. That's after you die. There's no assurance that the Demon Lords won't hold hatred and animosity towards the humans. Yuparo. That can be said for humans too. Gold. That's right. But there's ways to punish humans. It is not like you demon lords would obey the laws of humans, right? Demon lords are not man-made calamities, but natural disasters. That's why there's the need to do something about it before anything happens. Yuparo. The Gold Demon Lord fell silent too. It would be one thing with her, but getting rid of the other demon lord's threat completely is close to impossible. Pope Yuparo doesn't hate demon lords. He simply calmly sees them as dangerous and has judged them as beings that must be dealt with. That said, it doesn't feel too good as a related party. Then, you don't mind leaving it to me until then, right? Until we judge it is no longer the best option. If our trust in you is gone, we will even ignore the current competition and move. Yuparo. I will be handling it with care. I don't want to bring about casualties either after all. Yeah, I know. Yuparo. I most likely won't have a chance for victory in a war of words. There's no point in further talk here, or more like, this most likely includes the refutal of the words I said to Yox. The standing of the other side would worsen if they were to get beaten down by words. The whole time, I should just obediently look like I have been defeated by their words instead of struggling in an unsightly manner. Let's wrap the musty talk here. If you came here to hang out, there's also things I would like to ask you. Yuparo. I'm impressed you can say that after talking a whole ton about wanting to get rid of this one and the others. Gold. I simply brought out the opinion of humans. I will interact with you in a friendly manner while you are friendly. I did say we are going to seal you eventually, but if we were to seal you at once, Gani would fall into chaos, right? We can't move from our humble position while you have so many hostages. It is only until things get out of hand, I guess. Yuparo, Nfufufufufu, don't think this one's ruling will crumble that easily. I will crush you to death in a cultural sense first. Gold. Please don't go too hard on me. And so, for what I want to ask, it really has to be about Yugura. The stories of the hero are pretty much the epitome of idle gossip in the perspective of the demon lords, right? Yuparo. It is not idle though. Right, first of all, he was a guy that barely bathed. He always had ruffled hair and bags under his eyes. Gold. The Gold Demon Lord was speaking ill of the hero as if nostalgic. Yox and Liliza were making complicated expressions, but Pope Yuparo was listening while laughing. I really don't want to make the top of Megis my enemy. On the day of the match, I woke up before the sun rose, finished preparing myself, and departed. When I opened the door, the one in front of my eyes was Ekdoik. This guy should be living in a cave outside the capital, but I am curious about what kind of daily life he is having. Are the others still sleeping? The sun has not even risen after all. Ekdoik, Ilias and Wolf must have their respective exhaustion from their training. Rakura would sleep till before noon on the days she is not given work. The Gold Demon Lord walks at her own tune. I head to the plaza that will serve as the starting point of the match. The first hint is apparently placed here. Diuvilieri is already on standby there, and it seems like he was waiting for my arrival. It will soon be sunrise. Need to confirm the rules. Diuvilieri. Find the Purple Demon Lord before sunset, and I will be able to find her if I solve the riddles set in the city, right? Yes, the riddles that my lord has thought of. Please do give them a thorough look. It is time. Diuvilieri. Because of the ramparts, it will take a bit of time before the morning sun peeks out in Taizu, but the sky has become brighter. You probably would be able to see the morning sun if you are on top of the ramparts. With those walls present, it will be hard to tell accurately when the sun is setting. I should be careful. Now then, here's the first riddle. Diuvilieri gave me a single parchment and disappeared. I opened it at once. Devils hate silence and hate balance even more. Devils hold gems that are worth 10 gold coins, but the lives of the devils are only worth 1 gold coin. The scales that measure worth have an apple on the west and a sword on the east. The apple has a worth of 1 gold coin on the sword is worth 10 gold coins. The dying devils that have offered their everything have entrusted their fate to the scales. I see. So it means to walk here. Huh. What, you got it already? Ekdoik. It would be weirder to not get it. Even if there's a difference in speed, it is a problem that can be solved if you can read. I advanced through the direction where the answer is. Ekdoik was following after me while facing the riddle. My worry was whether I could find the next hint on my way, but there was no need to worry about that. While I was advancing through the path for a while, there was a really easy to tell mark. This can be cleaned up later, right? I don't know. Ekdoik. There was a statue of a devil carrying a stone monument and standing brazenly in the middle of the road. There's the statue of a devil right in the middle of the road, which is a pretty good annoyance to Taizu, but it might be pointless to tell a demon lord that. I tried reading the stone monument for now, and what was carved there was pile up parchment. When speaking of parchment, what comes to mind would be the parchment that Diuvilieri gave me with the first problem. I obeyed the instructions and put it on top of the statue. Letters showed up after a while and disappeared. And then, a new problem appeared. I retrieved the parchment and the statue of the devil melted on the ground without a sound and disappeared. It is most likely made to disappear once it gives you the riddle. I am glad this object doesn't just remain endlessly in place. I confirm the new problem for now. The northern devil said this, head to the south path. The eastern devil said this, advance through this path. The southern devil said this, head to the west path. The western devil said this, you should not head north. You weren't lost. No matter which devil you believed, the result was the same after all. Next would be over there. Instant answer. Huh. How about hesitating for a bit? Ekdoik. Even if you tell me to hesitate, did you understand the previous problem? I thought of it while knowing the right path, but it doesn't really click. Ekdoik. Rather than a riddle, it is more like a puzzle that you need to follow the process of. After all, since the opportunity has been presented, let's have Ekdoik solve it. I think back on the question of before, Devils hate silence and hate balance even more. Devils hold gems that are worth 10 gold coins. But the lives of the devils are only worth 1 gold coin. The scales that measure worth have an apple on the west and a sword on the east. The apple has a worth of 1 gold coin and the sword is worth 10 gold coins. The dying devils that have offered their everything have entrusted their fate to the scales. The first column denotes the action criteria of the devil. The second and third column denotes the components of the devil. The fourth denotes the current situation. The fifth supplements the situation, and the last one would be the result. The scales measuring worth mean a scale that tilts with the worth of things as the standard. Judging from the worth of the apple and the sword, the first one would be west at 1 gold coin and east at 10 gold coins. The devil offered everything and died. In other words, we can judge that it placed its gems and life on the scale. Devils hate silence, meaning that it placed things on the scale to move it. In order to make it move in that state, the devil would need to place its gems on the west. By doing this, there would be a worth of 11 coins in the west and the scale would tilt there. As for where its life would be placed on, if it is simply a hate for silence, it could place its life on the east to make the scale move again. But with the column that states it hates balance even more, it means that it hates the scale lining up. That's why the devil didn't place its life east and left it west. It prioritized silence over equilibrium. Thus, the scale would be tilted west and you would need to head west. That's basically it. So you can go through each condition as you process it. I see, that makes sense. Egdoik. We head to the direction and we find the statue of a devil again. In the case you are wrong, you wouldn't find a statue, so considering that, it would mean that messing up a single question would incur a heavy time loss. When I am even a tiny bit uncertain, I should pay careful consideration. By the way, how did you solve the second one? From what I saw, it looked like a question where you had to see which devil to believe. Egdoik. No, that's a problem where you have to deduce from the answer. If you weren't lost and the result would be the same no matter the devil you believed, that's basically like an answer of sorts. If the result is the same no matter the devil you believe, it means they are wrong. Basically, all the devils are lying. Therefore, the direction is narrowed down to 1. I placed the parchment on top of the statue again and read the new problem. This is a logic puzzle too. In other words, over here. You are progressing pretty smoothly, comrade. Egdoik, Marito and Mix would be able to solve these problems. It might be a bit difficult for Ilias and Rakura though. Looks like the pattern to these problems is that they are logic puzzles. There's no need for prior knowledge when it comes to logic puzzles. What's important is being able to go through the sequence that connects to a single answer. It looks as if there's several avenues leading to the answer by matching the conditions, but by matching all that's written down in the problem, that gets further narrowed down. At times, even the information of knowing the answer can become a piece of information that could serve as the key to solve the puzzle. For example, let's say there's a problem where you have to bring out an answer from within many people with liars present. From the information given alone, you know that A is an honest one, and you can't tell which ones are the liars. But in the case where A is an honest one and the answer gets branched out into many possibilities, you won't be able to know the correct answer with just A being the honest one. In other words, by knowing the answer, you can exclude A as the honest one. You must not forget that the important point of logic puzzles is that everything written in the problem becomes a hint. Whether, it seems like they are beginning to turn into problems where several routes are assumed. It was the correct idea to bring more parchment just in case. I read the new problem and write the many possibilities down on the parchment to make them easier to see and process. And then, I eliminate the mistakes and lead it to the answer. Alright. Over here. That was pretty fast. Or should I say it is as if you are used to it? Egdoik. Yeah, rather than saying I am intelligent, it is more like I killed time in my world with logic puzzles. I see. Egdoik. You could say it is going well, but it is a match where I don't know how many questions there are in total. I should hurry as much as possible. I solved one problem after the other, until I reached the 7th problem. The route turned from the main street to the back alleys and it got busy. It is on a scale where the size of the statue was eye-catching. I will be able to manage somehow while I am still confident about whether I am right or wrong in the problems, but it gives me shivers just thinking about the possibility of getting it wrong. A decent amount of time has passed since we began. Even if it is in the morning, it is a time where a decent amount of civilians are beginning to show up. At the times when I found the statues, There were places where they would see the statue and a crowd would be formed. At worst, there's also the choice of searching for them from a high point. The next path is over here, but it is a back alley. We will be reaching a point where we can see the plaza as we advance through here, so if there's a statue, it would be there. I advance through the back alley. It is not that popular of a path to begin with, but because of the noisiness of the city and the peaceful time frame, it is a notch more silent than normal. It has been a while since I have walked around the city in such detail. Since the time I went around searching places with Rokura to set barriers in the capital, I guess. It is not like I don't have any other connections with vagrants aside from Gazen, but because there's no person who is as useful, I don't really utilize them. Speaking of which, has the map of this city already entered your head? Of course. I endeavored to grasp the terrain in the surroundings at the time when I was sent by Ray 8 here after all. Ekdoik. And that's why you appeared later. Yeah, wait, don't move. Ekdoik. Ekdoik suddenly deployed his chains. There's also many chains creeping about in the surroundings. I won't ask what happened. When Ekdoik moves suddenly, it is because of that. Something obviously has happened. Making any clumsy questions would just serve to hamper the concentration of Ekdoik. I direct my attention to the surroundings too. Hostility. Is this from a great devil? Ekdoik. Ekdoik looked up and I directed my gaze the matching him, and I saw something raining from above. I couldn't react immediately, but Ekdoik used his chains to repel the falling objects. I confirmed the things that fell on the ground. These are stakes. There's several stake-like objects in a warped shape on the ground. It is an unbalanced shape, but the objective of that shape is to gouge something. I feel like there's some other objective aside from wounding and killing though, is what I thought as I moved my gaze, and the state of Ekdoik was weird. It seems as if his movements are dulled. This is Ekdoik. Mine right arm becomes many stakes and ties the ones who they pecked at to the ground. A single great devil shows up from the shadows of the back alley. He resembles Gyuga staff, but his right arm is made up of several stakes stacked up. A part of it is missing, but that must be the stakes scattered on the ground. Arm of tying, Hasharia Kudehito. What are you pulling here? Ekdoik. What an obvious thing to ask about. It is in order to fulfill mine ambition. Hasharia Kudehito. I don't know the reason why, but it seems like this is a surprise attack from the Great Devils. I paid attention to the surroundings of Ekdoik and noticed that one of the stakes is piercing the ground where his shadow is, tying you to the ground. It is like the shadow bind that ninjas use. I don't know how much he can seal the movements of someone, but we have to hurry and remove this. I take a step in order to approach the stake, but a bad feeling ran through my back the moment I did. When I looked back reflexively, there was one other great devil. That great devil had a giant mouth on its abdomen. It reminded me of the great sword that Gyrasta used, but the moment I recognized this, that mouth turned into a size that was far bigger than the overall length of the great devil. Or more like, no matter how you see it, it is trying to devour me. I've got you, human. The giant mouth covered my vision and I lost consciousness. My name is Stomach of Perplexion Fabiushasu. Mine stomach can capture any being inside an altar space. The ones caught inside mine stomach can't get out without my permission. The more they struggle to escape, the more complicated the maze of the altar space will become. It is also impossible to save them from the outside, and if you injure me, the injury will be transferred to the captured one. A power that can use someone as a scapegoat or a hostage. With this, the Purple Demon Lord won't be able to attack me. Moreover, I can send my mind to the altar space as a separate self. In the altar space, mine will is the strongest. I can apply mine strength as I wish, and it is also possible to inflict pain. I will make the human she is so attached to a hostage, have her undo all the restrictions of the pawn mask, and steal away all the power it can give. If I bring Hasharia Kudehito into the same state, there would be two great devils on the same level as Deviliri. The situation would make a complete turn. Of course, I have no intention of making Hasharia Kudehito an equal. I heard about it. This human is from the same planet as that hero Yugara. Yugara boasted legendary power due to his wisdom. In other words, there's a high chance the inside of this person's head has the wisdom of Yugara's planet too. If I obtain this, I can become the strongest even amongst the great devils. Maybe even be able to fight on equal or higher grounds than the purple demon lord. Outside there's a human raised by Biglight trying to begin a battle with Hashiria Kudehito. But if I were to take this one hostage, he would also stop resisting. Let's steal away everything I can steal. In that time, I could tear off an arm or something to threaten the purple demon lord. I send my mind into the altar space and direct my attention there. The human must have regained consciousness. He is looking around. I don't know if him not wandering around carelessly is due to him being careful or a coward. Looks like you have regained consciousness, human. Fabiushasu. Tell me your name, great devil. My name is Stomach of Perplexion Fabiushasu. This space is inside mine stomach. This is the space where I am absolute and almighty. Fabiushasu. Is this action an order from the purple demon lord? What a foolish question. This is mine ingenuity, one of making you a hostage and stealing the power of the purple demon lord. Fabiushasu. I see. So there really were great devils who were dissatisfied with being made to do one-on-ones. He is a perceptive human, but his eyes of defiance are somewhat displeasing. Let's double the gravity he feels. He staggered and went on his knees with just that. What a feeble being. A laugh leaked out just from that. Be careful with what you say, mere human. Your life can be crushed with a single whim of mine. Fabiushasu. Then a warning from me too. My body is even more delicate than that of a child. So be careful not to injure me too much, you could accidentally kill me. What a condescending brat, but it seems like he is not lying. Even this degree of a gravity attack is making him show actual pain. The mana I can feel is also way too faint. Are you telling me this really is a resident of the same planet as Yugara? No, I will be able to know immediately once I investigate. Aside from being useful as a hostage, I will make practical use of the information inside your brain filled with knowledge of Yugara's planet. Fabiushasu. You think I will obediently speak? It has nothing to do with your will. I can freely control this space. It is possible to freely peek at your memories. Fabiushasu. I walk and grab the head of the human. The human couldn't resist and even looks as if he is just allowing it to happen. Let's read his memories at once. I have no interest in the recent memories of this human. What I want to know is the memories of this human from before he came to this world. Go back, and even further back. What? This human came from that black demon lord killer mountain. The picture of the mana eater that is even more fearsome than a demon lord flickered for a moment there. But what I want to know more than that are the memories that came before that. Now, show them to me. So this is the world called Earth. Huh. So many people. What a dirty world. Fabiushasu. I have no interest in the lives of humans. I search for the power of this world. The information of their wisdom. What's this? I can't read their writing. The sentences. The memories, are not entering my brain properly. A difference in languages. Huh. How impudent. Then, I just have to give myself the language of this human. Who? So that's how Earth is pronounced. I can read. I can understand. So this is a parallel world. Huh. Wonderful. So demons exist on Earth and are feared. Huh. Solomon. 72 pillars. More, give me more knowledge. Ooh, this is bioweapons, nuclear weapons. Are you telling me humans created something like this? Warning, you have exceeded the amount of information someone in this world can know. Warning, you have exceeded the amount of information someone in this world can know. Please cut off the connection at once and erase the pertinent memories. An emotionless voice suddenly echoed in my head. It is not the voice of this human. What's this voice? The human must have heard the same voice. He is making a strange expression, as if I care. What I should do right now is devour the knowledge inside this human's head. Ah, what sweet information. I see, with such countless points of view, it could be replicated as if it were magic. Even the forbidden would be within mine reach. End of the warning. Access to forbidden information of this world through a denizen of it has been confirmed. Judged a dangerous element in the world. Requesting activation of inhibitions. The mysterious voice finally stopped. What in the world was that? But it is true that with this knowledge, I will be able to obtain power that surpasses great devils. No, even the demon lords. My first job is a mere devil. Huh. Makes me want to cry. Someone spoke right by my side. There was only the face and hand of a human right by my side. The space around it felt off, as if warped. This is. I see, This person is wearing clothes that assimilate with the scenery. The form is a robe. The face and hand that are peeking out faintly probably are not receiving its effects. No, more importantly, since when was this human standing right by my side? I didn't question at all the existence of this one. It was as if the world had recognized this person's existence for the first time when they opened their mouth. You bastard, who are you? Fabiushasu. I threw the human without waiting for a response, envisioned every means of attack onto this unknown being, and made them reality. This altar space is mine space. It can bring about any event and I can rule over it as the absolute being, the ultimate closed garden. You attack me right after asking my name. How restless for a damn monster. I made a wide array of attacks land directly, and yet, that person was still there as if nothing happened. That's impossible. If I were to envision them getting torn, they should be torn. And yet, why are they not getting torn? Why can't I envision their death? They were observing the human that was on his knees while being thrown and smashed on the ground. So this is the earthling that Scarlet spoke of. Huh. To think he actually existed. Well, don't worry, earthling. You are not my target here. They returned their gaze to me once again. And then, they string words as if bored. I have to at least introduce myself as the duty given to me. Huh. Is there even a point to introduce myself to someone who will be dying anyways? Oh well. Their arm is raised. Their thumb was facing up and their index was pointing here. The remaining fingers were folded. Colorless Demon Lord. No need to remember it, so just die without worrying. Their hand flicked back in an instant. Comrade was captured by a great devil. Analysis. If we are talking about a great devil with uniqueness in their abdomen, it would be the stomach of perplexion. Fabiushasu. Their objective is without doubt Comrade. I doubt there's any sense of camaraderie towards Gustav who I ended. The Order of the Purple Demon Lord? No, if they seriously wanted to capture Comrade, there's no way she wouldn't use Duvilieri. I should consider that this is an arbitrary action of these great devils. I take out the stake connecting my shadow to the ground and free myself. I then supply mana to the chains just like that and fill the sky and land with chains. You can't escape easily from the prison of chains, this barrier-made prison. With this, I will be able to seal the ability of the great devils being able to hide in the shadows. What a stupid attempt. Just free Comrade already. If not, I will crush you thoroughly, right here and now. That's pointless. The attacks directed at Fabiushasu reach even the assimilated person. If you want to kill the human with your chains, feel free to do so. Hasharia Kudehito. I have already heard of that ability. Father has told me about Fabiushasu who predates the allies of his enemies. I see, then you have nothing to do with that. Ekdoik. R? Hasharia Kudehito. Chains that branched out from the chain prison wrap around Fabiushasu and Hasharia Kudehito. The strongest trait of this technique is that I can attack from any direction and any amount of times I want by filling the chains in all directions. If I add invisibility magic to the equation, it should be possible to attack freely. Do you not care about what happens to the hostages? Fabiushasu. Hasharia Kudehito. Fabiushasu has been wrapped around chains just the same, but his state is weird. There's no reaction even after having been captured by chains. I heard that he can send his mind inside of him. But is he concentrating on that part? I heard he can do both at the same time, but is something currently happening inside? Your objective is to use Comrade to negotiate with the Purple Demon Lord, right? If you were to threaten the life of my comrade here, your hopes of living are zero. Bring as much pain to Comrade as you want, but I promise I will make you taste far more pain than that to you all. Ekdoik. Even Comrade should have his own resolve. In this situation, what must be avoided is getting hesitant and obeying. Are you getting conceited thinking that we can't put a hand on him? Fabiushasu. Tear off an arm of the hostage or Sumeth. Hasharia Kudehito. I close the mouth of Hasharia Kudehito with chains so that he doesn't babble anything unnecessary to fan Fabiushasu. With the strengthening of the pawn mask, I really can't kill him with just the constricting of the chains. But it is possible to restrain them in the chain prison. Choose. Will you let us concentrate in our competition with the Purple Demon Lord, or will you get in the way and die without any hope? Ekdoik. But Fabiushasu doesn't react. Just why? is what I thought, and his stomach moved. Could it be that he has done some kind of attack? Comrade wrenched open with effort the closed stomach and showed up. I can't see any change compared to before he was captured aside from the fact that he is covered in saliva. Oh, got out, got out. My whole body is all sticky and gross. Whoa. The chains are getting in the way. Why yeah, sorry. This is so that they don't melt into the shadows and escape. I will move them out of your way. Egdoik. No, this guy is already dead, you know. What? Egdoik. I ran to the side of Comrade and checked the state of Fabushasu. It is true. The body itself may not be injured, but his internal mana has been lost completely and has died. What in the world did you do? Egdoik. I will tell you that later. Can you maintain the restraints as they are? Its effectiveness decreases when spread too wide. Egdoik. The fact that there's no person trying to interject here must mean that the side of the Purple Demon Lord and the side of Taizu have not seen this situation. Mixed Taizu and the others that must have been tailing us probably confirmed that we entered a back alley and are currently going around it, so their detour and the ambush of the Great Devils overlapped. How unlucky. Got it. Then, it is the turn of this. Can you shower me with water magic? I am going to wash you a bit on the strong side, okay? Egdoik. I create a water ball above Comrade and it float, just leave it there. I can wash myself. I didn't think about that. I create a water ball again and let him wash himself as he pleases. I blew hot wind onto him as an apology to dry him. It is the turn of this. A whistle used in emergencies. I didn't want to blow it since it was covered in saliva, you see. Saying this, Comrade blew the whistle, and then, Mixed Taizu and Karaji Agujesta Domitakafakon who I met before showed up with flustered looks. They look awfully agitated, most likely because an unexpected situation happened within the match and the help of third parties was requested. What's the matter, Mr. Friend? Just what in the world is this? Mix. About that. I explained the situation and handed over Area Kudehito. The restraint can be maintained if a certain degree of mana is infused into the chains. You need some skill to manage it, but it should be possible for Mixed Taizu. Counting on you, Mix. We will continue solving the puzzles. Lad, you said you were captured by the Great Devils. Are you not injured? Kara. Yes, I am okay. Rather, I now have a reason to finish this match as soon as possible, so that I can report to Marito. Comrade chose to resume the match just like that. In that case, I will return to my job as a bodyguard. That said, even though I acted so confident with Elias Ratzel, it ended up like this. We need to increase the means to deal with ambushes a bit more. Man, that was some terrible stuff I had to go through. There's me getting captured by Fabushasu, but there's also that man, the colorless demon lord. I heard about him from the gold demon lord, but he is not acquainted with any demon lord. To think he would suddenly show up at a place like that. I wouldn't have even been able to imagine it. The way he appeared, his strength, and the things he spoke, all points had their own can of worms. He destroyed the spiritual body of Fabushasu in an instant, and then, I don't know how he did it, but he also took the life of the main body. You will soon regain consciousness inside his stomach. You may have a lot of things to ask, but let's leave that for some other time, okay? He said this and disappeared. I found new stone monuments and solved their puzzles, but my pace has lowered compared to the beginning. Rather than saying the difficulty has increased, it is more that I am still shaken. I feel almost the same as the time when I found the book related to the Blue Demon Lord that Dokura left behind before. Intrusive thoughts were popping up every so often in my mind. I have to switch quickly here. This is different from the devil statues until now. The 12th statue we found was not modeled after a devil. There's no detailed molding like the ones until now, and it even looks like a human girl. It even felt like the silhouette of the Purple Demon Lord. I placed the parchment on the statue for now and checked the question. I will wait for you until my last moments. This seems to be the last problem. The last riddle that shows the location of the Purple Demon Lord. Where is it? Egdoik. This match is from the rise of the sun to the time when it sinks. The last moments must refer to the evening sun sinking. The place where we can observe the evening sun sinking is on top of the west ramparts. The giant city walls that surround Taizu have paths so that you can see from up there in emergencies, and there's a number of posts on the way. When we entered the post furthest west, there was the Purple Demon Lord and Diuvilieri waiting there. Oh my, That was fast. As expected? Purple. There was a lot of trouble, so I had to finish it quickly after all, even though you must have wanted to wait patiently. Sorry about that. Right, I wanted to wait for a bit more, but... Did something happen? Purple. We were attacked by two great devils on the way. Their names were Fabushasu and Hashiryaku Dehito. The eyes of the purple demon lord opened when she heard those words. Diuvuliri also showed a reaction of surprise. The purple demon lord closed her eyes after that and ruminated for a bit. I don't see the two at the lodging. Looks like it is true? Purple. We have defeated Fabushasu and currently captured Hashiryaku Dehito. Is it okay to keep him in our custody? Diuvuliri, head there at once. Purple. Diuvuliri melted into the shadows and disappeared at the same time as she said this. The purple demon lord stood up and lowered her head deeply. This is not a development I readied. I admit the fault lies completely on my side. Purple. There's no issues on my side. But what will happen in this case? We were in the middle of a match and we were attacked by your side. You have solved the riddles and found me, so this match is your win. I will prepare a one-on-one with a great devil as promised, okay? Purple. This competition uses great devils as chips. I was worrying that issues would arise in the competition when chips for the one-on-one are eliminated. But it seems like the matter of Fabushasu will be dealt with as an exception. I see. I just have one request though. Can you postpone the one-on-one to tomorrow? Yeah, I don't mind, but... Did something happen? Purple. I have requested the cooperation of the knights when capturing Hashiryaku Dehito, so I have to explain the situation and stuff like that. Sorry. Judging from her state, it should be safe to assume the purple demon lord is completely unrelated to that man. I could explain the circumstances here, but I want to avoid a situation where the competition gets pushed. We separated from the purple demon lord after that and regroup with Mix. Hashiryaku Dehito was retrieved by Diuvuliri, who suddenly appeared. It was an action that was taken after we explained the situation. So Mix and the others apparently yielded obediently. I hurried to Marito's place just like that. Marito, Popuparo, and the others were waiting there for the results of the match. I tell them the results of the match first, and then explain the details about the intrusion of two great devils. I told them while hiding the matter of the colorless demon lord. They must have her questions about the great devil that died unnaturally, but that can't be helped right now.